All right, we are back. Golden Tee World Championship, Westgate, Sunday, match play.
It's going to be intense, my friend, and it feels like it's been too long since we
I
formally
know.
sat
It's a
down
little
next to
weird.
each other and done this. It's not the same when we're at the office. Being here in Las Vegas live for the World Championship, being excited to be here, calling matches. Championship bracket is starting to move now. GoldenTee.com. Under the 2021 marquee, there's the World Championship link. You can take a look at both the gold and the silver brackets and follow along throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, so silver bracket play has started. You'll be hearing matches called throughout, but this is what the championship bracket folks are playing for, headlined by $30,000
$145,000 in the prize pool, a long time coming. Almost 3 years. It's about 2.5 years since we had our last World Championship. We're excited to crown a new World Championship, a World Champion. The players are even more excited to get that title out there.
So here's the schedule. Essentially, from this point on, it's games, head-to-head matches, right? Double elimination on both sides. If you lose a match, you're not out of it. But, Kevin, you know this. We've played in these types of tournaments. Well, not these types of tournaments, but
there's a reason why we're sitting here.
Yeah, we've played in tournaments. You do not want to lose a game early, right? You do not want to lose a game early because if you do, it's a really long walk back into contention.
Yeah, and we've seen people do it. Paul Luna, Andy Haas, some of the people that are the favorites to win this tournament have done so in previous national tournaments. But, when it comes to the Worlds, the further along you can get, closer to that King of the Hill, the better. Because once you're King of the Hill, after a handful of wins, then they got to beat you twice. Otherwise, it's pretty good odds.
Awesome room, awesome venue, awesome energy all weekend long here. We crowned a Golden Tee Mobile World Champion. Now we're going to crown an arcade champion. I think the thing that stands out in looking at some of the qualifying results, I thought the scores maybe were not as high as we thought. They're still ridiculous, right?
Of course.
The everyman, it's easy for me to say they weren't as high. But I thought we saw nerves play a little bit of a role yesterday at times.
Yeah, I mean, Tropical Falls and Pine Creek, the GT4 and GT3D Golf Remaster courses, people knew that they were going to probably be in there. And those are tough courses. Tropical, it's water all around, trees all around. If you have not played, 100 or so rounds on the last week on that course, you were in trouble. Pine Creek, the setup was not too bad from what I was told. There was a few key holes that really threw people off. I want to say Al Zarel was potentially the top of the leaderboard going into Pine Creek, and then he shot a 21.
Yep.
I mean, that course can set up for 23 or 29. It really depends on those pins and tees and where they set up. But a couple of people that we thought would be on the stage for Championship Sunday for the bracket are not.
Yeah.
2019 World Champion Mark Stenmark.
2019 runner-up Jared Decker. Yeah.
Greg Kinsler, two-time World Champion,
Sean
is in
Gervais.
the silver bracket. So it's you knew that there was going to be upsets going into this, but I think people were a little bit more surprised by the time qualifying was done last night.
I think about putting together the 2019 World Championship vid that we did for ESPN, and the focus of that was Stenmark, Decker, Clint Grover, Greg Kinsler, right? These were the stars of the show. It doesn't speak to anything I think they didn't have a great day. It's the field, right? It's the field. It's a loaded field. I love, too, I'm not nearly as connected to the fields like I used to be. Not that I was ever, this just wealth of Golden Tee knowledge, but seeing some new faces. See some guys that were not undone by the nerves that are playing, that are going to try and make a run. My guy, Brandon Robinson, who I learned to play with at Illinois State, seeing him crack the top 20 what a day.
He was thoroughly excited.
Oh, he was, and he should be, right? So
Absolutely.
This is one of the greatest fields we've ever seen. And again, so the normal silver bracket, which we'll focus on, and it's going on behind us, that's not your typical silver bracket.
No, and you spoke on it earlier. It's double elimination, but not only is it double elimination, it's a 64-man because we had 96 qualifiers this year. So although you have the blanket, so to speak, of double elimination, you got to run through more players to get to that silver championship.
Yeah, so we were watching some of the matches over there. I just think that, monitoring the intensity here, you're starting to feel it. And I think as the day goes, and we're going to be here all day, it's going to be really, really intense. So match play strategy. I always like to talk to people that have played more match play than I. I was always very nervous. That first match is always very nervous. I was talking to Brian Bernhardt and others. I won my first match, right? So what do you think the mentality going into it? Some of these guys have played a lot. If it's an Andy Haas or an Evan Gossett, just grab the briefcase and go to work. But for some of the others, how do you kind of ease yourself into this?
Well, a national tournament is a lot different than Worlds, of course. Being in Las Vegas for that, being here at the Westgate where, we're not far from, the slot machines and tables where people love to spend time. I know there's a handful of people out there that stayed up probably later than they should have, probably later than they wanted to.
Yes.
I think in a tournament like that, that really is going to come into play. But if you're new to the World Championship, whether you're on the championship or the silver side, you really just have to focus on your game. You cannot worry about what your opponent's doing. You and I have done this before in tournaments, and I know everyone is guilty of it. When it's Championship Sunday, you'll see a lot of these guys put their headphones on and just play music and tune to what they're doing. I know Andy Haas and others, they'll turn away from the game. They don't want to see what their opponent's doing. And for some of the newer players, you definitely don't want to do that, because I've caught myself, well, you know what, I wasn't going to do that shot. Let me try it. I've never done that shortcut before. I've never gone around the trees this way or that way. And when you do that, 9 times out of 10, that's where you're going to make a mistake.
Yeah, I'm very curious with that. Just like the interactions and qualifying, it's friendly. Everyone's just trying to hit a cut line, right? So it's intense, but there's some good back and forth. Here, you're trying to step on the guy's throat, so to speak. I mean, truly. So it's that important, and yet the camaraderie, the appreciation. We feel it. You can sense it in here. And, it's going to start. The pace is going to really start to pick up here.
When Chad Trump and I were calling yesterday, we were talking through, it really is, you saw Andy Haas hit a hole-in-one in his qualifying group, and it brought up the energy in that qualifying group.
Yeah.
Like, when you're qualifying and somebody does good, you're like, hell yeah, that is great for the entire team. But when it comes to match play, you want to win. You don't want Andy Haas to hit a hole-in-one on hole 17 for you, which I called, by the way.
Yep.
The one and only time I'll ever call a shot. But now we're starting to show some of the silver bracket matches here as championship matches get called and on the stream. These guys are on 15 of Baja.
Tell you what, hole 17 on Baja yesterday, that little par 3, you saw somebody like Joe Massara, who I think is going to make a run today, by the way, after watching him a bit yesterday and finished second. So I'm probably, Captain Obvious here. But I think that's a really interesting hole to watch. We'll see what kind of setup we get. A little bit different, of course. Yesterday we were playing lock conditions, so everybody is playing the same setups. Today, you don't know what you're going to get. You don't know what you're going to spin. So that's the interesting part in terms of the randomness of this.
Well, and especially now that we have mixed tees going on for the 2021 courses, a hole like 16 is typically a par 5.
Yep.
Now this specific tee that they drew in this contest, drivable par 4.
Yep.
A lot easier for the everyman to get an eagle on a drivable par 4 than a par 5. But even for the pros, that helps when it's match play. Tickner here, I believe, is up 2 strokes. And, not that he has an easy putt. This pin is always tucked to the right, it feels like, on the drivable setup. But all you got to do is just putt in for that eagle. And then you're hit. He's got to worry about 17, but so does his opponent.
Yeah, so we'll weave in a mix of both championship and silver matches. It looks like the other game that we have wired up to stream will probably be getting a championship match at some point here. I was perusing the bracket a bit as these guys play. Is there any first-round matchups that we're getting into? I know, I believe Andy Haas and Lance Harris, who made a run in the mobile world.
That was the big one for me, because Andy Haas is Andy Haas, 2-time world champion. I've lost count of the number of national tournaments that he has won in the 20 years or so that he's played Golden Tee, competitively and professionally. Really quick, I guarantee you about 90% of the field wishes this was the setup on
Quite
Baja
different.
17. Not to say that this is easy, but this is, I would say, pretty much guaranteed.
Yes, it's very, very, very easy compared to what we saw. And
honestly, Stowell here might even be able to give this a good run. The wind blowing to the left with the green slope going right could be pretty good. He's got to hold this out.
Oh, that's a good run.
Oh, that's close.
No, that is a much, even for me, that wouldn't be nearly as daunting. But to watch yesterday, too, to see the guys that knew a full shot where they can manipulate turning left into it. We saw Joe Massara do it. I believe Ryan McCook did it. A couple others that were able to, that today is what I'm really excited to see is sort of, to have those kind of tricks in your arsenal and to be able to do that, I think is going to be huge.
One of the things I wanted to talk about here So okay, 18, not a bad setup here. You just got to stay away from the the cacti, clearly,
Yes.
as that Jim Z owl just stares you down right in the tee box. You know, for him, he's got to make this. There's
Yeah.
still a chance that Tigner can make a mistake, but this is not a bad setup.
No, no, it's not. And it looks like the after this, we're going to be able to go to a championship match, which is firing up here. Gotcha. So, yes, but let's watch this. We'll get this squared away here. This is a big shot, like you mentioned, Kevin.
Yeah, it's tough because he would love to hit a 6-wood, but that 6-wood is so
You
finicky.
I've lost to a walk-off ace before in the tournament. Have you ever lost to a walk-off ace?
I have. Actually, speaking of Lance Harris, ironically enough, I just remembered. A few years ago in St. Louis, I actually beat him in match play somehow on a hole-in-one on hole 18. That's probably the only time I've ever beat
We should
Lance
ask
Harris.
him about it mid-match.
Yes. Excuse me, sir.
Wired in. Yeah, no, I lost. What was the Egyptian course? You know this.
Falcon.
There you go. Hole 18. Boom.
Oh.
A dunk. Yes.
Falcon 18 is awful unless you've got the pin dead center of that little tee green.
Well, there you go. Good match, by the way. Good solid
those
match.
are good scores there. All right, so I know we have a match. We've got a couple matches coming up here on one of the other machines, and we're not going to go to it just yet. But Paul Taylor and Mark Gomez going head-to-head, teeing off here on Forest Knoll. Mark Gomez is one of those players. I talked about it the other day. He has made such an incredible run the last couple of years. Part of Team Wisconsin. Those guys are all great. They're a lot of fun to be here at tournaments with. But Gomez, is kind of almost on that Clint Grover path.
Yeah.
Where Grover, the last couple of years,
Formerly the Paul Luna path, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I said it with the most respect to these guys because I've had that conversation with them. But Gomez, has had a few top runs in the 2021 national tournament year. And so he'll be a good one. I mean, Paul Taylor is Paul Taylor. That man, probably the first player to really use the stout.
And I'll say the thing about Gomez that impressed me yesterday. We watched, I believe it, one of our first qualifiers. He was cooking. He was rolling. He was pacing his group, which included Joe Massara. He went deep on the design hole. He messed up the chip. He looked dejected. It looked like we thought, from that point, a 4-shot swing, his qualifier might be done. He comes back and fires a 2-better the next game. And so that's impressive because you see it here. When I'm in the tank, I'm in the tank.
Yeah.
Right? Like when you go in the tank,
it's hard to get out of
so
that.
when you do it, the fact that he was able to pull himself out and actually shoot a good qualifier and make a really good cut, it's awfully impressive.
Yeah, I mean, just looking here at the brackets, Evan Gossett, he's gonna be taking on Bryce Lepic. So number 1 versus number 32.
Yep.
Gossett is, he needs this. The 2018 world champion, he has had an unfortunate slump the last couple of years, and he knows it.
Ryan Sparks with an ace, by the way. That's
I heard that
Jeff
back
Lannon.
there. Paige Gossett, his wonderful wife, part of the Power Events crew. I think she's given him enough push, like, hey, you're Evan Gossett, you're a former world champ. Like, let's get back to who you are.
So here we go. You're seeing them fire up. Andy Haas, Lance Harrison, what I think many would consider one of the more compelling matches. I can't imagine that Andy, who I believe qualified third, is thrilled.
No, you don't normally see Lance Harris in that 30 spot on a 32-man bracket.
Well, and also Lance is not scared. And by the way, on the match behind them, Ryan Sparks hits a hole-in-one. Jeff Lannon, I believe, answers with an ace. And these guys are playing, a heck of a match. Looks like Lannon is up 1 stroke. So we'll try and also provide some updates as we can to keep the scoring kind of, up to date. A lot going on here as first round is underway, and also a big gathering around these 2 streaming machines,
yes.
too. By the time we get to championship time, this is going to be nuts. All right, so Haas and Harris are
Pine Creek.
Okay, good. Is this so? Take us through a little Pine Creek. You talked a little bit about it before, but
yeah. So this is a Golden Tee 97 remaster course. A perfect choice by Jim Z for the old school remaster course this year.
Are you saying that because you had something to do with it?
No, but I appreciate the shout out there.
Well,
No,
shout out is I was going to Jag, but
No,
yeah,
it's
shout
okay.
out it is. Yes.
No, these are courses that, frankly, we didn't think we had access to, and we found the files, and Jim C said, yes, let's do it. This is a much different course than Tropical, not just because it's a forest versus, the water of Tropical Falls, but Hole 1's a perfect example.
Yeah, look at that.
This was never drivable in the old school 3D golf game because you just had a regular set of clubs, stock balls. Now, especially when it comes to head-to-head match play, you see Lance playing it smart. He knows he's probably got a 75% chance of getting there, but the last thing you want to do against anybody, much less Andy Haas, is go down a stroke on hole 1.
And also, these guys think they have a really good chance to get this one to roll. And real quick note about the format, by the way. So they're going to play 18 holes. Great shot points really don't matter.
Nope.
If they're tied, we go into sudden death. And with like a hole like this in sudden death where you gain a stroke, lose a stroke, it's going to make for some really interesting and wild games. We saw a lot of sudden death in our last Worlds.
Also, the Mobile Worlds guys, they set the bar of sudden death for this weekend.
Yep.
And so we'll see how many matches go that route. These are courses that these players have been, playing for so long now because of COVID and everything.
Oof.
Oh, almost Andy Haas doing Andy Haas things.
Thought he had it.
I think that plays a factor because these courses came out in September of 2020. And so usually
Yes.
we're in the new year courses right now. And before anybody asks, May
Yes,
is what we're
spring-
shooting for.
spring is coming. Yeah, we're gonna-
Spring is here soon.
And I was talking to some of the players about that, and I think the interesting thing is maybe for a lot of high-volume players who have an advantage at this point because they've seen it look so many times, maybe someone who doesn't play as many games a month can acquire that knowledge, So
Well, that's why I always tell people I don't
shot.
care if it's coming to Vegas for Worlds, going to a national Power Events tournament, or even going to a local tournament that your operator or location might have. Play Golden Tee with better players. It makes you a better player in the long run.
All right, so we got a good, fun couple of long putts, although that one is straight in, we think.
Yeah, and once you get – I know I'm not anywhere near the caliber of Lance Harris, so he makes that look easy.
Yes,
But when
he
it comes
does.
to like straight long putts, I will mess that up more than a left 10, 58
And
foot
he's
putt.
clicking left to right to see if there's any other break in it, which there isn't, and it's never left its line. So,
No.
again, a putt that I would undoubtedly flop. Maybe not you, but I would.
Honestly, that's. Now here's the thing about Pine Creek. So holes 1 through 3, 2 and 3 pretty much drivable all the time. Although 1 is such a fringe case, and if it wasn't match play, you probably would have saw
2,
both these
4,
guys.
6, yeah.
These guys probably would have went after 1. Hole 6 is a really, really short par 3, and these guys, that's where you're going to start to see GSPs, I think.
Yeah, this is this one you would just want to give yourself a reasonable look.
And I will get, I will
a good
always
shot.
give Jim Z credit where credit is due because he's a genius.
master.
Truly a master of his craft. But the par 5s on this course are brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, the first one coming up, I got Brandon Robinson here staring me down as I say that because he knows it's so true. But the first par 5 that they get,
shot.
you've got a couple different options, and we'll see that here shortly. But to a lesser player than these guys, when it comes to head-to-head match play
AKA
at a
me.
tournament, and me,
Yeah.
that is where you can already start to lose strokes.
So, yes, I think a key here, too, and I'm looking at the other machine. It looks like Mr. Taylor is up 1 after 9.
Yeah, 15 to 14 on Forest.
It looks like that, I'm looking at scores here. Did Ryan Sparks with a 27, and again, we're going to try and relay scores as they go.
Thank you for confirming that was a 27. I'm like looking all the way down. I'm like,
Yeah, I need some glasses,
Yeah.
too.
I really wish it would just go to the next screen.
I believe he may have gotten him. I believe Sparks in that since it's showing his name first, too. But we'll see. We'll confirm in a second here. All right, so sizing up a shot here is Mr. Lance Harris.
And I hate to bring it up, but we have to bring it up. Both these players using the stout golf ball.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
that wind on there to them is half the distance there, or half the speed.
Good shot.
Also, it looks like Ryan lost to a
Okay.
31
Sorry,
on Monte.
So I'm not expecting to see. I saw a 1. I wasn't expecting to see a 3-1.
Yeah,
so
I
Lemon
can't
with a
imagine.
31. So those guys both fire aces. Lemon down a little bit early, and then boom.
Yeah.
Wow, 31. So Lemon is alive.
Now, this is that first par 5 I was talking about. Some players will hit high 10-5 around. Others will hit a high 6 wood just to get it in the fairway. You'd have, you hit it short to get on that fairway, you're going to have an offset look. But having an offset look off the fairway is a heck of a lot better than being stuck in the rough on this hole.
Yes, absolutely. And this is a tough hole.
And again, to Jim Z's credit with the tee system he has on these holes, if those guys were on the right-hand side, completely different shot they would have done there.
It looks like, just looking over at machine 3 here, it looks like Evan is in quite a match. I think they're all square deep into the game here. 1 seed versus number 32, and I think they were squared up. So we'll give you an update on that as we get it.
Yeah, playing on Hidden Temple, a course that these guys did not have to play yesterday in qualifying.
Yeah, and I think Evan, just based on body language, he kind of always is just circling around like a shark waiting to pounce, but it.
I can't tell. I didn't want to
standing
fall
in the way. Tell Evan to move. I'm sure he'd love that.
It's too early for me to fall off the chair. So
yes. All right. So here's the shorty par 3 that you were talking about. I think you're going to see a couple of different shots on this thing today. I'm interested to see. It looks like, at least right now, Lance is going to size this up a little bit more traditional.
Yeah, I like this look because I have super spin clubs, and so I've made the mistake. If you get a pin that's short near that water, you can barely use bite on this hole because it's so short. You got to worry about the water. These guys are going to give it a good run here, and just outside.
Wow.
All right, I did it yesterday. Let's see if I can do it again. Do I call Andy Haas hole-in-one here?
This is going to be really, really
now,
close.
does Andy Haas use the wedge, or does he use like a driver, just jam it in like Desert
That's what I was
6?
wondering. I think in the match play, you're going to see maybe a different strategy.
Now you can see Andy Haas. These guys are really meticulous with the way they move that tee.
That looks good.
Boom!
You were going to say boom.
No,
you were going to say boom. And
I was
then
not.
It turned into boo.
I was not booing
boo.
him.
No, not a boo. Yeah.
I was trying to scare Adam.
Yes, I thought that was in. I
think Andy Haas just said wow.
Andy thought it was in.
There's no objects flying near us yet, so I think we're okay.
Taking a big gulp of that Truly. Earned. And it looks like, based on those guys,
yes. And Bryce going into OT.
Going to be an OT.
So we were just talking about this. That first match in championship going overtime here.
Number 1 versus number 32. It's a little different than you'll see in March Madness in a couple of weeks, right? These guys are all good. They're all capable. And wow.
Now let's talk about Hidden. Big up for Bryce if he's able to pull us off against a former world champ.
And we'll keep you guys updated. Now, sudden death with our number 1 seed here as we're trying to keep updated on as many machines as possible. I see Mark McLevich, word of mouth. Now standing over a game. Paul Taylor is still up 1 on hole 14 over Mr. Gomez. We got a good visual here for a lot of games, which is nice.
The stage is beautiful with this big screen. It turned out to be a really, really great setup here. And it's perfect, too, because I hope this stage is weighted accordingly because we've got a lot of people sitting on it, our little stage we're on, because it's a perfect vantage point because you have 6 games, you got the big screen. It really is perfect for watching Championship Sunday matches.
All right, so Evan, unable to end the match, had like a reasonable fairway shot, so they're on to keep moving. And, of course, you're watching Lance Harris, fresh off a second-place finish in Golden T-Mobile World Championship, trying to make another run here. Let's see. Both these guys have been around it. Haas has had a shot that we thought would drop that didn't. See if he can get one to drop.
I feel like we're going to hear about that one.
He didn't like that. Of course, he's not staring at his hands. He's staring at the trackball saying, why didn't you cooperate? Still OT in our 1 versus 32 match as well.
Evan back there getting great shot points. Doesn't matter in sudden death, though.
No, it doesn't matter in sudden death. Sudden death is. I like playing in sudden death, but it is stressful. It is stressful, especially when you're going up against someone that can make every single shot, which pretty much everybody playing today can. So, you mentioned the par fives. Here's Andy Haas.
Yeah, this one was always brutal, and I almost think it may be harder in Golden Tee Live because players have so many different options of clubs. Now, again, these are World Championship caliber players. In Andy's case, a two-time world champ.
Lance is laughing.
So you're not surprised by any of the shots that these guys hit?
No, I think again, I haven't seen this with my own eyes in a while. It's still striking in terms of some of the pace at which these guys play, specifically Haas, who it looks almost robotic.
$1 million thumbs is what used to call them, and I think it's still true.
That's a good line. A little bit more, and that's in. All right, so still sudden death.
Okay. So real quick, on the Gomez and Taylor match, Gomez putting in for par on one of the par fours, I believe, but Paul Taylor, or excuse me, I think that's a par five, but Paul Taylor missed an eagle putt. All right, so
here we go. Lance and Haas still methodically going through the motions here.
Now it's interesting. So Lance doing that on purpose. He wants to get as far as he can. Doesn't care that he's going to be in that first cut there. These guys just want to work their thumbs out. They really do. And it's tough, too, because you've got that pin that's tucked away a little bit, but just enough room to potentially squeeze something in.
It's a tough pin to get at with the break, but that was a really good line.
And you got to be careful, too, because that fringe is sloped a little bit. So if you go too far to the right, like you or I probably would do trying to hit this or trying to hole out, it could potentially put you in a bad spot.
Haas looked standing behind the game a little bit frustrated, I think, because A, he just can't get it to drop right now, and B, every time he doesn't, he knows that Lance can.
All right, so we are going to throw it up to have both games on here. So we got Haas and Harris, Gomez and Taylor. Both these guys on Forest Knoll, Gomez and Taylor, probably very thankful they have an quote-unquote easy drivable setup here. Because, wow, Bryce Lepic hits a hole-in-one in OT. Evans got to match it.
Wow.
Or our number one seed's going to go 0-1.
Wow. So sudden death. Evans still has a chance to extend the game. I'll say I think the scoring, I don't think it's anything that Evan did. I think just Bryce has been on fire. So you can hear it's getting a little tense in this room now.
Oh! All right, so Evan Gossett, number one seed, gets taken down by Bryce Lepic. That's an extremely impressive performance by Bryce. And, this hole for Haas and Harris is a tricky one. This is drivable sometimes, but with the wind in the face like that, even with these guys using stouts, probably not something you want to flirt with when it comes to, head-to-head match play, especially against, Andy Haas.
All right, so let's see the strategy here. Yeah, we saw some guys try to drive this yesterday. Wow, first shocker of the day, though. I think the room, even though we've got matches all over the place, is still kind of
Wow, so Taylor and Gomez tied at 24. A few mistakes by both these guys. Not a fun-looking shot there on 17 of Forest, that tri-tiered green.
Terrifying.
If that wind was 10 to the left, beautiful. You'd probably get a couple of hole outs here. Gomez, no. Yeah, that's...
That's a shot, frankly. I know it's a small landing area. For me, not fun. That's a shot. We saw it yesterday in the qualifier, another par 3. And Andy Haas is in. Andy Haas with a hole out. It was a matter of time. Don't leave Lance hanging. Please, it's making me uncomfortable.
Just yell.
And he doesn't know.
No, that's why I said,
Turn around.
These guys are in the zone.
Yeah, they are.
All right, this is a pretty beautiful setup here on 13 for this drivable par 4.
All right, so and Gomez, by the way, now sizing up what is a really interesting shot. I don't have this shot. I'm assuming.
I sure as hell don't have the shot. I don't even know how to tell. I mean, the problem is not just that he's got a chip off of the rough for par. He's got 2 tiers to worry about.
And so anything that goes down is going to go down with speed.
Yeah, and you can see look on his face like he knows he needs to get this to even remotely have a chance against Taylor. But I mean, this has been a back and forth match, and Lance deciding to go the other way around, left to right,
Yeah.
which is probably not a bad idea.
No. All right.
And you look at Gomez; he's thinking about putting that. Not that it's a really good thing to putt, but it might be better than taking that 9-iron and potentially putting it in the water.
Yeah, and this is the time to size up the shot. Our stage filling up, by the way, behind us.
Yes.
There it is.
Good. It means we have food and drink runners here
Uh-huh.
for us.
All right, so
Oh.
that's the problem. That's the problem with that shot. All right, so you're gonna hit it again, but I believe that's gonna be that. Oh, that's a great shot. I know it's
jeez.
double bogey, and he doesn't want to hear it, but that is a great shot.
Yeah, and you saw the look in his face. He could do nothing but kind of laugh at that. It's like,
So
what the
again,
heck?
we saw this yesterday, and he responded. He'll have a chance to respond one more time. All right, so I was watching Mr. Gomez. I didn't see what. Oh, okay. So Haas has a putt. He did not look happy. He's farther away than. Doesn't matter.
I don't know what it is about these cameras, but they make Andy Haas's cheek look nice and rosy red, and I don't know. I just had to point that out because when
You think it's makeup? Like
yeah, he's been in a makeup
stage?
chair. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got stage hands here in the back, freshen him up.
It's just it's hot. He runs hot.
That's true. I mean, honestly, like, he's got his AirPods in, and
Doesn't have this big glorious beard.
that is true.
All right, so Lance and Haas still very much a game. Gomez and Taylor going to finish things up.
Now Taylor doing the smart thing and laying up.
Yep.
This is not. I mean, that's a great shot by Gomez, and it's a little disappointing for him, of course, succumbing to that tier on 17. But
It's a good shot by Paul. Laying up, by the way, we talked a little bit about it yesterday. It's awkward.
it's not something you do.
No,
you
it's
do
not,
lightly.
It's not something you do. So even when you see somebody lay up, don't. That match has reached its conclusion. Paul Taylor, Gomez not done by any means, but Paul is victorious, and we are back now to Haas and Harris. There's Jim Z looking on in the background, thinking about all the new glorious courses he's going to make, getting some ideas. And now Haas, who I believe still has a one-stroke lead, correct?
Yep, and this is the other par 5 that I was thinking about from Pine Creek. This is a really nice setup because of that 14-mile-an-hour wind. You can just smack a really big C3 and still be okay. He is in the first cut, so he's not going to have to worry. You also can lay up short like Lance is looking to do here and go through the gap of the trees. With that 14-mile-an-hour wind, or a 7 in his case, as long as he's got a clear opening here, this might be GSPs, I think, for him.
Yeah, this is a pretty
Nice
good
little
look.
backspin with 4-wood.
Looking over at machine 6, it looks like Mouth is going to win his match. Mouth actually laid up, which is a weird thing to say, but he did. So we're moving, by the way.
Yes.
we were moving along. All right, so but this match, Kevin, and I love this about it is Lance has played really clean.
Oh, come on.
He was almost no longer clean. You might need to clean your shorts.
Oh, man. Andy Haas is just like, you can see a look in the face. He's just like, what?
I'm telling you, Lance will not be. Lance ain't even scared, right? That is not. It's not in his mantra. Our resident hipster librarian. All right, so Haas now probably happy to be here. With still the score being what it is.
This may be one of the worst par 3s Jim Z's ever designed.
Oh,
And I
wow.
mean that respectfully. For exactly reasons like that. And I actually talked to him
Wow.
about it yesterday. There's a clear reason why this was probably one of the last par 3s he's ever really offset with objects in front of it so close. Because the players back then didn't like
Wow.
it, and Andy Haas for sure did not like that setup there.
Wow, so that's a bit of a stunning turn here. So
And I'll be honest, my concern for Andy grows here because it's not like he can just easily chip that on the green and
No.
put in for par and be tied.
We have to see what he has.
It really is. He's in the weeds. I've done that, unfortunately, one too many times, and he is obviously 1,000 times better than me, but he's going to have to think about that.
So this is an interesting strategy moment for Lance, too, because now par might be fine.
Yeah,
right?
I'm really surprised he's going with the 7 hybrid here. I would have thought he would have clubbed up and low teed, but again, it's tough because you don't want to. He's not going to want to high tee that because, well, okay.
Well, you want to minimize the spin, I think, basically, because the ball's going to be coming in left to right.
I'm just concerned about him hitting the tree, but all right, that was beautiful. I mean, there's a reason why Lance Harris is Lance Harris. Now this might be a little bit better than. I mean, he's on the mulch, but he's got to worry not as much about the red bushes in front of him, but the tree above him.
Wow, great shot. Great shot. All right.
That could have been a deal breaker.
All right, so now let's see what happens here. I'm not going to be jinxing anybody's putts. I'm not saying, tapping this in. But it looks like, where are we at in terms of score? So we are squared up.
And
here.
I wonder if this is the setup that Mouth had in his match. I cannot confirm, but we did see the problem with this hole, when you try to drive it, those are massive bunkers.
Yes.
Or not, the bunker's not massive, but the green being elevated is awful.
Yes, you could run into a tough situation. A lot of these guys, I don't know how many have lob wedges even in their bag. You can run into a rough spot there.
Honestly, I feel like if this was me, I would just high tee it and not even try to get on the green. Get it as far right as you can into that sand and have a nice little chip up for eagle, which is where these guys may go.
Yesterday, watching Andy Haas on this hole, he hit it deep and I believe made the chip. That was the out yesterday. Is just try and knock it as far as you can. But even that is an interesting pin for a chip.
Yeah.
Also, depending on where you are, you're assuming you're going to be right. So I'd say the one thing working for Andy Haas right now, not losing a one-stroke lead is rough, but you get to watch here. This is valuable intel, of course, in this match.
It really is, and even if these guys, as great as they are, laying up is probably the worst option because then you're cutting against that wind. You don't have a lot of room to play with. The last thing you want to do is get stuck in the water.
If you're going to lay up, you're probably going to want to bend that around the fairway. But Lance ain't laying up.
Oh,
great shot.
Wow.
Great shot. Wow.
Andy's look in the last couple of holes on his face has been very interesting. I don't know if I've seen a lot of that out of Andy.
That looks good too. All right, so
now
chip off. And Andy's to go first. Now this is his wheel zone. Wheelhouse.
But Andy's had a couple of really. I do not want to. I was just about to say I didn't want to repeat a 2017 against Bernhardt.
Wow. All right, so.
Does it count as a jinx if I didn't say it yet? That's tough.
Number 1 seed goes down.
Potentially. Sorry. Number 3 potentially here.
And now number 3 goes down. Lance Harris. And Haas is going to have to walk that one off. So it is tense in here right now.
And this is only the beginning.
And you can hear Andy in the back, not happy with it. Misses a chip that.
Now on machine 2 here, we've got Brandon Robinson against Eddie Godfrey.
I got my heart is pounding here. So
I know.
Brandon Robinson, go Redbirds. Let's keep going. Brandon Robinson.
See Jeff Lannon there in the
background.
background.
Shout out to Brujas Bar, home of the famous burger basket, and the Golden Tea Machine in the corner.
It's funny how those things happen.
Where we learned to play many moons ago.
Oh, Tropical Falls. Honestly, this is Eddie G. I love Eddie G.
I think also, and we got. Is this the final line sheet here? Eddie at 30-1. We were talking a little bit about it yesterday. Some of the best value on the board.
Let's talk about really quick the other matchups they had. Both Andy Haas and Evan Gossett losing their first match.
Wow.
Jeff Lannon, though, it looks like he won against Sparks, like we mentioned
I didn't
earlier.
even see these up until today, the other matchups.
Really?
That's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's fantastic.
So as these guys are getting ready to tackle this tough hole on 4,
Oh, God, yeah.
Bryce Lepic versus Emprez coming up in the second round here. Jeff Lannon, Steve Beatty. That's a good matchup. Steve Beatty, a home edition owner, been playing really well lately. Ryan McCook, Mark the Mouth McClevich.
They qualified together yesterday.
Yeah.
I thought Ryan McCook.
I got chills saying that because these
Yeah.
guys go way back.
They do, and I think they like playing with each other too. Oh, good shot! Wow. I think. What were you going to give me a phrasing?
No. I just.
You're eyeing me up
I
with
know.
the
I
phrasing.
know. I'm a little
Hey,
kid
fair
here.
enough.
Oh wow.
All right.
All right.
So
Now, both these guys, I know they've done their due diligence when it comes to Tropical Falls.
yep.
Eddie G, a more seasoned player. Brandon Robinson, great player, home edition owner, plays, at the bars too as well. So he's been stepping up his game the last couple of years.
Oh my goodness, yes. Yeah, he and I used to play some every tournament. Even though we had played a lot in college, we would play one another in matches, and he would own me pretty thoroughly. But I think his game has kind of reached a new threshold. Honestly,
And honestly, the other part too, Tropical Falls. I don't think Tropical Falls cares who it is. Like, it can really damage any top player's game. We saw it there in the last hole. Robinson having a long chip that he missed. So these guys are back to being tied. But a lot of dangerous holes in Tropical Falls.
so we saw the one in the 3 seeds go down. Joe Massara, has he played yet? Can you, if you have chance, we'll pull up the bracket here because it's very interesting in terms of, we talked about the silver side being loaded. Now the loser, I hate calling it the
I
loser
know.
side, the backdraw, to use the tennis term, is loading up very fast.
No, so we've got Godfrey and Robinson going on. Massara, Adam Harris is still to come.
Okay.
George Von Kay and Frank Knowles.
Yep.
Chris Brewer and Todd Clark.
They are playing over there on machine 3, it
Yep.
looks like.
Al Zarel, Kevin O'Connor. That's
Yep.
an interesting match. Al Zarel qualifying 11. Kevin O'Connor 22. Will Sandstead and Kyle Heasley, I believe those two gentlemen are playing right now. But this is, seeing these courses too, and shout out to Paul Kroll and Greg Therard, our guys back home, and Jay Huber as well. Seeing these courses here. So McCook played Wilson on Temple, and a lot of guys drawing Pine, it looks like here.
Which is a really fun match play course.
Oh, yeah.
Really fun match play course.
Honestly, if we had Pine Creek and Tropical Falls as the head-to-head matches all day, I think it would be wonderful.
So here's Eddie G, who, again, I think one of the more underrated players.
Calling
in
a
the
hole
world,
out
too.
here?
I think it's going to be close.
All right, I'm going to yell at him for that.
No, GSPs. No, I think Eddie, who's made runs in this before, could, it's a matter of time. I mean, it just is right there. Has game with everybody and also has the perfect mentality for today. Very even keel, very rock steady, and really, really good.
Hit the shot. I mean, we have a lot of great shot makers, obviously, in this, not just in Golden Tee, but in this building. Eddie G hit some of what I have to respectfully call the stupidest shots I've ever seen, because I don't know what else to call it, but he hits shots nobody else does, and he makes them.
Yes.
Like low tees through the trees over the water.
Ooh.
Oh.
Thought he had it.
I can't. I love the guy. He's a great player, great friend. But man, he tries some shots that I don't think anybody should have the business of doing.
His shots of the week catalog over the years is robust. Eddie has done some things, created some YouTube moments that you've seen on games.
I told him the other day we literally could do a shots of the year just on hit the type of crazy shots he hits.
All right, so that fine. You would think for Mr. Brandon Robinson. I don't think he loved the shot. No, he didn't.
I don't think he hit the trackball the way he wanted to there. That you could tell it. But Brandon does not have the tournament experience. Although he has a lot, Eddie G has a lot more on him.
Well, yes, Brandon's played in a lot of the kind of the regional power events. So we'll keep it here for now, just to kind of focus in on the course, and then.
Kevin O'Connor,
fire up
Al
the
Zarel.
quad here shortly.
Yeah, these guys on Hidden Temple. Looks like Todd Clark is playing back there on 3 against Brewer.
George Von Kay is up now over there on machine 6 as well.
Yeah, we've got some quality matches here on the stage.
So here's a beefy shot and a good line.
Oh,
thank you, extended fringe.
yes. Jim's sitting there writing notes, going, we got to pull that back a little bit. That's too much.
That's a really good shot. Yeah, that's a really good shot, and it was a great line. I thought I had a chance to go in. Now Eddie G here.
Yeah,
doesn't have to hit it as hard.
Oh,
Okay, now that's a putt. That's going to be a big breaking left 6.
Now, you know what? And I was just going to say it. He I don't know why he just went right into that putt.
Yeah.
He did not take even a second to blink,
Now-
which is not unlike Eddie G.
Yeah, that is interesting. All right, so there's a drop shot. Wow. And Brandon Robinson taking a big, deep breath, saying, okay.
I'll tell you, he's taking a deep breath too, because hole 9, this can set up really nasty. And although this is not a gimme by any means, this is much more. You got a much bigger opening here to avoid the trees than you typically would, because anywhere on that bottom left corner where you see a little bit of dark green that's not a tree, that's where a tee box can show up. And again, kudos to Jim Z and his creativity, because it gives you moments like this. Oh,
Not just sit. I guess go on. What the hell do I know? But that was beautiful. Beautiful. All right, so that's always a big moment too. You get a lead. You're not in the bit. Look at this little one wood action.
Again, Eddie G is nutty, and yeah, I didn't even know we had a one wood, and I know almost everything Golden Tee. Like, that's how many people use it. He has a creative club set. Bad choice there, though.
All right, so goes deep. That one looked a little long from the jump, and it was. And now, if you're Brandon Robinson, you don't, it's not foot off the gas, but you're certainly going to change the way you play a little bit. And you probably should, right? I mean,
oh, absolutely. He knows he has to just take a step back.
That shot right there. Just pound greens. Give yourself. You don't want to give yourself 15 to 20, 25 foot putts. You want to keep your putting, comfortable. That's the big thing.
Yeah, and there's another big hole coming up. One of the par 4s. Well, actually, there's 2 of them. I want to say it's hole 11. That's a big. Eddie G has a shot of the week on that one, bouncing it off the rock and hitting a hole in one. And in the other hole, I think it's 13 or 14. Another tough, almost semi-drivable par 4. Brandon Robinson has like a one bird around the rocks shot of the week. This was, excuse me, so I got my numbers mixed up. This is the one that Brandon Robinson had a really, really tough far left tee box that he had to cut around. I've never seen a tee box this far right, so these guys are probably breathing a sigh of relief.
That's a good shot.
Oh!
Good shot. He's locked in right now.
Yeah?
And he kind of knows it. You see it on his face. 3-shot lead. Long way to go.
You think Brandon's listening to the live stream of us talking while he's playing?
Yes. I'm sure that's exactly what he's listening to.
The sounds of Adam and Kevin.
These guys, these idiots. No, I mean, he looks very calm, but 3 shots on this course,
Yeah. Honestly, if it was any other course in the Golden Tee Live catalog, but this, I would feel much better about it. But Brandon and then Eddie G, like, these guys know, they know Tropical can bite you. I mean, honestly, almost every single one of the next holes can set up massively difficult.
Oh yeah. Here we go, shorty. Just not far enough, but not bad at all.
Yeah, you can't go.
Could be a nice, comfy uphill putt, you would think. And Eddie now, if we talk about, Mr. Robinson's mentality, Eddie is thinking, I got to hole something. If I can hole something, then I get some momentum. But that's a tough line. I mean, distance there is everything.
Now, you saw Eddie G. So a lot of these guys putt in for their opponent if it's close enough. You saw Eddie thought it was a little closer than that. He stepped back. He's like, you know what?
Which is good.
No, it's I tell you what, though, all respect to Brandon. He's a great guy, great player. I would not think that he would have a 3-stroke lead on Eddie G.
No.
And that's how easy things can change, Brandon playing lights out here on this course.
Good shot.
Almost too far on that. He got lucky there. He didn't hit the fringe. But when it comes to head match play, you have to just take advantage of your opponent's mistakes.
Yep, and that's it. And then not give anything back. Oh. Wow.
You see Brandon laughing in the background. So that had
Wow.
3 opportunities to go in the hole.
It did.
Almost dunked it, bounced off the pin, and almost fell back
Could have
in.
come back,
You know,
and it didn't budge. It just concrete.
it just stopped.
Still 3 strokes here as we get to
This-
par 5.
This may be the easiest hole in the next 5.
Yeah.
Honestly, just high tee, blow it over.
Good look, too. Yep.
I'm going to call it. One of these guys is going to get GSPs on this hole.
Oh, I think it's. Yeah, I thought you were going whole out.
No.
It's
I have
kinda
to be careful. I
Limping
can't.
into that. I'm going to say both get GSPs.
Okay.
Yeah, good win for GSPs. Good. This is a good. I like it. Although I don't know. Let's
If Brandon has a 7 hybrid, I may throw that back in my club. I really love the hybrids.
see. You'll start using that.
Yeah, I love hitting with the 5 hybrid. It just comes off so much lower than the irons, and it feels like it's easier to hole out with. Not that I'm holing out often,
No.
but
Yeah. Okay, buddy.
also the 5 hybrid is my chipping best friend.
All right. Let's see. So we're looking around here.
Oh, come on.
All right,
Eddie
so-
G with the GSPs, though.
Now that's got to be frustrating because, you need one of those to drop, and then all of a sudden you can change the whole tone of the match. Maybe you make your opponent a little bit tight.
This was the hole 15. Sorry to interrupt you. This one,
It's all good.
this is probably a beautiful setup.
Yeah, it is.
If that win was flipped, these guys would be laying up. Brandon specifically. Eddie G having a shot of the week where he literally hit it
Wow.
off of that back wall
That
and
is a
dunked it.
wonderful setup. That is as good of a look here as you're
I mean, honestly,
probably going to get.
and Eddie G is going to probably fight between the 9 wood, the 2 iron, and all right, he's going to go with the 9 wood.
You got to push this thing out.
That looks good. Looks
Oh.
good. Oh, come on! Back-to-back GSPs for Eddie G.
He's had about 3 balls in the last 6 holes that looked like they could go in.
And this,
But-
that's what's so tough is, in a normal game, Eddie G wouldn't care. Great shots, get the points, that's good. But when it comes to being down strokes, it is so tough. This is also a killer par 5. You have to be very,
Yes,
very careful.
Yes, very precise.
I think Jim Z. Oh, he's not standing over here. He needs to bring back the fallen. Bring back more of these high ledges, par 5s. Like, this is tough.
This is tough.
And you also have that tree right there too. You got to be careful. The
Yes.
AG was a little too close for comfort for me there.
All right.
Now, I think that's a really smart move by Brandon to take the release off because you want to pound that
Perfect.
10.5 hard as you can to get away from the water. And Eddie G's got a little more room to work with if he wants to kind of roll it in there.
Looks like Chris Brewer just sank him a double eagle. Trying to figure out where they are on. Let's see. All right, we'll get some scores in as they
Oh,
come.
yeah, that was hole 18.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Mr. Brewer,
Mr. Brewer moving
the
on
W.
up.
I believe he was the 6th seed in the qualifier. Now, another decent look here, by the way. I mean, if you're Brandon, you've absolutely loved,
Yeah.
and that's no knock, honestly.
No,
it's
no,
just,
it's just the
you want
mentality head to
comfort.
head.
You can be, oh man, that's the kind of stuff you'll see from Eddie that makes it so different.
See,
All
he got robbed. He should have had trot points there.
All right, so 3 shots.
I'd be. Brandon would have to make a really bad mistake
There's
here.
really no need to lay up. You could just pound this on the green. You have a nice big green.
Probably
and
should
that's
use
abs-
backspin.
Yeah,
But here's the thing: even if Eddie G holds it and he misses his putt,
Yep.
it.
You can 2-putt.
Oh, don't do it, Eddie. Oh,
My
man.
goodness gracious. So Brandon's probably, feeling good, but also like,
That's a beautiful
Wow.
putt, dead center.
wow, what a round. What a round. Brandon Robinson takes down Eddie G.
I don't know if there's anybody who is a nicer person in losing a match than Eddie G.
All right, so we take a little lap around the room here. Matches are in full swing. Golden Tee World Championship here at the Westgate. We've got championship matches going. We've got silver matches going. We're plowing through this field. We've seen our 1 seed fall. We've seen our 3 seed fall. And now we're looking in at Al Jazzy, who shot some scores yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, I said it earlier. He made a couple of mistakes on Pine, so it dropped him down to, I believe, the 11th seed. But he's playing Kevin O'Connor. Kevin O'Connor has a national tournament victory a few years ago. I know he's a great guy. I mean, they both are. But Kevin is itching to get back into the swing of winning an event. And, you know, he may just do it.
So here they are, ready to take us through the back 9. And that's fine. These are 2 guys that could absolutely make a run if they get off to a good start.
Yeah, both these guys, I believe, home edition owners as well. You know, so they've seen a lot of these probably a lot of these new mixed tees a handful of times. This is a good one, hole 11. It used to be fringe drivable before, but now it's almost always drivable with the new tees.
Yeah, get the fringe out of there, absolutely.
It is a little, you know, nerve-wracking because you have to be careful. You don't want to get too cute.
Hill.
Yeah, the hill, but also these trees too. It's like, okay, do I do a 6 wood to be safe, or do you just do a 3 around here?
High tee will not help you out here by any means.
No. I think this is a smart call. 5 wood. He doesn't pound it too hard.
That's
he just wants to get it right up there.
And you still get a decent amount of spin, of course, even with bite because of the way the green is laid out. All right, so we've got a game, another streaming game open that we'll see who's heading up over there. Good shot. All right, so these guys now working through. I see Andy Haas gonna try and, you know, avoid 0-2, frankly.
Yeah, so Andy Haas taking on Will Sandstead here.
All right, so
what did you call it earlier instead of the losers bracket? The
back draw.
The back draw.
Back draw.
I like that.
Yeah, losers, you know, we're marketing guys. We've got to be a little nicer here. So
the losers back draw.
Yes. The oopsie bracket.
All right, so not the ideal setup either these guys wanted to see on 12 of Hidden Temple, because
I don't. Well, so what is the shot here? Are you going left of the structure here and bringing in?
You're gonna have to high tee it though.
Yep.
At least I would to be safe.
Boy,
but the problem is
a
like
big 6 wood if
using
you're gonna cut that.
using the 6 wood. Now Kevin just being careful. That's a really, really great shot. Be interesting to see, because the problem is you go to that right hand side, you have to have a lot of spin on that to kick left and don't get, you know, stuck in the fringe or have a putt that you can't even make.
All right, so Mouth and McCook are going to be on the other game, and at some point we'll go 4 wide with those to get you guys in on all the action here.
Oh, and these guys swiped Pine Creek.
Oh, that's a doozy. So we'll get that one up here shortly as well. But in the meantime, we got ourselves a good match brewing, but we've got a big miss putt. Wow. That was a bunny that he missed, and he knew it. Wow. Wow. All right, so.
All right, really quick on the back draw side of things, Evan Gossett taking on C.J. Wangler.
Wow, it's a good match.
And Ryan Sparks, Jason Wickstrom, Justin Wilson, Robert Kennedy, Andy Fox, and Mike Demko. Andy Fox another guy up there in the odds, and then Andy Haas versus Kyle Heasley.
Wow.
Now, right now, I don't want to get too crazy. So, Bryce Lepic and Michael Perez, Jeff Lannon and Steve Beatty, Haddock and Luna, Harris and Sandstead. Those guys all playing or getting ready to play continue matches in the winners bracket side of things here.
Wow.
And while we're talking about the brackets, I'm gonna let me flip.
All right, so Al Jazzy now.
Yep. Let's take a look. We'll go quad so we can show you both games here.
Yeah, these are great matches. There it is. Mouth moving the machine. Getting it right up.
And he's disappeared.
And it looked like the TV just went black when he moved it. Ryan McCook standing behind doesn't necessarily look. Yes. All right, so Mouth misses his chip. All right, so 4 wide here. This is like stim overload. I love this hole on Hidden Temple, by the way, on the left. What's your strategy here? I guess your strategy and match play strategy, it's pretty gnarly pin, it looks like.
I would almost rather go up a club and basically use the backspin to go left to right. But not a bad call here by Kevin either.
Oh.
Oh.
Mouth with
that looks good.
Shot. Back looks up like it's holding up fine.
Yes. Duct tape and nails holding up the mouth's back together.
All right, so we are moving through these brackets now. Al Jazzy trying to make a run here. McCook, who I think has a fascinating path. We talked about it yesterday a little bit. Wow, that was.
There's not a lot you can do here. I know we're talking about Mouth and McCook, really, but on the Zarel O'Connor side, there's not a lot you can do because you have to high tee, and having that wind, you don't have to high tee, but the offset combined with the wind and the pin, even for these guys using the stouts, it's still difficult because you can't get too cute.
Yes.
You get cute trying to go right to left in to maybe hole out. That is when you drop it in the water because the rough around that green is not forgiving. You hit that, it's almost guaranteed to probably end up in the water.
So McCook, by the way, hit the chip on 1, hence the difference in the score, I believe, -6 to -5 versus Mouth. So,
yep.
And I say that was an observation I had yesterday. Was just I had watched Ryan play when I was going to all these tournaments, and I mean he was one of the best players in the world. Took a break, and then to watch his game, how good it looked yesterday was impressive. I mean, he is.
Oh, Zarel just missed a putt. This is a big putt for Kevin O'Connor. But yeah, I mean, McCook, he is one of a handful of players that we've seen kind of make a comeback after retiring, or semi-retiring or whatever they want to call it. But
yeah,
it goes to show you, like, if you take a couple of years away from this game, it does not take you a lot to get back in.
No, and he was hitting fulls. I mean, he had the full arsenal of tools that maybe were developed when he left. So,
yeah, you wouldn't think that he left at all.
He did not skip a beat. All right, so Mouth, who's down 1, I think is going to give this a really good go here. This may go in.
This is going to go. Yeah, I was going to say this hole out here.
Oh, good shot.
All right, so Kevin O'Connor got a big shot here on hole 16, a par 5 of Hidden Temple. He's got 17, which both these guys know is most likely going to end up brutal for them. It's a good setup. That 16-mile-an-hour wind, I think O'Connor or Zarel, they may give it a run for GSPs. That's a 5 hybrid with bite right in the hole.
All right. So, right in the hole, too.
Now, this is a great setup. We talked about Pine Creek earlier. This is the setup all these guys want when it comes to head-to-head match play because you want to just get out there. You don't want to have any chance to get stuck in the trees.
All right, so I'm trying to keep up. This is like stim overdrive. This is a good look from McCook, though, here, too. Just right. That's fine.
All right, neither of these guys clearly listening to the live stream because they're using the 8-wood. Oh, wait. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, this is juicy.
Come on.
Oh, just kick left with it.
But it's the way that green is sloped coming out of the rough, it's just a beautiful shot to try to give it a run.
All right, so these guys still all square, I believe, on the oof.
That was,
A little close.
A little too close for comfort. Another good run. One of these guys is going to drop this on Pine Creek. Not going to be McCook. But this is Mouth's chance to get back in the game, completely, forget about what happened on hole 1.
Yeah, and he was close, obviously. So he's going to do a low tee and release. Just try and.
Oh, come on.
So close. So close. And I think Mr. McCook is probably.
Yeah.
Because that was one of those
deep
shots.
breaths there.
All right, so here we are. Wow. All right, so
I said it was going to be brutal. I did not think it was going to be.
This is pretty gnarly.
So far away with 15 blowing left.
This is pretty gnarly. So, what is obviously the strategy is to stick.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot, Kev. Beautiful shot.
What the hell?
It
shouldn't be that easy.
I did not think, I like Al if he sticks with the 10-5 here. Roll, I don't like the roll. I'll tell you that right there.
Oh, my goodness gracious. So both of them have burned it now, and both of these guys, McCook and Mouth, are throwing darts.
Al ended up fine. I think if Al would have had release on his shot, he may have drained that. The roll concerned me because if you even touch that back wall with any form of roll, I mean, it's going to kick up and kick out. But he's square away going in to hole 18 here.
So Mouth and McCook, by the way, are flying. This is breakneck pace. These guys are just playing fast. Should be fine.
Ooh, I like this setup on 18. I was thinking we may go sudden death, but this is a good hole-out opportunity.
This is good. Perfect pin with the win.
All right, these guys on the Pine Creek side hitting almost identical shots. It's so fascinating to see how these guys play.
All right, so looking around the room here. See where Andy Haas looks like he is up somewhat comfortably in his match. Trying to regroup a little bit after a pretty stunning loss. Well, not stunning in terms of result, Lance Capelli, but certainly dramatic.
It really isn't. Look at Al. Oh, wow. You see Kev, he's got that smirk on his face, just like, holy crap.
That would have been a walk-off. And now, a down 7. And if you make this game, you're holding your breath for a second here.
Yeah.
I'll just leave it at that. But
I was wondering if you were going there, and
I still do. The whole thing gives me anxiety. All right, but sudden death. It looks like. Again,
yeah, sudden death. We made the joke about Mobile Worlds a few days ago having so many sudden death matches. We wondered where we would get today. These guys, I don't know. Either of these guys, this could go either way. I mean, they're both solid players.
Yes.
But Hidden Temple, that's where Evan Gossett lost in OT to Bryce Lepic. So,
Yes. Sudden death, by the way, again, just to recap the rules, gain a shot, lose a shot, match is over. Not 9 holes, it's not 18 holes. You're going to play the same course. You're going to start. Strategy in sudden death is fascinating, and it also is interesting depending on the course, Kevin, because if there's a really good look on that first hole, chipping opportunity, if it's a par 3, a short par 3, right? So we're looking at these guys here. Based on this wind in sudden death, they're going to have probably a decent crack to get a run at it. So I always love playing in sudden death, but if you're playing a shot maker or hole out machine, and both these guys have given it some runs, it's also a little bit scary.
Let me ask you a question. We haven't talked too much about this. What do you think the longest we'll go in sudden death is today?
Well, we saw Mobile the other night go, I think, a full 18 or
almost
close to it.
More than that.
I'll bet you, based off, depending on the course, we'll go.
Oh, you saw that?
More than 9 holes, for sure. I think we had last year, at last Worlds, we went more than 18 on a sudden death.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. So, but. So now you wait, right? That's the.
I'm sure. I like Kevin's shot here out of the rough.
Yeah. So if this goes in, you'll hear it.
Yes. Not just from us, but this entire room.
All right.
I like that line.
Oh, just kicked left, and he knows it. All right, so looking around a little bit. Adam Harris is up there waiting to play, it looks like. Andy Fox and Mike Demko are up on game 6, are playing as well. And this is an interesting hole in the McCook-McClevich match. That's a really good shot.
You got to be careful because where that pin is, there's trees right in front of it. So that's why you saw McCook go to the left. He doesn't even want to take the chance.
And that is a good shot. That's a really good couple of good shots. All right, so putt here now for McCook first. Oof. Thought he missed that for a second, but no. And mouth. Good hole.
All right, so Kevin O'Connor did not get the ace here on hole 2. You see Al, he was spending some time moving his tee along. He has some really good thumbs too. Oh, there he goes. Dead center walk off.
Al Jazzy.
You can't even be mad at that, honestly.
Beautiful. A walk off ace, and he is jumping off the stage.
Oh, that was a good shot by both these guys on Pine Creek.
All right, so there it is. First one we've seen, I believe at least.
Yeah.
Sudden death walk off. We saw Evan lose to an ace in sudden death not terribly long ago. Our 1 seed. Have you gotten an update on JoJo yet? Our 2 seed, if you don't mind pulling that up. And
yes, sir.
We'll move now, transition to full-on McCook and McClevich. Good shot there from McCook.
Joe Massara lost to Adam Harris 29-26 on Monty.
Wow, so our 1, 2, and 3 seeds all fall in the first round of the World Championship. That's shocking. That is shocking. If you were, and it's tough because, again, we talked about the grind of the backdraw. It's pretty, it's a long road down there. So
with Adam Harris's win, he now plays Brandon Robinson. That would be a really fun match. I think these guys are going on Machine 4.
Wow.
So we'll have to check in for updates there.
Wow.
Those two guys, although Adam Harris qualified 31, he is right there with Brandon Robinson in terms of not just their skill levels, but the way those guys play is very similar.
You talk about an opportunity for one of those guys to make a run at King of the Hill. You win 2-3 matches, you're right there. All right, McCook is going to fling this one in. It's going to be a little bit short. He didn't love that shot.
No. I like Mount's got the 9-wood here. He just flings that. Oh, that looks – oh.
All right.
Forgot the win's only a 5 out of 10 there.
So Mouth is chasing 1 still. Oof. All right, so he's in. We'll see who we're going to get up on the next game here on the Machine. Do you have an update on Silver as well?
Yep.
Perfect.
So real quick, before we go into Silver, George Von Kay is going to be playing Paul Taylor here soon. Al Zarel, with his victory, plays Chris Brewer.
That's a good game.
Lance Harris and Will Sandstead play. Haddock and Luna are still waiting to play. I think they'll be up after McCook and McClevich.
Mr. Luna, with all of the losses, I have to imagine is, this is an opportunity. That's not to say he can't, lose to anybody left in this field, of course, but it certainly stands out when you have 3 monsters just go down in their first match. Pretty stunning.
I'll tell you what, I know, when we decided to do double elimination for the Silver bracket, it was something we wanted to do because we wanted to give all these players an opportunity to play more, matches on that stage. We are cooking. We are moving along really fast. So shout out to Steve Sobel and Russ Layton for helping us out with the tournament. That is moving pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm interested to see because we talked about it when we came on. The names in that bracket are just monstrous. I mean, this is a crazy field.
All right, so we'll go through.
Here's that par 3, by the way. So
this is I don't like this setup. That 16 win, even though it's 8 for these guys, still, it gets nervous if you're trying to put any kind of spin on that ball on the green.
Yeah, we saw Andy Haas drop a shot, had a 1-shot lead over Lance Harris, hit the trees, was able to get up for par, but even the match, and then went in the water. Sit. Oh my goodness. Oh my
I did not think that was going to roll that far, but that's exactly.
That's why you see it in high tees.
I mean, honestly, he may. You know how Mouth plays.
Wow.
Nope. He went right into the trees.
Well, this is important, though. This is big.
Yeah, both these guys with a very similar chip.
And you could probably hear that. He said, shucks.
Oh! All right.
He said, shucks, darn it. And who can blame him? That's big. All right, so here we are, hole 18. Mouth not out of by any means yet. Not by any means. And he...
Oh,
so-
okay. That, not his intentions, but this is big for Mouth, though, because he's still down a stroke.
Yes, so...
Might as well just mute the microphones of everybody now.
He's going to get there.
No. All right, really quickly as this round goes to wrap. Well, let's see. No, that's.
So
We've
he
seen
has
Mouth make some amazing shots. I don't really know if he's got a chance here. This is a tough.
So I would imagine, based off the wind, you have to turn to the other side.
At this rate, he may be better off trying to get a shot of the year off of a tree. Respectfully, I mean that was my concern with this hole, is that it is so.
I think that's what
That
he's
wall,
doing.
that wall is
I
so.
think that's the only thing he can do.
That wall is so tall. You just.
Now,
No, he.
yeah, there was nothing he could do there,
No.
unfortunately. And now, he'll play it out. He'll hit one of the chips that I would have loved to hit one time in my life, just casually. So Ryan McCook is victorious. And that was talk about a wild match. My goodness.
Yeah.
Because there was an opportunity on 17, of course, and if he doesn't hit the trees, that hole is, flexed its muscle here today.
Absolutely.
Thus far. All right.
All right, so we've got CJ Wengler taking on Evan Gossett in the losers back draw.
Back draw.
Yes.
You're combining them,
yes.
kind of hacking those together.
It doesn't sound as mean.
Losers bracket does sound a little, it just doesn't ring true. All right, so we're taking a trip around the room here.
And
as we
really
look
quick,
around. Yes.
Talking through silver bracket. So Jason Elliott taking on Sean Tickner. Brian Bernhardt taking on Jeff McClellan. Mark Stenmark, a name that we did not expect to see necessarily in the silver bracket. Former world champion, last world champion we had, taking on Justin Clark. McGillum taking on Seth Harris. Stephen Kramer taking on Hogan. Jeremiah Lair taking on Orlando Ayala. And then Sean Gervais and Greg Kinsler. Not a matchup we thought we'd see on the silver side of things either.
Now this is a really interesting game. First off, because the loser is out, and by the way, Evan is down a stroke in this matchup, so a possibility exists for our number 1 seed to go 0-2, which again, I think it really speaks to just the
Adam Kramer. The Adam Kramer curse.
Well,
it's
still
back.
the possibility, but we'll see. Long way to go, obviously. But and just in general, we're seeing upsets, or that probably are surprising people. I think it speaks more to the, just the sheer ability in the room, and it's a really awesome thing to see. Faces making runs.
And here's the thing, the national tour is great, and there's a lot of players that play in those. But the stage of those tournaments is much different than the stage of the World Championship. And for a lot of these players, they haven't had that opportunity in a few years, and so I think that may come into play a bit. Now, CJ still has an opportunity for a chip. He's not out of the woods yet, but guess what? It's Evan Gossett. You know you need to make this chip, and I agree with him, not even just hitting that G wedge.
Just let it pick your line and just missed it. So you get a shot, you give it back. Something tells me that's not the last one we'll see. So Brendan Robinson, Adam Harris going on a machine 4. They're playing on Baja. We'll get some scoring from that if one of them will not stand in the way of the machine. But
Yeah,
I'm not going to.
come on.
So looking around a little bit more, Andy Fox also on Baja. I think it's almost time for a cold beer. Just saying.
You know, I don't disagree. You are the boss.
It's one. Yeah, oh yeah. Just not the boss thing, the beer time, the time thing.
Oh,
Yes.
see, the timing
It's
on that was
almost time
great,
for
though.
a cold beer. So if you're in this room, oof, and you hear this, if you were to bring us beer, we wouldn't be mad. All right, so looking around here.
Ooh. All right, so we've got 3 Bajas, a Forest, and a Pine Creek. I'm going to pull up the bracket here. Make sure you guys, goldandtea.com, check out the brackets under the World Championship link there. You can see both the gold and the silver brackets. Let's see what machine we got going on here.
All right, so Evan is off now. This match all squared up.
So Ryan McCook, who just beat the Mouth, plays the winner of Luna and Haddock.
Oh,
That's a good one. Lance Harris and Will Sandstead still waiting to get on a machine here. George Von Kay and Paul Taylor sounds like they are on machine. Oh, wow. Machine 7.
And it looks like on our other streaming machine here, Ed Godfrey and
Joe Massara.
Wow. Oh. That's a good one. When that gets going, we'll go into that at some point.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we may just
go 4 wide.
Yeah, it's so hard with.
Well, and also because it's on the back draw, I mean, the stakes are tremendous. You've got the number 1 and number 2 seeds that are fighting for their tournament lives. And we'll catch it all here in a 4-box here shortly once those guys start up. But in the meantime, Evan, we're being told that there are beers on the way.
Appreciate that.
Unbelievably efficient. Unbelievably.
IT puts the T in team.
Yes. That was for my shucks work earlier. All right, so Evan now, and I think the big thing in this, and by the way, I'm assuming Andy Haas did win his match. Ooh.
Yes.
Thank you for doing the bracket work for us.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it looks like Mouth on the loser's backdraw side will take on the winner of Kevin O'Connor and Todd Clark.
Okay.
That match is going on right now. Both those guys, of course, hate to be on the loser's backdraw side, but
especially with Kevin was close. That was a great match. All right, so here's Evan again. And here we go.
Look at
4
that.
Wide.
All right, another Baja.
So,
and I'm not gonna question any of the decisions that either JoJo or Eddie G make.
Straighten up that wind.
Look at another 7 hybrid. Talk about somebody who has really, really dangerous thumbs. Man. But also, look at that. He knew the moment he hit that, that's not what he wanted. He didn't like that. So
it's true.
All right, Eddie G. Can he do it with 9 iron?
Opportunity to go up early, which
you need an
match like this you would love to have.
You need it in any kind of head-to-head match, but doing it against Joe Massara, absolutely unbelievable.
It's actually a little surprising that not one of those guys got that in, because I would figure that would absolutely fall.
But that's one of those holes that if these guys go into sudden death overtime, that's a hole that really could change. We've seen more and more over the last couple of years, and I think this is a credit to Jim Z and his tee system that he has. Some of these courses now have a drivable hole 1 or almost drivable where you've got the chipping opportunity. So
would you like one of these cold beers?
Sure, absolutely.
Oh, there's some ice there. Oh,
that's all right.
Don't mind, just pour all the ice on the electronics. What could possibly go wrong?
Absolutely nothing.
I will not put the bucket on the stage or on our table here. Yep, you're welcome. I'm learning as I go.
It's a good chip by JoJo.
On the stream for 12 hours to know what I'm doing, but here we are.
All right, so Gossett, Wangler, these guys are square away going into hole 11.
That's good.
These are big matches, but I don't think I don't think Gossett or Massara are going to worry about where they're at right now.
No.
Gossett, you know,
Ooh, man, Eddie.
Bolt-
You know, we watched Eddie's match earlier too, and I mean, how many times did he burn the cup on?
you know, we should start keeping statistics on that because honestly, these guys are so dang good. It's kind of ridiculous we haven't had more hole outs.
Yes.
All right, all you guys and gals out there watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, wherever you may be watching, really appreciate it. Make sure you are sharing the stream with the hashtag GTWorld22. Oh, no. Oh, Evan mishit the trackball. That's massive.
That is massive.
This is actually the same setup we saw in the McCook-McClevich match, that 13-mile-an-hour win. So CJ probably going to pound a 10.5. Doesn't want to get too crazy with it, but he's got to hit it pretty hard.
That's a good shot. That's a good shot. You know, so many in those instances, so many times you see someone go short, or at least I do, and then you end up going deep, right? You're like, I'm not going to do that.
No.
And but here, that was very square and very good. So this is a big chip here.
And this, I tell you what, again, love Jim Z. He's great. He's smart. Oh, but
God, what a chip.
the drop spot on that, you can definitely tell that's an old school Jimmy Z drop spot because he doesn't make that forgiving.
Oh, wow.
And that's tough on CJ. He's still up one now, but man, you need to have strokes against the former world champion.
So a couple of miscues there. That was a mangled hole for these guys. And still we have ourselves a lead. So JoJo, Ed Godfrey. Look around the room. I see Mark Gomez up. Brandon Robinson and Adam Harris are still on Baja.
It's an interesting shot choice by CJ.
Oh, boy.
And he caught that last bit of tree, too. Now, here's the thing. If Eddie G, I know it's very early on in this match, if Eddie G can get through Joe Massara, I think Eddie G may make a run on the back end.
I could see it. I mean, he's been all over. Even that line was really, really good. And again, you're looking at the backdraw, meaning whoever loses this match, their tournament is done. All right, so JoJo. Not the shot I don't think he wanted there.
No.
Boy, oh boy. All right, so Evan makes his putt. And, oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know if we're thinking it's maybe a trackball thing or not. I saw Evan miss hit one before. Kind of playing with it now. We haven't seen much of it up here. I'm going to get a towel and kind of work around with it. The one thing that has been nice in here for sure, it's about 65 degrees in here.
Yes.
So we haven't had too many issues with the ball. Evan going to work on it a little bit because both guys now have, whether it's the ball or not, have certainly played below what their expectations would be. Is that a nice way to say it?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Oh, look at IG.
I mean, he's buzzed like 10 cups.
I was waiting for Evan to hold that, and then he'd be like, oh, must have just been user error.
Now, you're looking at CJ's body language here, and
This CJ is one of those up-and-coming players, and you'll definitely see him on this stage again. I think this is where the difference in the experienced tournament player of Evan Gossett versus CJ, because, again, playing in the national tournaments is high caliber, high stress, a lot of talent, but it's different being in a room like this with so much money on the line.
And he's only down one, so whatever issue with the ball maybe he thinks it is, or maybe he's just mad at himself. Whatever it is, you put that away if you can. Easier said than done, because I still have shots in tournaments that I played in many years ago that pissed me off. Still.
Yeah.
A lot of them, too, because I hit a lot of bad shots, way more than these guys. So it's hard, though. It's really, really hard. JoJo, his body language, looking very JoJo-ish.
Yeah, it's
that's-
like
that's pretty
JoJo with a hint of disdain,
well,
maybe? I
you
don't know if that's the right word, but
when these guys take L's early that they don't expect to take, it's a gut punch.
absolutely.
But they can do huge runs here. They can win this tournament. All right, so Gossett Wangler moving along. Let's see if we've got other matches. It looks like Lance Harris is powering up over in the back corner here. That'll be very interesting to see. Versus Will Sandstead. Talk about guys that could potentially make a pretty good, fascinating run here. We got some storylines brewing.
Absolutely.
And we've got, oh, man.
This is a big, big hole for CJ.
JoJo Godfrey
Yeah.
is like shot maker's delight, by the way.
It really is. Now, CJ, not in a good spot here. He hit that too hard, and his tee shot. And when you hit that tee shot too hard, and you get too much of that C3,
It's really hard to stick this.
you get in the rough. So he may,
Sit.
yeah.
Okay. Now his putting and chipping has been an issue. Let's watch it here.
Oh,
Yep. That's a horrible feeling, by the way, when your short game just ain't right. So he goes in, so there's a relief, but internally this is not working right now, and something's got to change. Speaking of not working, we've seen this hole has been brutal.
and I wonder if these guys saw what happened in that match. Oh, see, yeah. Oh, wow.
Wow. I got to be honest. This hole, I haven't watched nearly the same number of tournament plays that I've seen. This hole has been an absolute wrecking ball.
I mean, CJ right here needs to just not even try to get on the green, just lay it up in that sand, take the par putt potentially.
Jim Z's going to need a police escort out of here.
I think he might have already left.
Yeah, Jim's watching this like, good God. Sorry, fellas.
CJ, I don't like he.
And Joe with the chip here. This is like high quad. Good chip.
I almost don't even want to watch both
I
matches.
have not nearly had the same reps as usual, as you know. I need to go home and play this. So, by the way, Eddie and JoJo are squared up. This isn't even the worst land for CJ.
No, but he does not. He only has a G wedge. That is a problem.
That is a problem. What's the lowest wedge you play? Have you gone to the G wedge route?
I have. Yeah, I'm the same way. I have a G. Actually, you know what? I'll have to double check. Some of my bags, I may have the.
I don't know what mine is. That's where I'm at. All right. So Evan, maybe a chance to make this.
He needs
Go
to
out
make
with
this.
a par. Huge. Tell you what, man.
This is a
There ain't
massive.
a lot of smiles in this room right now.
This CJ. This is massive for him.
Big putt. Big putt. So par, bogey, and we are square going into 18. And we got there. It wasn't a linear path. It has been a whoa.
It's very similar to what McCook and Mouth went through. I mean, and he's got the 9.5, which is a little different here. Yes. Okay, that is okay.
Yeah.
That was what you needed. If you were going to
can't
mess
be up
that
on
shot
the
up,
rock.
it's not easy to get up there. That he needed that.
Yeah, we saw Mouth run into a situation where he had to try and hit it off a tree, which he's probably practiced, by the way, and probably made at some point, but couldn't hear. And now here's Evan. Oh. No. Wow. And the only thing you can't do is miss left. I'll tell you what, I'm pretty stunned.
I think the only thing he can do is just try to chip it as if that water's not there, because with that G wedge, I guarantee Evan is not chipping with the G wedge very often. You know what I mean? He's not hitting that, especially in an instance like this.
All right, so this pretty much has to fall, right? We got to see the rest of the hole play out, but this you would think would have to go in. And that's that. Number 1 seed is out. Mr. Wangler is in. And yes, we are talking a little quieter because it's tense in here. It's getting...
I don't know if is there a word worse than tense?
It's awkward. It's awkward. Hey, look.
Speaking of
camera in
awkward.
the face.
No, yeah. I'm kind of
Thank God
speechless.
somebody brought me Spears. This is carnage right now in the bracket. If you want carnage, you got it. So, but I'm pretty floored right now. So the number 1 seed in the Golden Tee World Championship is out. The number 2 seed, who you're looking at right here, Joe Massara, is in a big-time match. We got to take an updated look on the scoring here. But it certainly looked close. And it's been back and forth. Eddie G at 17. If he makes this, go to 19. He does. And JoJo, so the number 2 seed through 12 is all square.
I thought I had a lot to stress out, trying to help this event run smoothly, and those matches.
Based on where he's standing, it looks like Andy Haas is going to be on our other streaming machine here shortly, which will be fascinating. So we just saw the number 1 seed lose. Number 2 seed, number 3 seed here are just trying to stay alive. Are you sorting through comments, by the way?
No, I'm trying to just process what's going on.
I would like to, yeah, and it's hard to keep up with everything going on, but it is, this is pretty unbelievable. I like that design a hole sign. And these cold beers. All right, so 20 a pop here heading into hole 14. What is the back half of Baja? We're looking for 17, right? 18 can be a little tricky. 17 we've seen set up in a wide variety of things, in terms of easy and hard.
This is actually not a bad setup.
No.
It's not good for the pin seekers.
That was
not good
his
for the
betting
pin
shot.
seekers.
And that's not. Stay tuned on that putt. That is not the easiest putt. Andy Haas warming up with a little closest to the pin, it looks like.
Sounds about right. That's very Andy Haas doing Andy Haas things.
You can tell that we're getting further along because there's not people on all the games on the stage right now. This is a big putt. Now, good putt. Now, we saw him miss a left 6 earlier when he did not take his time, and you talked about it because he just kind of got up there and hit it. And sometimes, by the way, it feels right to do so, but that time slowed it down, took his time. This will be a very interesting hole here, a little bit farther back, tee box. But you got a pin and a win that you would think you'd be able to challenge this thing with a little backspin if you can get the distance right, depending on where they go. So, Andy Haas is getting ready, pacing the stage a little bit. Maybe he's not going to go on the streaming machine. Paul Luna is going to go on the streaming machine, it looked like. They just kicked Andy Haas out of there, said, get off our machine. They didn't say that. But imagine if they did.
That would be great.
No, everybody's too nice here. So Paul Luna, by the way, is still unbeaten, correct? That is a championship side.
Yes.
Okay.
We've also got our chat up here, so appreciate all you guys joining us here.
Thank you all.
Again, hashtag GTWorlds22. Make sure you are sharing that. We'll get the bracket links posted in the chat as well to make it easier for you guys.
Eddie G is going to rip. Oh.
Also, an update on the winner's side. So, Bryce Lepic, who beat Evan Gossa in his first match, plays against Jeff Lannon. And as we move along here on the winner's side.
I talked to someone this week who talked about Bryce with the value on the odds board and said, Scoring-wise, he can do it. It's just a matter of tournament, right?
Putting
Finding
all the
comfort.
pieces together, yeah.
But when you have a win like that, I think suddenly that goes away.
Looks like Hot Rod's here.
Hot Rod. What's up, Hot Rod?
I have to assume that is, the one and only.
There is only one Hot Rod in the world of Golden Tea, and the man has great taste in IPAs, so he and I speak the same language. All right, so Mr. Paul Luna is fired up as well, about to take over on the trackball. We can, at some point, go too wide here. Although this is a heck of a match, too. I don't know if I have the attention span for all of it.
Yeah, let's. This one's on 16. These guys are getting started on
you know what? We'll finish this match up. I think that's a good call, and then we'll bounce to Luna, and then we'll see who gets on the other game. I agree with you.
Now, I say we'll go after this match because it's almost done, and it may be.
No, this is if you like watching kind of unique Golden Tea styles, this is a great match for you. Eddie, by the way, I don't think ages. It's a little frustrating. He's actually 71 years old, and he still looks
like 35.
24 years old.
35 on a bad day. Look at, how many people watching this stream have a 2-iron with super spin in their bag? I mean, come on.
That's actually a great point. He is playing closest to the pin. All right, hold on.
This is not the worst tee in the world. These guys probably hoping for something a little bit better. Eddie G, I understand why he did that. I don't think he did it intentionally, but he's probably better off that way. You can't get too cute and go left. You don't have a lot of room to work with.
All right, so can he get one to drop? Oh, wow.
No, John Remmel, about the 2-iron, that makes sense. I just I don't know if that's typically
John
something
Remmel
you
just
see.
Told you.
Well, you don't typically
put
see
you in your
people
place.
keeping it on Baja. I don't know if there's a lot of 2-iron instances, but again, Eddie G is a unique guy.
This is your retort.
Yes.
I have no idea. I think you're both right. All right.
Ooh.
We are all square.
Okay.
I don't think this is that bad. Am I crazy here? A little bite?
It's not crazy. It's just it's not near hole out opportunity for these guys.
Oh, that's got to go. Oh,
Okay,
it
I was
did.
waiting
That's
for
wonderful.
him to put it in, and I would just, eat it again.
That is a really good shot. It certainly puts a little pressure on this. So here's JoJo sizing this one up. If he holds it, he wins. If he hits the green, he's got to make a putt. Let's see. It's a good line.
Oh!
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. JoJo with the
Oh, he didn't
walk-off.
YouTube it. Oh, I'm going to make people
JoJo
auto
with
YouTube
the
that.
walk-off. All Golden Team Mobile. The whole tournament was that. And what a brutal break for Ed Godfrey, by the way. Ed Godfrey hit a wonderful shot, but our number 2 seed, who looks like he needs a nap or a cocktail after that.
Maybe both.
Wow.
Well, and the fact that it was just one hop just right in.
Wow.
Oh, man. Also, somebody pointed it out. Jeff Lannon, when he beat Steve Beatty, it was 34 under to 30 on Hidden Temple.
34. I
That
believe
made-
that's our first ever 34 in the world. I'm assuming.
I would have to say.
34. We got to fire up that scorecard at some point.
Yeah, I'm sorry, John. It's hard to not get excited. I just have to,
Yeah, that was. Imagine sitting next to him. Me, I'm Nancian. And my voice is going to break if I talk any louder. All right, so here he is, Paul Luna. One of our, the favorite, I believe, closed the favorite at 6-1 to win this event here at the Sportsbook.
So far, he's on a much better path than some of those other guys on that sheet.
Yeah, but, it's again, this is the kind of matches that would be interesting to watch, to see how he fares looking around.
I just caught, so John Remmel said my dogs jumped. So I appreciate you watching it on your TV with some sound system here.
I jumped. All right,
Aye.
now. All right, so what are we kind of resetting here, or at least trying to,
Well, so Terry Haddock here Not definitely not the experience that Paul Luna has when it comes to tournaments. So the fact that he
Down a
is
stroke.
here is great. And but anytime, no matter how great you are, anytime you walk into a match against Paul Luna, you kind of just step back and have to rethink your strategy going into it because Paul Luna, three national tournament wins in 2021. Like you said, odds-on favorite.
And I'm going to be honest, like everybody in this bracket can play. If you're Paul Luna and you see what's going on around this room, you are all systems go. Not that he would play any different because he's seen some of these guys losing, but these guys are like, it's a really interesting potential
is.
setup for him to get to King of the Hill. Not to just, again, everybody can beat him here. What we're seeing today, no favorite is safe. Boy, chat is still jumping from that win. We just saw a walk-off that rattled the cup, by the way. I would have been curious if that didn't go in. I don't think it was going to go in the water, but that thing was coming in hot.
Yeah, only two strategies when playing Paul Luna, John. You are correct. DNF or hole out everything.
I beat Paul Luna. I think he had 38 beers the day I beat him. But
Well,
still.
on the record book?
Yeah, it was one of the old 1918 wins. I forget, we talked about this the other day with Gino, his record in tournaments, it's pretty stunning. I mean, 3-1 basically in terms of tournament wins.
I mean, and here's the other thing, too. Paul Luna, I feel like almost out of everybody, has so much more to prove because he has had that second-place world championship finish before.
Absolutely.
He's never gotten over that hump.
Chad talking about Ryan McCook still lingering. Absolutely. That guy has been nails. Watched a lot of him yesterday. Seeing him today versus Mouth. Had the one mess up on Pine 17. Still able to win. We'll see what he can do. But here's Luna. Talked to him yesterday a little bit, catching up. Seemed very confident. His game just insane.
I mean, of course, it's very obvious that anybody in the top 32 has the opportunity to win. But when it comes down to it, you really think about there's only a few that may have very obvious chances at winning. And Paul Luna, who's burning the edge there, he is on fire.
Brandon Robinson, Adam Harris. What was the result of that match, by the way? Because that's another one we were seeing. I couldn't see the scores.
Brandon Robinson, 27-23 in Baja. So now he plays up against Paul Taylor, which is a good challenge for him.
Go Redbirds. Wow. Brandon Robinson can make a run.
Yeah, honestly, may have been one of the most brutal.
The Pine 17.
Setups,
yeah, it was. You're seeing the best players in the world. Just, I mean, absolutely brutal. To the point where I said lay up. You said it too. Just lay up. Really difficult. All right, so this is a chance to make a run here. You want to get back into the match. I like that he's sizing this up. Give it a good run. Just low, just on the low side. But that was a good go of it. All right, so on the other machine right now, Mr. 34, Jeff Lannon, who doesn't play a ton of tournaments, but you could argue has, as much game as anybody in the room, especially, just on 34 under. You didn't even have to argue it. 34.
Yeah.
How many games would you have to play to shoot a 34?
I've shot a 35 before.
Daily?
No, it actually just Rocky Hollow, long time ago. Oh, no, I have a 34. But it's not something
that's I almost cursed. I don't know if we're allowed to curse, but I was, you're supposed to, it take a lot. 34, that's impressive.
I thought we were
I'm done, Ed.
I thought we were talking about me for a second here.
Yeah, Pine Creek busting brackets. Absolutely.
That might be a new T-shirt.
Pine Creek busting brackets.
Sean McMenemy, I'm sure you're listening, one of our artists. I'm going to need you to whip that up for me.
So pointing out on the winner's side, not just Luna McCook, but Lemon as well. I mean, certainly anybody on the winner's side at this point, because we're getting down the bracket some, has a chance. But these are guys who've got game and, World's tournament experience, which at some point is going to lose. But you know what? When we watched Jared Decker last year, Or excuse me, not last year. Feels
Last
like
World
year.
Championship.
Yeah, it was a little longer than last year. He was not phased by any of this.
No.
None. I mean, he was up for the challenge. He was a chip away from winning.
Honestly, right now, I'd have to say Bryce feels like he's on that Jared path.
Completely agree. You get an upset early, you get some confidence, and obviously, if you take down Lemon, that confidence is just going to grow immensely. But I've been impressed. I have not seen much of him into this event. Oh, Mr. Luna.
Yeah, and at some point here, as these guys get going, we'll probably switch over maybe to the 4.
Yeah, 4 wide. I think would
four
be a
wide
good
to
time
see-
for these guys.
I mean, it is Jeff Lannon. You come off a 34.
I want to see some Bryce. There we go. Look at that.
Thank you,
So
gentlemen.
here he is.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry we switched over.
yeah.
I'll take the blame for that. Actually, that was Kevin. Kevin.
Hey, I'm just
Lindsay.
over here talking about
Incredible
my.
technology.
I'm just over here talking about my 34 under from like 6
That's
years
true.
ago.
So now he's down 2. Now, when you're playing a guy who just shot a 34 under, that is not ideal. And when you miss the putt like that, but this is a course that we've seen, that is a good shot.
Thank you, Greg Thayard, for the JoJo Ace clip and the headphone warning. I'm sure Greg probably is bleeding out of one of his ears now, so I'm very sorry for that.
That's funny. It's a good warning. All right, so down to Bryce. You're right. I think he was on the Decker pace, but now got to reset. I'll say his body language looks pretty good for whatever that's worth. Not much. You got to make the shot still. And but if you're Jeff, this is just shot a 34 under. Can we get that scorecard, Mr. Greg Thaird? If you're listening to this, could you feed that to us?
Oh, okay.
You dialed it down a little bit. It wasn't bad.
I did. It was more.
Still probably scared that guy's poor dogs.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. At this rate, I'm gonna have to have a competition. I've had people text me saying, "Oh, it looked great on the 85-inch TV." Like, all right,
That's awesome.
Who's got the biggest TV that's watching this right now? Because it's
85-inch. There's got maybe a projector in play here.
I mean, it's well worth it. I mean,
this is awesome.
These
It's
matches.
been exciting. And we'll be on here a little while longer. Then I think Chris Longino is coming in and
Chad
Trump.
Now, Forrest, looking at the Lepik and Lannon match here, definitely, I would say probably one of the easier, quote-unquote, easier courses in match play up until, 17 with that tiered green.
Yep.
A couple of holes that, depending on the setup, might be a little tricky. Baja, Anse, the rest of those, this is actually a really nice look here on Anse that Luna and Haddock have. That setup with the new tees can be very brutal.
Yeah, it can.
Like right in front of the trees.
Yes. No, that's a pretty good look and a good wind and a good pin. Land does not like that. And, you're running well, and he's slapping him at it now because it's just a little bit of a misset. It's funny when they're not within like 5 feet of the pin on a relatively straight approach shot. These guys look like they want to, like someone just kicked their dog.
Yeah, off of a cliff.
Me, it's like, hey, you're putting. Way to go, buddy.
Yeah,
Right, so this is a big shot, by the way. You got to keep within striking distance of Luna. That's a good shot.
oh,
good
that's
shot.
a good bend there.
Mr. Haddock there.
All right, looks like Cam. If you are actually watching on a 135-inch screen, I would love to see that.
Wow.
That
so-
was a
so
big-
Mr. Luna misses a putt. I don't know why everyone's missed her all of a sudden, but whatever. So that is rare too. That is
Wow, so these guys are
all
Dead
square
even
after the
after
missed
10.
putt. So we said keep within striking distance. He's like,
Oh.
good shot.
Bryce needed that shot to drop.
Good shot.
Otis, they are playing for a $30,000 top prize. $145,000 in the prize pool for both the championship and the silver brackets.
All right, so Paul Luna now dropped a stroke here with a missed putt.
Right.
Still all squared.
Ryan Tanzi, I appreciate you, my friend. We miss you here. He's watching on a 6-inch flip phone.
It's good enough, man.
As long as you don't have headphones plugged in when people hole out, and I'm up
Or
here.
you're not near your dogs.
Yeah.
All right, so this is getting interesting. Jeff Landon trying to, both these guys now, Landon and Luna, two of the favorites coming in. Here's some of the odds. Luna finished at 6-1. Jeff Landon, 14-1. Pretty good value.
Is Bryce on there?
Bryce, yes, and I saw his odds. Hold on. I will find it. Fill air for me while I, 80-1. 80-1, so, you know.
Well, and here's the thing, too. For the Lepik-Landon match, these guys are, they're both undefeated. They're on the winner's side. So even if they lose,
yep,
not out of it yet.
No, not any, by any means.
And you're a little bit farther along in the bracket, so you don't have as much of a trek to make through the loser's side or the loser's
just backdraw.
Backdraw.
You're going to do loser's backdraw. You're still saying loser.
I just forget
Just
it, and then I say loser, and then I try to recover, you know?
By filling it in, softening the blow. This is a pretty good line, but going to miss right for Lepik. And here's Luna.
So an interesting setup for this par 3. I like the 8-mile-an-hour wind. That pin's in a pretty good spot for this, too. Paul Luna with the low.
It looks like, just based on them swiping in again, Lance Harris and Will Sandsted are going to sudden death. It looks like Andy Haas. I think he's just goofing around right now playing.
Pine Creek, Pine Creek has just been brutal for everybody.
All right, so Lepik and Landon, Luda, a lot of L's, but good L's, not the L's, some of the L's we've seen. All right. I think Landon might hold this out. I'm going to call it. Not using any spin, and 0 for 1 for me. Well, I think it's like 0 for 4, but certainly 0 for 1 there. But making the putt.
Oh, Tommy. All right, so, okay, hole 12 here. I like this setup for these guys. High tee, 11 in your face. Paul Luna's going to play this like he does all the time, 7 feet away from the cup. All right, so Landon and Lepik.
Going to need the mods in the chat, looks like again. Always wanted to say mods. Are you modding here?
I
and
am.
calling? Look at you. Way to go. Multi-talented.
Try to be a jack of all trades here. Another really good look.
Yeah, we've seen some. Honestly, that hole has been very. Got a bit of a putt. We'll see. Here, Mark Stenmark's name being called in the silver bracket. If you could get us a silver bracket update too, it'd be interesting to see where we stand there.
Chris Eversole says I should not click on these links. Probably not.
No. Hi, Chris. Good to hear from you. All right, so Paul Luna, every one of our favorites is just, every one of these matches, by the way, has been really, really close. That's the other thing that stands out. We haven't really seen any blowouts, I don't think, on the mainstream machines.
No. It's interesting. You see this room, it's getting quieter even as more people crowd around the stage to watch these matches.
All right, so Landon has a 2-shot lead with 5 to play. He's got a pretty good look here to make a run at this. Oh, and that's making a run just short.
Stack up those GSPs.
They will do no good here, but they look good on camera. All right, so Lepik gonna try, maybe erase the, cut the deficit in half. Not gonna do it there. Solid shot.
Paul Luna just throwing that out there just gently, and he drops it.
Wow.
That was a beautiful setup and a wonderful shot.
It's just like you're waiting for it. He was close early. Drop the stroke in un-Paul Luna-like fashion, and then boom, 3 to play. There it is.
All right, so on the flip side here, Lannon and Lepic, Bryce is down 2, going into the tough original tee.
So this is
on
an
hole 15.
interesting strategy here for Lannon. How aggressive do you want to get? Honestly, is this a situation where you say, it doesn't? Well, it looks like he's going. It's just a matter of where. Well, that's got to sit. Oh, and it does.
Okay.
That's a good situation. So he's got a chip. Depending on what Lepic does, he probably dictate how aggressive he is with that.
Oh, almost answering the hole out on the next one. All right, so really quick, speaking of Jeff Lannon on the other side here, Paul Kroll says in 2018, the gold side, Jeff Lannon had a 33 on Rattlesnake as part of the losers round. But I have to say, the 33 on Rattlesnake is impressive, but that course sets up for that a lot more than.
Yeah, I think I have a 33 on Rattlesnake.
Do you?
No. But I'd like to. I've tried. I think I have a 31. But who doesn't on Rattlesnake? All right,
That's true.
So this is interesting for Landon. So we saw Lepic end up in the bunker, and now, is in there on the green for a birdie. I like this decision. If you miss it, it's not the end of the world, but he makes it. He is locked in.
It's a beautiful putt.
He is locked in. Wow.
And
It's a very safe shot, too. And 3 strokes with 3 to play. No, I mean, this is, we've never seen ever on this course, but it's going to be tough. And now we'll see how, Landon's just got his foot on the pedal, though. There's not much right now that he's.
Haddock almost getting close there, or did get close almost for the hole out. He's got to do something here on hole 18 with Luna being up 1 and with the hole out. That was a bad shot for Jeff. I mean, it's not awful, but it looked like it was trending a little bit too far to the right there.
Well, yeah, I think he didn't left that out too far. You got to hit that window, which he did. It's just not a very comfortable shot, though.
No, because you also have that bench
Exactly.
that's just right in your face.
There's just a lot of variables here.
Paul Luna just hitting Paul Luna fulls
Wow.
to pretty much seal the deal there. But now at least for Haddock, you got to, hey, I have to hold this out.
Oh, and he's hole and winning.
See?
I love it. Oh, why not?
Go for the gold, What's the worst that happens? He misses it. The best thing happens. He holds it out,
but
goes to sudden death.
from a that's fantastic.
Ooh. All right, this will be an interesting look here for Lannon and Lepic.
This is. So low tee I like. Bringing it in. A little Sobe swerve. That's great.
Oh!
Good shot.
That was a hell of a run at the shot.
Good shot.
All right, Bryce needs to drop this on
And there's Paul
Forrest.
Luna. Paul Luna. Ooh, that's got to sit. So Paul Luna is going to stay unbeaten.
Wow, it's a beautiful putt by
with the win,
Bryce on the other side.
28-27. Good, another good match. So here, 27-24, hole 18.
It's a very interesting name.
Very.
All right. Jeff Lannon doing a shot that probably not too many people go for.
Especially when you're up 3 in a tournament, but whatever.
Well, because that wind's in the face, you really don't have a good option here.
All right, so Andy Haas is back in streaming machine territory. I wonder if that's who we're going to see next here shortly. So Jeff Lannon now up 3. I got to say, I sort of...
Oh, no.
Ooh. I was going to say I love the confidence. Up 3, you still have got some. You've got some wiggle room here.
Oh, where did it drop him?
It looks like right on the fringe.
It's not a. That's not a gimme though. So this is a lot of pressure on Bryce because He
if
knows
you
his.
get it to drop, which is, easier said than done, then it gets weird.
Yeah.
Then it gets weird. All right, so it's off. It's a good shot, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, you can't do much better than that. Now,
But still, if he gets a par here, he's good. And he's going to get a par. And so that's, yes. So, if you're landing in that situation, not how he wanted to end it, considering he just shot a 34. But that is how it will end. So, Jeff Lannon, Paul Luna, two of the chalks coming into this thing are playing as such. The rest of the field, maybe not so much. So, all right, so let's catch our breath here as we get ready to fire up more matches. Chaos, carnage.
You go into this expecting some upsets. I don't think we expected, like, our 1, 2, 3 seeds to lose their first matches. Evan Gossett, 2018 world champion, number 1. He's out. He lost both matches. Just looking here at the bracket, so Joe Massara will take on, or is taking on, Perez on machine 6. Kevin O'Connor and the Mouth are going to be up here on machine 1. Andy Haas is now taking on Haddock with his loss to Luna.
Yep.
Another interesting one, Andy Fox and Will Sandstead. Those guys, buddies, played Golden Tee together all the time. George Von Kay, Jason Wickstrom, Justin Wilson, Al Zarel, C.J. Wangler, and Adam Harris on the back side of the bracket.
So you mentioned Sandstead and Harris because they were in sudden death, correct? So Sandstead was on the champion side of the bracket, or is that the silver side? Or
No, Fox.
Backdraw. Fox, got it. I'm getting my Minnesota players all in a tussle here. So I'm curious, too, as we were watching JoJo just hole out casually and just turn left, and the ball's going in the cup, as one does. Just turned over, and there it is.
So right now, with Luna's win, he plays Ryan McCook.
Oh, get ready.
So
that will be on the streaming.
So
match.
Jeff Lannon, Ryan McCook, Paul Luna, Lance Harris, Chris Brewer, Brandon Robinson, and Paul Taylor, only players remaining undefeated. Yes, Jonathan Munn, great point. We talked about this earlier with Kevin O'Connor. When he won, he beat Mouth to win that 2017 St. Louis Open, if I remember my facts correctly.
All right, so this is going to be an interesting match. Let's see, have they spun a course? Hidden Temple. Hidden Temple will be the course for those wondering, and here we are, Mouth versus O'Connor. And then the other streaming game, I wonder how much longer we're going to have to wait for Luna McCook, but that is that's a big one.
Yeah, a rematch of the 2021 Florida Open, I believe.
All right, so, but here, Mouth versus O'Connor. This is in the back draw, so the loser of this one will be out of the World Championship. We saw Mouth in his match with McCook get a little bit of an opening on Pine. That Pine 17, though, has been tough. Even on 18, had a chance, and unfortunately got in a really tough position behind the bunker.
Yeah, so I apologize. I do stand corrected. Mouth won that last matchup.
The chat remembers.
Yes, that is good because although I remember a lot of things, I can't remember them all. So
No.
So Mouth,
Clearly.
2017, won in St. Louis against.
Seeing more alcohol being caravanned into this place, by the way.
Oh, see, okay, this makes more sense. I see it. I got a message from Peter Butler, and I now see a bucket with a message from Peter Butler.
Oh, with a smiley face. That is adorable.
Thank you, sir. I know you couldn't make it this weekend, but appreciate you hanging out, joining us, and supporting us.
Wow, and a nice smiley face. That is really nice. People must actually like you.
Now, if somebody wants to buy us another bucket for later, they can put an angry face on it. We won't take offense.
Yeah, it depends who it is. And if it's to me, it's probably an angry face. But in any event, the beers taste the same. All right, so here we go. Decent look here. Going to try and run this up with release. Just catch the right line with the wind. Just pushed it out a little bit. Ryan Tansey said he paid for half that bucket.
Thank you,
Not
Ryan.
according to this fine napkin note, you didn't, but appreciate it regardless.
That's actually an interesting point by Tanzi. This is great. The second side is what what most people would think the main side is in terms of like the people on the loser side is all those names.
That you know what? That's correct. Yes, it is in it is our world championship bracket with like not the silver bracket. There's
Correct.
some nomenclature issues here. If you're just following along, our silver bracket. I am curious to kind of comb through that thing just to see what's going on as well.
Pocket Pool Pete, you can go to goldentea.com/worlds or just go to goldentea.com and then click on the 2021 marquee, the Vegas link. We'll throw it up here.
Throw it in please, someone throw it in the chat if
yeah,
you can.
Maybe our great monitor, Greg Therard, can do that for us here. It sounds like on the
Yes.
silver bracket side that Gervais and Kins are playing right now.
That's a heavy-hitting silver matchup. By the way, I'm going to say it. I really like Mouth's body language right now. He's got a pep in his step. The guy is playing quite literally injured. Not to get all sportsy. We hear an applause from the other side of the room.
It looks like Sean Gervais beat Greg Kinsler.
I know Sean was not very happy. I overheard him yesterday saying this was his first missed cut, which is quite a feat, by the way. I mean,
For somebody who's been playing as long as he has.
Quite a feat.
I mean, wow.
And by the way, after this match, we'll get some fresh blood up here that actually knows how to play Golden Tee. No offense.
You talk about me or yourself?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I do. I like the mouth body language here. Got a little pep in his step.
And thankfully, he's on machine 1.
maybe that's why he's pep in his step.
I like this look here. Get a little hill bounce action.
And as I say that, he mutters obscenities to himself under his breath after an average shot. I'll report back on body language shortly. So, all right, so
The old Kramer curse.
yeah, it's very real. So Paul Luna is standing up at the other streaming machine. Looks like waiting for Ryan McCook, who just walked in the door. Now looking at us. Maybe he heard me saying all good things for the most part. We'll get that game. As soon as that game is going, we will fire that up with the 4-box because I think everybody wants to see what's going on there. So we'll have a little winner side and loser side action for you. Should be in a few minutes as Ryan gets settled in. I would argue, I don't think we have to argue, Kevin, that's probably so far the most interesting match. Now, the content has been wild, but in terms of just stacking up Titans against each other, that's one to watch.
Yeah. It does not, Ryan McCook, a longtime GT vet, like we talked about earlier, took a break for a while. It's taken a few breaks, but he's been on fire the last couple of years.
He looked really good. Yeah, his game looks great. They're swiping in right now, and then we'll fire up that match as also. I'm watching them spin it. Forrest Knoll. Well, see if they keep it. They do. Fist bumps. And we're going to get this thing going.
All right, little high T 5-wood action there on
Good
hole
shot.
6 of Hidden Temple. This is not a box that I care for, although this is not too bad. You got to be really careful clipping these trees or hitting the temple themselves. Really, really swift shot by Kevin O'Connor there.
Yeah, I didn't. There's a lot of things that can go poorly on a shot like this.
Yeah,
There's just a lot of obstacles to be mindful of. Clean.
Mouth threading
Oh, that
needles.
looks good. Good shot by Mouth.
I think somebody had a bad shot.
Someone just said shucks again.
Rubber ducks is what I heard.
Yeah.
All right.
For boxer, and this is going to be a doozy. Ryan McCook versus Paul Luna. Paul Luna, the favorite at 6-1. Ryan McCook closed at 8-1.
Now, so McCook Luna playing both undefeated still But on the other side, we mentioned it before, Mouth and O'Connor, one of these guys is going home after this match.
These are two really good players. Everybody left is a really good player. All right, so.
And McCook, doing Ryan McCook things, almost holding out on Paul Luna on hole 1.
Yeah, I have a feeling you're going to see some cups being burned here. Huge match. How far away are we, Kevin, from King of the Hill at this point for those two guys? Got to be inching up closer to it, I would imagine. Winner of this match will be.
Yes, so the winner of this match will play Jeff Lannon. So we're a few away still.
That'll be a biggie. They're all biggie. That's a, man. Guys we talked about that were the ones to, potentially take control of the winner's side. You don't have to wait long to figure out who that's going to be because they're going to collide into each other here. This is a good look on 3.
I would say one of these guys. Oh, Kevin O'Connor almost holing out.
Wow.
One of these guys on the McCook Luna side going to get GSPs.
Ooh. Wow. All right, so all square with Mouth and O'Connor, all square with Luna and McCook.
It's a really beautiful tee box on hole 9 at Hidden Temple here.
Yeah.
Not one you see often where you can just go straight at it. Oh, Paul Luna.
No, wow.
Both
So
guys.
no GSPs, but man, did they burn it.
Oh, it's a beautiful shot by Kevin. Maybe needed a little roll
got
there.
caught up there. Interesting. I think you'll see Mouth.
Rick, thanks for joining us. Appreciate all you guys. Make sure you are sharing the stream with the hashtag GTWorlds22. Almost 3 long years since our last world champion was crowned.
There from O'Connor. That was a bit of a longer one.
Yeah, definitely longer than he liked, but hey, anytime you can go square after the front 9 against the Mouth, you got to feel pretty good going to the backside of this course.
Yeah, these guys have been pretty methodical, kind of target practice. McCook, Luna, been getting close to the cup quite a bit, as you would expect here on the winner's side. Looking around the room a little bit. Annie Haas back up in center stage here. Where's Mr. Haddock, I believe?
Yep, on our good friend Pine Creek. Not too many good friends.
I don't think Annie Haas would use good friend and Pine Creek together. Was it Pine Creek? I think it was Pine Creek for Annie Haas. Yes. He would.
He was part of the trio that got
He would have
demolished by 17.
another word for it.
I feel like he may have a few words with Jim Zielinski after this. Oh, it's a great shot by McCook. Wonder what Mouth is thinking right now. I mean, usually has headphones in sometimes. I'm surprised he's not wearing them today.
Yeah, Luna does. Connor does. McCook does.
Oh, and Luna following up McCook with an even better looking shot.
I think McCook has and I mean this in the best way, a menacing tournament face.
He really does.
McCook has got kind of an assassin look about him here when he plays, and it's, but also still very even keel. All right, so.
Nice drivable setup here for Mouth and O'Connor on hole 11 in Temple.
So McCook now is going to hold his breath because this is a good look, and Paul Luna is going to buzz this thing, I would imagine.
Ooh.
Yeah. These guys are all locked in. Actually, we haven't seen anything drop. I think that's going to change. Been a little while since we've seen a hole out or an ace.
I would put a fresh cold beverage later tonight on that short par 3 at Hidden Temple. I think one of those guys will drop a hole in one there.
I like it. All right, so.
Ooh.
Oh, that's
It's a good use of that high tee and that 8 wood in the face on this drivable par 4 of Hidden Temple.
This is a good look for Luna McCook, by the way, too. I got to see where the pin is from here.
I'm never going to be able to look at him the same now. Oh, Mouth almost dropping an ace as well.
Wow. All right, so let's see what Luna does on this look. You've got a win that's more or less straight. A little release. This might be it, Kevin.
Boom!
It is it.
Paul Luna.
This might be it, Kevin, and he drops it.
It's a beautiful call.
1 for 5.
No, 1 for 6.
1 for.
You said 0 for 5 before.
I was
so
0 for 4, I think, before. All right, so.
And the fact that that's still the front 9 of Forrest here. Oh, trying to go back-to-back aces, Mr. Luna.
Man, that was pretty. These guys, you give them a look where the wind is advantageous, and they just take full advantage. Again, Chris Longino in the bullpen warming up. Excited to get Chris back on. Guy that has more tournament history knowledge than anybody. It's pretty impressive to listen to. And
yeah,
we'll navigate the rest of these, and then.
Oh, I like that line. I think
this is another really good look. Mouth just been a little off on these shots, left to right. Can he get one to drop?
No.
Just a smidge off. I mean, off is relative, of course.
Yeah, our off is a lot different than their off.
Yes.
Luna just burning cups, just left and right.
Yeah, he is. McCook plenty capable at some point here to get that stroke back.
All right. Good old Vakatonic on the line here.
We're tied still, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so we're tied on the left, and Mouth O'Connor. Luna's up 1. Got a short par 3. Got a pretty good look at it. Oh, just missed it. Just missed it. I think that I'm curious to see if Mouth does any. The only problem is this pin is not.
My concern is for his backspin shot here.
I like it. I like it though only because you risk hitting the rock if you're going to go try and roll it up into it, right? But yes, you could still go deep there too. I would imagine that was why you were concerned.
Yes, no, that was exactly it. And this is I almost like this look with the 14 win in the face better than having it at your back, because you have to pound that as hard as you can to get it over there and try to have an eagle putt. Oh, Paul Luna.
Luna looks pretty locked in. Luna looks pretty locked in. All right, so stay tuned on that putt.
Yep.
I think this is where Mouth's game, in terms of being able to hit the ball, really.
And that was an important chip by McCook there.
Yeah.
You see Mouth going to the 10-5.
I'll get down. All right, so this is a big chip for Mouth, who's not happy that he's not on the green. Oh. Now this is a big putt for O'Connor here.
I think a little pressure here.
Oh. And based off of that putt, I know that putt when you miss it. Oh, Luna, oh my goodness, everything. I know that putt, Kevin. That is a putt where nerves actually got in the way. And if you ask O'Connor after this match, he would absolutely tell you, yes.
Oh, look at.
That was a good opportunity for McCook. With Luna, you just don't have many. You just don't.
No, you're 100% right.
You just don't. You got to take full advantage. All right, so these guys, still a long way to go, hole 11.
It's a nice short look here on hole 16, the par 5 here on Hidden Temple. Good old Neo Turf Masters. And that's the nice thing is all you got to do is just get right into it in front of a trackball and start spinning it.
You see, Mouth now is kind of fighting himself in terms of just trying to get shots, trying to get his hands in, like everything. Just again, he's right in this match. He can win. He just looks a little out of sync.
Yeah, he needs to get out of his own way, which is unfortunately the case for him a lot of
No,
the
but
time.
he's playing. He's in this, and he can win this. But he's just everything has just looked slightly off, and he'd be the first to tell you that. On this side, McCook, Luna.
Very interested to see the setup on 17, a Hidden Temple for these guys. It's a pretty juicy setup here. Got to be careful with that up 10 and that extra wind at your backside.
It's a nice safe shot for Luna. Ooh, good shot from McCook.
Kevin playing it safe with no spin. He's going to have a tough down 10 putt.
Oh, boy.
But everybody IT is probably going to leave the room, depending on how that putt goes.
See, it's interesting that Mouth. I don't know. Oh, boy.
Didn't think that was a gimme putt.
All right, so down 10, right 1.
The right one almost makes it a little bit worse.
Great putt. Luna, oh. Man. Mouth.
Makes it look easy.
Two great putts under
Do you think
pressure.
he did that on purpose?
I off a little bit? Yeah, I do.
I did too.
I do. I know we've said he's been a little off, but I absolutely think Mouth wanted to avoid.
This is a really beautiful setup with that 14 wind left. I think one of these guys might get this close. I don't know if it's
Cook.
Oh, come on. You see Luna in the background with his big old Luna smirk like up. You know,
Man,
he knows it's coming
McCook
too.
has been burning it as well. McCook has been burning it as well. Oh my goodness, what a match. All right, so Connor lining this thing up.
That's a
Luna.
beautiful shot. Oh, Kevin O'Connor, great shot.
Wow.
Nice little fringe putt for Eagle here. Oh no. Yeah, you saw it. Ryan saw his face when he hit that.
That was coming in hot, and barring something bizarre.
All right, Mouth going with the high tee here.
Good putt by Luna.
Oh!
Great shot by Mouth. Phenomenal shot. All right, so Kevin, you're doing great work of modding as well.
Yeah, we're in Vegas. We don't need
putt from O'Connor, who, by the way, gave that one a good look because not laughing about it because they're both kind of. All right, so there we go. All right, so sudden death for those two. Luna still up.
All right, well, let's take a look at Luna and McCook while these guys get going in sudden death. I mean, I have to say, I know we were talking about sudden death earlier, but man, it feels like there's a bit more, especially high-profile, high-quality matches.
Yeah, they're signing in right now. As soon as they do, we will go 4 wide here. As the chat is getting.
We're in Vegas. I don't need a link on a website. Come on.
All right, so 3 strokes with 2 to play. And here we go. Mouth and O'Connor are going to be underway here in sudden death. We will get you that ASAP.
Paul
My
Luna.
goodness.
If Luna.
There it is.
I don't know. Luna.
And after this, by the way, we will take a break.
Yeah, we'll get through the McCook and Luna. Oh, look at that. That's tough for
There's
McCook.
one. There's one. Just been hanging around.
Yeah, so what we'll do when
That would be a quick break.
when these matches are finished, we'll step away. We'll keep the game feeds going here as Chris Longino and probably Chad Trump get ready to
Whomever.
make the return.
Sudden death.
It's
All
such
right.
a nice setup for that.
So that is interesting, though, with McCook. You get it within 2.
Oh,
That was such an authentic ho-hum fist pump from Mouth. An aw shucks. An actual aw shucks. But he knows he was that close to winning that match.
Stenmark, top 4 silver winner facing Brian B.
How about Brian B with a little run, too?
Yeah.
All right, so, oh, man, a good look here, by the way. Sudden death look here on the par 3.
We've seen, we had 2 Hidden Temple sudden deaths end on the
Oh,
this par 3 and the second par 3.
And that's that, by the way. Luna, we saw Jeff Landon struggle with this shot. Luna.
Well, I don't know what happened there with Kevin's shot.
All right, so Luna is going to take down Ryan McCook, who's going to go into the loser side of the bracket. And here we have sudden death. Can Mouth end it?
Oh,
He almost does.
That's like the third or fourth
2
shot
shots.
in the last few that he. I love the camera view he's using too, because you just see that line.
Wow. All right, so Luna with a casual 30. No big deal. And sudden death, which will be the focus now. It's not bad. That pin's a little talked. You bring it left to right and just trying to get it to spin in. I would assume he's going to bring this in left to right to try and spin it toward the pin. Oh, that shot surprised me. Not just the outcome, but the strategy.
This, the angle of this tee box is a little bit,
That's very safe for Mouth,
Yeah.
by the way. Very safe.
a little bit more of
No,
an
but-
angle
but
than
I
you're typically
guess-
used to.
All right. So Connor now.
Little 5 hybrid chip from the.
Is that it?
path.
I mean,
I
that's,
don't know. That's what I would do, but I'm not. I don't think he has another option. I mean, he has to make this. There's no way Mouth. Well, I can't say no way. Mouth is a little bit farther off than I thought, but I don't think you're really going to be able to get much off of the path here.
Stay up. Oh, all right. Well, he's going to have a shot there, I think, depending on what clubs he has. But it won't matter if Mouth sinks this, and he does. The Mouth in sudden death. Goodness. Mark McClevich, you see the disappointment on O'Connor's face, and the Mouth stays alive in the World Championship.
I tell you what, Mouth gets dangerous. It's Mouth and Haas.
That's what's coming up.
I believe so.
Whew. All right. So here's the room. Golden Tee World Championship. We really appreciate everybody joining, sharing, commenting, participating. It's been a wild day thus far. We still have a ton to do. Paul Luna, one of our favorites heading into this, one of the few favorites that has been unscathed at this point, takes out Ryan McCook. Jeff Landon, I believe, is up next for them,
Yes.
which we will see momentarily. What a day so far.
This has been a very interesting bracket. And Paul Taylor, Brandon Robinson playing on Pine Creek here. Machine 3, I think they're finishing up. But, I mean, this undefeated part of the championship bracket is getting smaller and smaller as time goes on.
All right, so here's what we need to do. We need to use the restroom. We need to get our thoughts together, I guess.
There's a
and
lot
get
to
other people
process.
on here. So we've got Chris Longino in the bullpen warming up. We've got other people warming up. We're going to take a quick break so you can get more action here at the Westgate, the World Championship.
Welcome back to the Westgate, the 2022 Golden Tee World Championship, and my word, have we delivered. Chris Longino, my goodness, what a day this has been so far.
What an incredible feeling we have in this room right now as we're starting to wind down the 11th playing of our World Championship here in Golden Tee, and there have been upsets today. Upsets galore.
At one point, I'm looking at the bracket, and the loser's side looked like it had been flipped, like you would traditionally see. It looked like the winner's side of a bracket, the loser's side loaded with world champions, some of the best players that walk the earth, and trying to fight their way through a very difficult process to get back to a championship match is what their ultimate goal is. Andy Fox just eliminated from this tournament. We've got some great players. Evan Gossett has been eliminated. He went 0-2 today. The number one qualifier. It's been a tough road.
3 out of the last 4 World Championships, Chad, the 32 seed has beat the 1 seed at the first round. It was done. Luke Nelson beat Evan Gossett in 17. Harlow beat Andy Haas in 2018 as a 32 versus a 1. And now today in 2022.
It's been a wild ride today, man. I mean, it literally has been. It shows more than anything 2 things. 1, everyone's getting better. And 2, and I'm saying it, the Stouts have brought some of the players it has brought them in a stroke closer.
Yeah, it's still a lot of these guys are walking into this room and maybe not so fearsome of what's happening in the room today.
More relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, I saw guys like Terry Haddock today, our only Idaho player in the field, who took down Fox, and then he went really hard with Paul Luna. Guys like that.
Not showing fear.
Brandon Robinson 2-0 today.
Yeah.
What a day he's having.
Yeah.
As he's right now on machine 3. As we fix our eyes over here on machine number 2, and we have Chris Brewer and Lance Harris.
Lance Harris has had an unbelievable Golden Tee weekend with mobile, and now the arcade side has been steamrolling, folks.
Absolutely, and just a Friday night runner-up at the Golden Tee Mobile World Championship, and
he played well enough to win it.
Yes, he did, and he kind of has gotten over that and is now focused on arcade today. And also, I mean, he woke up and beat Andy Haas today.
First match of the day.
Mm-hmm. And now he has an opportunity to win this World Championship. He's playing a really good player right now in Chris Brewer. World Championship number 4 for Chris Brewer this time around, and he's
I think Brewer was our 6th seed coming in today, 5th or 6th seed. Played very well, and he has been he's been rolling through the winner's side. The other match you see, CJ2-4, Chris Wengler, George Von Kashmar.
Kashmar.
I want to like to call him Kashmar, actually.
I got to remember their names because he told me while they're on the stream.
Sophia and Lucy.
Sophia and Lucy.
Watching their dad play some Golden Tee.
And he is putting on a clinic today as CJ just misses the chush.
Goodness gracious.
Very close.
Literally over the hole. Just watched GBK play over on machine, I think it was machine 8, went into extras and was able to pull it out, drove a green, made his putt. His opponent could not do the same. Don't remember who he played. Caught that late, and it was a phenomenal match from what everyone said. But GBK still alive and well.
They're kicking off their match, and we're looking at Pine Creek. It's been drawn a lot today. I've been seeing a lot of Pine Creek rounds here today.
Yep, everywhere. I've seen a lot of Baja today as well.
Yeah, and just a close shot for C.J. Wengler. Still hanging around this tournament. He admittedly felt some nerves in the first round, lost a round to Baja, where he was down too early. And now, he's looking at his hand. Yeah, you see him, how much shaky he's got going on right now.
I watched his entire match with Evan Gossett, and it was poorly played from both players.
Yeah, more attrition.
That's a great way to put it. I think both players were 6-7 strokes off pace in that match, and there was talk about the trackball. It might be a little hoppy. But anyway, CJ made it through.
Just next to the hole. He's flirting with it.
Thing's about 6 inches from dropping.
Great matchup right there.
I've been impressed from big time today. Like you're talking about the lack of fear from the lesser players. And when I say lesser, you know what I'm saying. But the people not quite as favored have been taking on these giants with zero fear. I mean, just shot for shot, and let the chips fall where they may. And you're seeing upsets galore.
I've noticed a lot through the matches this weekend. They're not letting the good players dictate the pace of the match. They're playing at their own speeds. They're sitting there taking their own time. And these guys who play 500 games a month, 600 games a month, they're playing it on their own. They're knocking out 7- and 8-minute games 50 times a day.
They are not playing 7- or 8-minute games today. You're right.
No.
The pace has been settled in and not forced to rush.
Yeah.
That's a great point, Chris, and I've seen that all over this place. You know, a lot of these guys that play a lot of games. Ooh, Andy Haas, I'm just watching, just hit a tree.
Well, he's not playing.
Practicing.
He's practicing.
Yeah, he's practicing. Apologies. Andy playing someone I can't see, apparently. GVK. Hits his drive, and now here comes CJ 2K with 2-4.
Playing backspin right there, which, I mean, it got him close to the hole. I normally typically like to see a bite shot, something that you can roll in there with all that green to work with. But
you know, Chris, one of the things about being in a big pavilion hall like this, it reminds me of watching CBS on a Sunday afternoon, the Masters, and we may be in the booth, and our cameras may be on a couple of players, a couple of holes, a couple of foursomes, a couple of twosomes, and you hear the roars that echo throughout the course, and that's what it's like here today. You wonder, what was that roar for on the other side of the pavilion hall? It's just, it's pretty cool setup.
yeah, and I mean, we've got a lot of people pulling for a lot of other people here too. A lot of people watching their friends on right now, and that we can't forget there's still a silver bracket happening in this room right now, and there's still a lot of money to play for that too.
A lot of good players in that silver bracket. Sean Gervais, first time he's ever missed a World Championship cut in the silver bracket. CJ 2-4, Gorgeous George still tied. Lance Harris, what a weekend. Playing Chris Brewer.
Oh, and just around the hole for CJ Wengler. Flirting with it. He's got finally it feels like he's maybe finding a groove now.
Almost as he has settled in. The putting was
And of course he's doing the same
tough.
thing.
Yeah. The putting was what was off earlier. Missed a lot of putts that he may not miss in an entire week.
Yeah. Tell a Jade.
I'm just kidding.
So here we are. Pine Creek, Once Cocos. Typically, it depends on how you play Pine Creek. Some of those holes can be drivable, and you can get a par that can range anywhere from about 26 to 27 to 29 to 30.
It's a wide range.
Yeah, wide range. And we're looking at Once Cocos. That is just typically a lower par kind of round. Can give some players a lot of different challenges. 17 and 18 have their own ways to be played. Sometimes can be good, sometimes can't be. And be interesting to see how we are. But the goal is right now just to keep it together until those times come. Attack when you can.
Until you get to, oh,
And
look
a
at Lance.
Great shot from Bannemans.
Lance Harris's incredible weekend continues.
Huge shot right there. Takes up one in the match.
Puts Chris Brewer in a position to chase. Plenty of swing holes to go, though.
Yeah. Makes that a little complicated. I'd be curious to see what kind of clubs he has playing into that. So we're going to look at the bracket here and just kind of get an idea of where we're at.
Chris Brewer has taken a longer than normal to look at this shot. He knows it's very important.
Yeah, methodical kind of player.
Yes,
and
look at this.
because of shots like that. Very straightforward player, Chris Brewer is. Plays a lot of really great shots low to the ground. Okay, we talk a lot in the mobile game about a stinger game. You know, he has all these little chushes in his bag with about 3 different clubs.
Wow.
And can play them quite well. And that's a guy that's built for, to speak on Lance Harris and Chris Brewer, who both have come from the world of poker. Guys that are kind of built to grind through things, built to be able to play a large amount of games like, you know, arcade and mobile.
And
George
GVK
Funk.
monster putt.
That was from
deep.
Yeah. But those both Harris and Brewer, like I said, come from the world of poker, know how to grind. All right, know how to just keep your focus through long amounts of time when you're doing something. That's why they can play 400, 500 games a month. And the more reps guys like that get, the better that they are.
Is Brewer similar to Harris in the sense that if he gets down, it's not an issue, just keep going forward, doesn't get dejected, keeps his head up, and it's just next shot, next shot?
There's no real show of emotion for Chris Brewer. It's just right now keeping focused on the task at hand. He knows he's in grasp of a world championship. Anybody that wins, by the way, in these final 4 matches that are in the winner's side, automatically get catapulted into the Calcutta money, because anything that they are is 5-6 from here.
Brewer down 1.
On another machine, let me report that Mark Gomez and Joe Macera are tied on Baja, 19 all. Hitting on 13 right now. Brendan Robinson's still over here playing at 2-0, and he's been over that machine a while, so I'm curious if that's on extra holes.
It seems like they might be. Yeah, I think they are. Look at their scores.
Mm-hmm. And Harris around the hole again. Unfazed by this. And just a huge silver bracket match coming up, because Mark Stenmark is still playing today, and he gets the inaugural Players Charity Champion, Brian Bernhardt. Whew. It's about 30 years of Golden Tee, or about 40 years of Golden Tee experience between the two of them.
About 35 with you and I.
Mm-hmm.
Harris and Brewer, they are all over it right now.
Yeah.
As you would expect.
We can feel the drama kind of building in the room a little bit.
It's quieted on this side of the room.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to get a little hype here in a little while when some great shots happen, but right now,
it's just there's intensity into the room.
Everybody feels it right now. There's a buzz in the room. We're about to have a new world champion in just about 3 to 4 hours. The 17th name that will be etched on the Hodgkin Zielinski Cup.
I spoke to Jim Zielinski for a while today, and it's just it's great talking to him. I know you had a chance.
He's a great conversation.
Last night for over an hour on the stream.
All questions I'm going to have to ask again on my podcast when he comes on.
Can't wait to listen to that one. Cannot wait. So Harris still up, now up 2 strokes on Brewer. Looks like Brewer missed
that's got to sit down, and C.J. Wengler goes long. Just overpowered it. That's about 297. When did your back? I wonder if he hit forward or 5, but I didn't see it.
GVK will not make that mistake. Good shot by George.
Good to see your opponent miss a little bit. Oh,
almost made that.
And hats for bats right around the hole.
Trails by 2. Lance Harris has stretched that lead.
So now GVK looks to be in control. Lance Harris with a few dicey holes to go. There's some swing holes in that pine course. This can be one of them as well.
Did I share with you a message? I talked to George, before the tournament started on Messenger, just had a little chat. Told him he looked to be, I was looking at the Calcutta. He looked like he might have been the steal of the Calcutta. And are you disappointed you went so low? I mean, it's an indication of what people think about your game and how they expect you to perform. I said, to me, you are the steal of this Calcutta. And he had 2-word answer to me. I know. I mean, I just like, oh, okay, the guy's ready to play. The guy's ready to play.
Had a little tough match with Paul Taylor.
There's no shame in losing to Paul Taylor.
Yeah.
Right?
And I'm trying to see who's reporting their match over there because that match appears to be over. And not quite sure. We'll have a look at the bracket.
Wengler taps in, and he will clean it up for George as well. George now with a 2-stroke lead, 2 to play. An enormous match on the losers bracket side here in the 2022 Golden Tee World Championship. No bigger stage in the game.
So right now in the top side of the top side of the winners bracket, will feature a fantastic match with Jeff Lannon Lemon back in the World Championship again, playing for I think now with the fifth consecutive year for him. Playing against the best player in the industry today, Paul Anthony Luna. That will be a classic.
Cannot wait to watch that one. I'll tell you, I watched an earlier match, Jeff Lannon and Ryan Sparks, round 1 on machine 5. Ryan had 2 hole-outs and had missed 2 putts. Lannon wins.
I'm thinking I'm watching Brandon Robinson report a match. I'm not sure if he is or not. Because if he is, he will go to the final. Oh, did he? Is he shaking his head?
He looks like he's explaining.
Okay.
It's hard to say. I can't read his body language very well right now.
Yeah, that would have been a monster upset. To see him in the Final Four of the winner's side, that would be incredible. And Brandon Robinson did win that match. In the 5-6, that puts him in the Calcutta. What a huge payday he's going to have today.
Brandon Robinson.
Wow.
It's been a day like that, right?
That it has.
It has been a day from jump. I mean, from the opening match. Lance Harris, not that he's a person you would consider a massive underdog.
No.
But to take out Andy Haas in the first round of the World Championship, I don't care. That's a huge upset.
That is an upset.
So we have here, GVK just missed his putt, but that did not matter. As he wins by 1, GVK will continue through the loser side.
And C.J. Wengler out of this tournament, 13-16 for his troubles, I believe, today. And just, I would call that a solid World Championship for his first ever one. I
agree.
He'll go back to the drawing board. He'll nitpick through this all he wants to. But at the end of the day, you're 2-2 in a World Championship, a lot better than a lot of other people have done. And
it's better than 80 people did today.
Yeah, he'll when he gets back to Minnesota, he'll feel all right about it. There's not a lot to feel bad about today. Had some good play.
I feel like he had one bad match, and he won. Yeah. When he beat Gossett, that was about as bad as he's played today, and still got the victory. There is no doubt that nerves play a part in something like this, trying to get yourself set, get centered, and like you said, he's going to take that back to Minnesota, figure things out, and he's going to be a force for a long time. Brandon Robinson just walked by the booth, and he is absolutely jacked.
Yeah, he is jacked. And
he should be jacked, rightfully so.
Yeah, gets the winner of Lance Harris and Chris Brewer here.
And I think that Lance is still up by 2 strokes. We will see shortly. Lance is 22 under going into this. Yeah, he's still up 2. Running out of daylight is Chris Brewer. He's got 15, 16, 17, and 18 to try to take away 2 strokes from one of the most cold, ruthless killers in our game.
So we're about to get a great match here on Machine 1 as well. We get the 27-time tournament winner, 2-time world champion, $30,000 won in this building alone, Andy Haas, and he'll take on the 2017 Missouri Open champion. Word of mouth, Mark McClevich. Join him 3 times a week on his YouTube show. Great teacher of Golden Tee, and I think we have that's a match that can give us some fireworks as we're closing out this other match. 16th hole, Chris Brewer sends it out. Popular direction to go here. Some guys like to lay short and play through the trees, just kind of depending on what your wind. The wind's kind of at their back at the furthest end of the fairway, so I think they're going to both take that route. Just how they get there will be another way. And that pin's tucked to the right, as you see.
And Lance up, too. No reason to chance anything here.
Yeah, just, I mean, get yourself on the green. Try to get your eagle. Don't
Andy
take on
Haas
any.
and Mouth, man, that's going to be a nice one.
That's a heavyweight fight right there.
You almost need a separate camera just to keep on Mouth during that match.
He'll be a bull in a china shop. I know
It's an interesting dynamic between the two because they are total opposites.
And because also, I mean, you'll see the way Mouth plays. He carries a lot of energy into the machine. Very out there, and the machine will shake a little bit. This is a tough
This
stage.
platform's going to shake here in a minute.
Mm-hmm. And just high of the hole. Oh, Lance Harris. I mean, finished second in a Golden Tee Mobile, cruising right now. Needs to get past these last 2 holes.
I've been friends with Lance Harris for 20 years, and he has not changed. He is as steady as they come. He's a good man, and he has just got the gift for this game. And he's a stone for a guy that as genuine and just down to earth and just a good person. He is a stone cold killer.
Yes, he is.
When it comes to this game.
The 2019 Top Gun Player of the Year. It was his first ever tournament win on tour as well, and he what a year that was. He now this year not so much of a tournament goer these days, but still not afraid to compete in the World Championship. This is not too big for him at all.
And right now, you look at his body language.
That's a great shot from Brewer.
He looks like he has literally 0 nerves. None.
No.
Like literally no nerves, which I don't know how that's possible on a stage like this. Separates the men from the boys.
Mm-hmm.
And you can feel a buzz brewing as people are starting to line up to watch this match between Andy Haas.
Everybody's pulling up a chair.
And Mark the Mouth.
They're going to tee off of the first hole. We're going to stick with this match right now. As looks like Chris Brewer. Oh, Lance Harris almost off the green.
That almost was the break that Brewer needed.
Yeah, can afford to miss this if he wants to, but it's a good putt and it's in the hole. 29 under pace.
If you're Brewer, you wonder if you're ever going to get another opportunity in this match. That was the chance.
Yeah. 18 brings a lot of challenges as he plays a 3-driver bag. A lot of guys on this course play 3 drivers in their bag. Hole out from Mark McClevich on the first hole. Let's see if Haas can answer.
The start that Mouth would have paid big money to have. Hole out on hole 1, put some pressure on the greatest player maybe that has ever lived.
Yeah. And
he misses right.
Hit the lip up. And Brewer is going to have to be careful. Very close up there, hit 143. I think Lance might want to lay up here. That's probably a good idea for him.
2-stroke lead.
Yeah, doesn't want to get up near that edge where he'll have to kick it back out and bring par into play. You really don't want to do that.
At the conclusion of the Brewer-Harris match, we will quickly go to Haas and Mouth.
Mouth already up 1 in that match. Feels great about this World Championship opportunity. He'll go to surgery just after this tournament. He's having surgery on his back, and then he'll probably start his tournament season somewhere in Missouri, maybe Nashville. As
Lance just sealed it.
Yeah, just sealed it with some points. Kind of a tough shot here. Good that he keeps sand wedge in, plays it as a chush as he always does.
And Lance Harris.
Lance Harris will move on. Final 4 of the winner's side, Lance Harris. So here we are as we go over to the next machine, Mark McClevich.
And Brewer had a long wait before he played.
And
Gomez.
Gomez with the hole out.
Over on machine 4.
Looking to take out Joe Massera, one of the popular picks for this tournament.
I would love to see that match over on a machine we can stream side by side. That is a monster match. Huge shot for Mark Gomez.
Ooh. Get on in
Oh,
there and
Haas.
just right of the hole.
The lights have dimmed.
Yeah, as we're coming down.
Andy Haas on the tee.
And Joe Massera, the 2021 Top Gun Player of the Year, out of the World Championship.
Mark Gomez.
Mark Gomez still hanging around this tournament. Played together all day yesterday, and he's still hanging around. Wow. Somebody's game you should take a little bit more seriously is Mark Gomez. True story. He's a good player.
Proved it. Biggest stage there is.
As Mouth hits it over in this direction. Buried the alpha, Mark Gomez. Buried the alpha.
We heard that story yesterday.
Yeah.
For those who weren't there, that was a good one.
Yes, it was. All right, so both of them knowing where to lay up right here.
Ooh, this match got me on edge. This is going to get better and better as we go.
Yeah, as the shot comes in just a little high of the hole. And this is, you can see by his body language, he knows he needs hole outs. Mark's very capable of keeping this clean the rest of the way.
Look at Mark.
Just around the hole.
And for those of you that watch Mouth's stream and think that it's just a lot of entertainment, it's a lot of fun, and it is, Mark can flat out play. And everybody knows he can play, but he is a serious problem with the lead. He is a serious problem.
Yeah, he can be secure about it. Oh, and just this is green light for Andy Haas. He knows this one's got to be close. Another guy that keeps a 1-iron in his bag for this course. Lots of different utilities for it. And this is a great line. Let's see what happens here.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Just around the hole. He knows they have to go in.
Some big names out of this tournament, Chris.
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
some unbelievable names. Andy Fox out of this tournament. Joe Massera out of this tournament. Evan Gossett out of this tournament.
It's incredible. And what's the crazy thing is if Andy Haas doesn't win this match right here, we'll have a new world champion.
We will have a first-timer.
We will have a first-time world champion. It's been a little bit. The Orleans that year in 2018 where Evan Gossett just put on a clinic. Great shot from McClevich. And was able to take it home that day. That's the last time we've had a first-timer.
And that's a while.
It's been a little bit now. I mean, only our second world championship since then, but, you know, it's been a while, and we're hungry for it. But we're hungry for a new champion. We really are.
I would have no issue, obviously, with Andy Haas winning, but the drama with a new champion, it's almost as if any other sport, when you get new teams into a Super Bowl, into the NBA Finals, there's something fresh about something like that. Something fresh.
Absolutely.
Like you and I, fresh.
Yeah, fresh.
Good shot from Mouth.
Once again, a green light shot. I mean, he's going to dial this in. He's going to let the green do the work.
This could go.
Those thumbs.
That's
God, those
right.
thumbs are always around. One of the great thumbers in the history of Golden Tee.
Chris, you know what's been fun this weekend to see the great Dean Liakakos make an appearance here in Las Vegas and spend time with some of these newer players that, quite frankly, a lot don't even know who Dean Liakakos is, what he meant to the game. It's been great seeing him.
Historically, our game's greatest ambassador, truly is.
Oh, 100%. Hall of Famer. We have a lot of Hall of Famers.
Yeah,
We have legit, though.
Yeah, we do. And one day we'll get to a really nostalgic spot. We'll start curating this thing.
But in the meantime, we've got some great players right now.
Wouldn't mind bringing back the Golden Tee Society. That was a thing.
It was. The leather bomber jackets.
Didn't hate that. Don DePesciani never thought it was cool, but I thought it was.
It's all right.
Andy has his. He has two of them. He has
Kinsler's got one.
Yeah. Kinsler should have two.
He should.
Yeah, 2 world championships.
Casey Brock got one for being a contributor to the game.
Yeah, I was in that room too. I was at the FedEx Forum when they gave him that, and we didn't see it coming. It was unexpected, and an unforced error.
Andy Haas waiting for that break. That was not necessary.
He had a high tee going around. Depends on how he wants to play this, and this is where this 1 iron comes into play. That's why he has it.
Andy is.
Oh no, and he clips it.
Goodness gracious. 2 mistakes you do not expect to see from 2 of the best in the world.
And I don't know if he's going to – this might be a world where he needs to take some medicine. 5 wood might get through there. There's a little gap, and it's big enough for him to take a look, but I think it's medicine time. He knows what –
It's medicine time.
Mouth is deep in the stuff somewhere, and he's in the heavy rough. And, I mean, he's got a shot at the green, but he's got bushes right in front of him, and then who knows what happens on the other side. There's rocks, everything that could be around.
He's going for it.
Yeah, he's going to a place he thinks he can chip, I think. The green may not, and that's
I
think that's as good as he can expect from there. Solid chip he can make. Haas wants the hole out right now. Let's get this stroke, and it's near.
Oh, goodness gracious.
McClevich to stay
chip.
up 1. Low side. Ties the match.
Mark's still up
Oh,
1.
Mark's still up 1. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that was to go up 2.
Oh, yeah.
If he makes that chip, the mouth is up 2.
That's right.
Mark dodges a
Bullet.
massive
bullet. And that was I think a poor effort on his part. It gives him a putt that's not comfortable.
If Andy loses this match, he will be thinking about that 1
Sends
iron.
it out to the side.
for a while.
Watch this come down and just right over the hole. Not a lot of thought in his play. Stands up, knows the shot, and hits the shot. Will Sandstead still in this tournament. He's playing what appears to be, I think, Justin Wilson right now. Bryce Lepic, who has had just an amazing day today, he's going to get George von Koschenbar next, as Mouth is just around the hole again. And he's going to need one of these.
I'm just so far ahead that it's
And just high of the hole.
It's funny reading some comments that you all are sending us, and very true. Sometimes these guys are human.
Yeah.
Corey, that's a great point. And I said it yesterday. There has never been a perfect round of Golden Tee.
We've seen Andy Haas have a couple hat-tossing moments, and Steve Bigger writes that hat was almost tossed across the casino.
It was pulled off, that's for sure.
Yeah.
1-stroke lead for the mouth for Andy Haas. Mouth can hear us.
Yeah, he can. We're fairly close to the players today. I've been told to still go full-blown. They can deal with it, so.
Does Andy have his headphones in right now, his
He
earbuds?
does, yeah. He has. He wears AirPods Pro, and he knows he's running out of holes.
You're running out of daylight.
Mark McClevich clean through 13. Andy Haas one off.
You know, it's funny, back in the day, and I'm talking about the early 2000s.
Good shot.
The headphones weren't a thing. Sonny Tunstall became the first player. He came to a match in Memphis, probably 2003, 2004-ish, and he had headphones on with his Discman. That's how long ago that was.
That's great.
And he was the first player to try to drown some
About a
things
release
out.
right here, just a little south of the hole.
And now you see everyone with headphones, earbuds.
Just finding the place where they can be comfortable and just
That's
trying
right.
to drown
Drown
out
things out. That's what it's all about. You, the machine, your game, No distractions. Sonny Tunstall, Houston, Texas. The first one that ever brought that to the game. And now you know.
On a Discman.
It was a Discman for sure.
I remember him used to having something in his, because he always wore earbuds with the white string, and it was always in that white collared shirt front pocket right there.
Yeah, Sonny was a guy, man. Sonny was a man's man.
Played in a few of these world championships as well.
Sonny could play. Andy Haas can play. And he just teed off here on 15, down 1. This would be an upset.
Now, white, 1 iron. Taking the 1 iron in. Knows he has to
And
get it.
there
He
it
gets
is.
it! Holes out!
You're the loudest guy in the room.
Even. They are now even. Mouth to answer.
Thank you.
What percent?
Ooh, mouth. Andy Haas
Just
doing
a
Andy
cold-blooded
Haas
shot
things.
from Andy Haas.
It's what he's
Cold-blooded.
done the last 20 years. This is why Andy Haas is Andy Haas and you're not. Not you personally, Gino.
No.
Everyone.
You could aim to be like him, but it's hard. Tie match now. And look at that pin tucked up there. 1 hybrid still out. He's probably going to have to play something else than that. It's going to go, and this is going to have a great bounce.
Great shot. from
Wonderful
Andy.
lead for him.
Great shot from Andy. Wonder if that just turned on the floodgates from his imagination, his gameplay, that hole out, getting loose.
Ooh, and this is a testy chip. Going to play with the gap wedge, and it goes south. The wind took it.
Jeez.
The wind took it. Playing that gap wedge, just too much wind going there.
That is unbelievable. In a matter of 2 holes, Mark has gone down a stroke, has lost the lead, lost the tie, and now he trails against one of the best players on planet Earth.
Hits a full shot in. This is Andy Haas's wheelhouse.
Andy is obviously in a massive driving seat right now.
Yeah, this is the mouth needs it right here. See if he can get it. Oh, just a little south of the hole. Needed it to come out a little bit more to create some more action towards the opposite slope of the green.
A lot of players in this room were rooting on Mark. They want Haas out of this tournament because they know what he can do.
Ooh, and watch this. This is an incredible shot from Andy Haas.
Mark is in a position he has to make this shot.
Hole in 1 to keep his world championship hopes alive.
Must make.
Going to play a cut in. Some guys would play over. Shots away, and it's, a lot of action, and had to be, he got really aggressive there, and that goes into the water, effectively ending his world championship.
Unbelievable.
And just trying to get through the round. The 2-time world champ is still alive.
And he survives by playing the last 4 holes like the player he is, like the closer that he is. Down 1 to wins going away.
Incredible, incredible showcase there. All right, we're back here in the booth here. Chad Schrump, Chris Longino. We're now here to the final 4 of the winner's side. Paul Luna versus Jeffrey Lannon. And then on the other side, we got the Golden T-Mobile World Championship runner-up from Friday, Lance Harris. And the surprise of the tournament right now, Brandon Robinson, the old big head, having a great day. Guaranteed 5-6 money out of this. He's having a day. If he can finish this off, what an incredible story that would be, Chad.
It's been a day of upsets, and that's from match 1 until now. It has been a day of upsets, and Andy Haas is methodically playing his way through this loser's bracket. It looked very bleak for Andy Haas through 15 holes and found his way through. Brandon Robinson Come on, man.
What a day.
Playing
What a day.
unbelievable Golden Tee, and he's capable of playing that kind of Golden Tee.
So to put a bow on that match just for Mouth, and I think a couple things could have went a lot better for him. But he'll be back at it. Word of mouth, like I said, 3 times a week. Check him out. One of the great educators in Golden Tee. If you want to learn, and we're about getting ready to head to break here just for a couple minutes. We're going to bring you the Final Four, the winner's side. Chad Strum, Chris Longino here at the Westgate, live from the 2022 Golden Tee World Championship.
Welcome back to the Westgate. Chad Trump, Chris Longino. We are down to 12 players remaining for the Golden Tee World Championship 2022. And it has been a hell of a tournament.
It has been an awesome tournament. 12 players left in this tournament. 12 players vying for an opportunity to call themselves a Golden Tee World Champion. Only a few guys have that distinction, and we're getting ready. We have only one former world champion left in the field. Everybody else could be a first-timer. Great matches heading on in the room right now as we're getting ready to watch an elimination match. The Gambler, the 2021 Dallas Holiday Classic champion, Ryan McCook. And then there's Justin Wilson having a fantastic day. Should be a solid match if he can keep up with him for a little bit. And they're going to play a big swing match. So this is, I would call that this is a swing course. This is a big-time swing course.
And that's these are the kind of courses you like for a tournament like this.
I would.
For people to watch these tournaments and hope for some fun action, something to keep them glued to their computers, their devices. Yeah. This is the kind of course.
This drawing this course right now, I think Ryan McCook has to be very happy to have drawn this course.
He could. This is much better than, say, Baja.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That'll bring a lesser player a stroke closer. This is a shot maker's course.
Chush time. You'll see this a lot from these guys. Two-thumb Chush a little to the right, and he powered that.
He hit that so
was
hard
a little
that
bit
came
too
off
much.
the hill and back onto the green, I think.
You're looking between 38 to 43, 44 miles an hour on your shot meter. He's about it, and he's playing with a 4-wood, 38, and he nails it. That Chush is just money for him.
It's a one-stroke lead after the first hole.
A lot of holes to take advantage of here, Joe Chad. This is the course. We've got so many swing holes.
Lights are very bright here in this pavilion.
Not just deep in the heart of Texas, it's also here.
That's a good song. McCook honors one-stroke lead early.
Of course,
Nice.
all you need to know about Ryan McCook, a long time playing this game, a Team USA alumni just like myself. 2012 Florida Open champion, one of the first tournaments they had on the National Golden Tee Tour presented by Power Events. Also just coming off his victory at the 2021 Dallas Holiday Classic, and that is just trouble right there.
You could not have written a better start for Ryan McCook or a worse start for Justin Wilson.
And now he'll have to just battle for the rest of this tournament, or rest of this round.
And you're talking about battling a Hall of Fame talent like Ryan McCook. It is not the position you want to be in.
Don't want to be 3 strokes down to him after the second hole.
And yeah, it's tough. This is going to be a tough way to go for Wilson. He is not in this position because he's not a great player, though. So he will continue to fight, no question. The problem is Ryan McCook is here to bury you.
Not afraid to do it either. On another machine, we're watching just a great run today. The loser side of the bracket, Paul Taylor against Mark Gomez. Mark Gomez having a fantastic day running through this loser side of the bracket. Paul Taylor just accepting his first loss to Brandon Robinson. We're going to have to get him on the stream. Those matches will have to be streamed.
Agreed.
What a day for Brandon Robinson. Can't wait to see him up on the stage.
He is a popular player.
Guaranteed Calcutta money, too. That's a big thing right there for a guy that probably didn't have a massive price to him. Maybe couple hundred bucks.
I hope he bought half.
I would certainly hope so. I don't see a world where he wouldn't. And if that's the case, there's a nice chunk of change coming to him. And see this 2-iron super spin. You see a lot of the best players in the world have this in their bag.
Nicely done.
Plays a high tee, hits the lip. You can tell he's done that before. That thing is tucked so far over there. And look at Justin Wilson with a 2 hybrid in his bag.
Justin Wilson plays as Tiger, is wearing a Tiger Woods t-shirt, wearing the Sunday red.
Yes, sir. On another machine, a machine 3. What a day Bryce Lepik's having as he continues to move. He's in the loser side of the bracket, and he's got George von Koschenbar, Chris Brewer over on machine 6. I don't know if he's getting ready to play or not.
Looks like he is warming up.
Yeah, he's got a little closest to the pin action going on right now.
Trying to keep loose. Big putt for McCook. He makes it, maintains that lead, cleans up for Wilson. 4-stroke lead, and this is turning into a rout.
Yes, sir.
And this is what great players do when they are at their best.
He's not worried about anything else now. Imagine just being up 4 strokes, and now he might as well play Golden Tee in a gymnasium right now. There's nothing that could bother him.
This is probably better than he had hoped. This is better than he could probably imagine. If someone were to ask him, what situation would you like to be in after 3 or 4 holes, he might say up 1.
You don't help your cause when you let great players when you just beat yourself. And that's kind of what's happened there a little bit with Justin right there. A couple difficult shots, and now just trying to keep it together. And that's the thing when you're struggling like this. It's really hard to see what you're doing to make sure it's right. You're questioning all your shots now.
Joe Massera walking past has to be absolutely dejected.
Yeah, not what he hoped for here.
His tournament hopes dashed in the last round. Gomez takes him out.
Incredible upset there.
What
a great day we're having here at the
like
Westgate.
you said, people need to start taking Mark Gomez very seriously.
He can play. It appears that Bryce Lepick upsets George von Koschenbar.
Beat him by 2. Or by 1. Is that 27, 26?
Yeah. What an upset. George von Koschenbar's World Championship now effectively over. As we look at McCook over here, just having a little ho-hum round. Boy, a lot of really great players out of this tournament.
Just got news that Greg Kinsler has been eliminated from the silver bracket. Shot a 2 better.
The 2002-2007 world champion.
Shot a 2 better and lost to a 3 better.
Oh, my goodness. Who did he play?
Cam
Eager. And Brian Bernhardt is just informing me that he is 5-0 right now in the silver bracket. And he will play Gervais next for King of the Hill. Remember, 7 wins to win the silver bracket. And Brian Bernhardt has put himself into it. Sean Gervais is into this as well.
Talked to Sean earlier this morning. He was very disappointed that he missed the cut. But he recognizes there is a ton of money to be won, and to take the silver bracket very seriously, he has done just that.
And for a guy that's moving, that helps a lot.
Where's he moving?
He is going to Houston.
Everyone's going to Houston.
Yeah, he's, I think, just, looking for a little bit of a change. There's a good pricing model for him to bang Golden Tee down there as well. Good. So not leaving the game, just leaving the St. Louis area, which he's been at for the last 5 years.
We may have an issue with one of the machines that will be on the stream later, and they are working feverishly on it. Chris Brewer lending a hand. Andy Haas, looks like they've just restarted. They've rebooted the machine.
Yeah, I think that's been the biggest problem of the day, is that machine right there has been wobbling all day long.
So I'm sure as soon as that match is ready to go live, we will leave the McCook-Wilson match and go to Andy Haas and Chris Brewer. Need to make sure that happens. McCook up 4, potentially more than that right now. The Brewer-Haas is a massive battle.
What a battle of titans that will be. Chris Brewer just relatively kind of new in the game, just really starting in 2017, 2016. Andy Haas, the resume speaks for itself. We all know what it is. 27 times a tournament winner. When I say 27 times, this is not your tournament down at the VFW down the road. Okay, these are actual legitimate tournaments that have great players in it.
A stat that I found interesting, and tell me if this is right.
Yeah.
So Greg Kinsler and I were talking this morning. Andy Haas, in 54 PEG tournament events, has been in the top 40 of the 54 times.
Is
that accurate?
Somebody had found my stats earlier. Somebody found my book.
Is that accurate?
I think it's top 8.
Okay, top 8.
Top 8. I think I had
because
that messed
the 40 out of 54 top 4s is.
It's
I
staggering.
mean, it's literally that would be. Even top 8 is staggering.
I will tell you right now. I believe that's a STEMMARK stat if I have this correctly. But let me look to make sure.
This is almost like the telephone game.
No,
someone fed them a stat. Who fed him a stat?
No.
Somebody
Somebody found my notes, and I think I miswrote something. But this guy over here, Al Jazz, found my notes. So.
I did hear about that.
Yeah.
We'll take care of Al Jazz later.
Nah, he's all right.
Justin Wilson, 11 under par. We are through the front 9, hole 10. Stop ball, it does. He will have that for his eagle, and he has missed it. Par for the course for Justin, unfortunately, here on this round, as Ryan McCook is absolutely destroying this great tournament run that Justin Wilson has been on. Yeah. A top 12 finish is what is in the bag for Justin Wilson. Absolutely no shame in it.
About a couple $1,000s for his troubles today.
Guaranteed he's happy. He'll go back and think about what a hell of a tournament he has had. Ryan McCook has just been sensational in this match.
Oh, wow. And he clips the trees and maybe can give a little window to get back in this match. Justin Wilson having a great tournament year this past year. I think of the 5 tournaments he attended, all of them he made the cut in. And so just a player that, these solid players that make cuts, play good qualifiers, and just get into the mix,
Where does Justin play from?
I think he's a Grand Rapids, Michigan guy.
Okay, Michigan guy. And
he didn't get the bounce off the fairway.
Could not take advantage of the opening that Ryan gave him. Kind of been the story of this match, quite frankly. And again, as soon as we can, Andy Haas, Chris Brewer, you are not missing anything. They have not started yet. That is an amazing match. They are part of the final 12. The winner of this match will have some serious steam trying to get back to the winner's side to get to a championship.
Top 8. That's where I had it wrong. Yeah, it was top 8. So of the 54 events he's attended, 40 of them.
And it is Haas.
It is Haas.
Yeah, okay.
It is Haas. Got all those stats right there. Like
it's still unbelievable.
Well, STEMMARK 56 tournaments attended. I think it's like 35 in the top 4. And that shows his dominance a little bit.
So that's 2 Mount Rushmore guys.
Yeah, 2 of the Mount Rushmore, and then you can kind of toss your ideas you want about Steve Sobey, Chris Eversole, and Greg Kinsler. Those are the 3 that kind of.
You almost need a 5th president on the Mount Rushmore, right?
Yes, we do. It'd make this a lot easier.
But it's fun to talk about. Justin Wilson's troubles continue. Chip out of the sand.
A hole-in-one for Paul Taylor.
Does he beat Gomez with that?
Was that an extra holes? God, how many extra holes are we going to play today? These
Gomez
guys.
walks off the stage.
And he's quit at 10. Yeah. Mark Gomez, World Championship effectively over.
Paul Taylor.
Wow.
Paul Taylor. And he is jacked. Just flexes for the crowd.
Yeah. Getting the machine set up a little bit over there. They're rebooting Haas, Chris Brewer. And I know this has got to be a struggle for Justin to get through right now. He wants to play the rest of this match just to see if he can have a chance. Mark Gomez will finish with a 9-12 in this World Championship. Nothing to really be ashamed about.
Justin Wilson just having one of those matches where everything is going very poorly. And when it rains, it pours. 9-stroke lead for the gambler.
Just kind of hard to watch sometimes with this, trying to get through his round. I know he wants to play this to the end. He doesn't want to quit it out right now. But he just want to play a whole lot better when it comes to these matches.
I've had this happen to me before.
Yeah,
I've had tournaments where you've just, from jump, everything goes wrong. You try to get it back on track. You try to get back on the rails, and it just, for whatever reason, it's not going to happen today.
And everything just seems absent to you.
But again, once he gets back home to Grand Rapids, like you say he's from, he is going to smile and think, man, I had a great tournament run, a 9-12 finish in the World Championship. There is nothing
Wrong with that.
of.
A lot better than a lot of other players in this room. Great.
I am excited about Haas and Brewer. I am excited.
Yeah, that could be a potentially good match. And just somebody giving me a little bit of a fact, and thank you, Josh McDaniel, who's watching with us today, one of my guys back in South Carolina. Brandon Robinson went for $90 in the Calcutta.
$90.
$90. He'll get at least almost, I think, $2,800 for 5-6, which he is guaranteed today. What a day for Brandon Robinson.
And not done yet.
And not done yet. Not done yet at all.
Playing with house money, you would almost think.
I hope he doesn't have that feeling. I hope he goes out there and really attacks who he's playing next.
Hey, when you play with house money,
Yeah.
you can attack.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that you don't care.
No,
it means, hey,
I'm
let's let it hang
good.
out to dry and let's go.
Yeah. Don't let these nerves bother me now.
And don't seem like they have.
But don't be happy to be here either.
That's right. There's a fine line.
And there's a close shot for Justin Wilson right
I would
there.
love to see that go in. Give him something,
Yeah.
Golden Tee.
25 after 15, just playing a ho-hum Ryan McCook kind of match. Just a Ryan McCook kind of round, really.
Just methodical. I'm going to rip your throat out. 11-stroke lead. Paul Taylor. What a win for Paul. Knocks out GBK. GBK will continue to carry the moniker of the greatest player that has never won a tournament.
Yeah, I know that day, like I said, it's going to come one day where it just kind of all comes together for him. He's good enough to do it. I've said it before many times, the old saying, you go knocking on that door, it's going to open one time. And
It will eventually open, and then who knows how many more times it opens after that.
Yeah. We'll see what kind of year he's going to have in 2022, where he starts his tournament year this year. He's a part of the Vector Room group that gets around to a lot of these tournaments. Obviously, they'll have their own tournament sometime later this year as well. One of the best Golden Tee scenes in the world, fucking Houston, Texas. Houston, Texas, what a hotbed for Golden Tee.
And from what it sounds like, just getting better with Gervais heading that way.
All of a sudden it may have just become the best Golden Tee playing state if it already wasn't.
Imagine if Stenmark decides he wants to start playing again.
That would be a day, sir. That would be a day. But still, and he's also still hanging around the silver bracket as well, still in the tournament.
Mark Stenmark has played nary a stitch of Golden Tee golf and is still alive and well. The tournament juices are flowing. I would love to see him, actually. It would be really fun to see him up on this stream playing for his silver championship.
Yeah, absolutely.
Against another big name, that would be fun. Sean Gervais against Stenmark in their final, that'd be fun.
Oh, yeah, well, you got to get past Bernsey first. And
Bernsey 5-0.
And that's the King of the Hill match right there. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to get this bracket pulled up so we can look at the silver bracket a little bit.
It'd be fun to see Bernsey. Long-time player, your boy.
Joins me commonly around tournament time for the Gino's Golden Tee podcast. If you guys haven't taken that to download, first off, everybody's been really, really nice to me about the podcast and telling me how much they've enjoyed it this week. Obviously, I'm going to have a lot of content to unpack about this World Championship, and then we're getting ready for Wisconsin. We're getting ready for stop number 1 on the National Golden Tee Tour presented by Power Events. And
I will say this, man. If you're a fan of Golden Tee and you're not listening, you're not watching this podcast, you're not listening to Gino and the guests that he has on a weekly basis or every other week when he decides he's going to do these podcasts, you're really missing out because, and I listen with a critical ear. I mean, it's the nature of what I do. I'm former communications major. I love things like this. And the way you bring this home the history behind what you talk about, the knowledge that you bring. Plus, you're a great player, so you can talk very intelligently about what these guys are doing. It's just a great listen. And to listen to Gary Calabano, Adam Kramer last week, and others, it's a fun time. So if you care about Golden Tee at all, Golden Tee Mobile, Golden Tee Arcade, download Gino's Golden Tee podcast. It is fantastic.
Subscribe. Chad, thank you very much. And
Yeah.
it's something I love doing, just talking Golden Tee and being creative. Everybody that comes on always has some good stories to tell. As we're getting ready to look over here at the next machine, I think they're still getting it beat up or rebooted up as we look around the room here, kind of winding down the 2022 Golden Tee World Championship. I think about 10 players left in the main bracket, a few left in the silver bracket, and a lot of money still to be paid out.
It has been an amazing Sunday here at the Westgate. It has been an amazing Sunday. The earlier matches, upsets galore, set the stage for a wild Sunday of tournament action. Yeah. It's been a lot of fun.
Just to go through some of the because we're in the right around the 9-12 range. We're about at the same area where the main the gold bracket's happening. The silver bracket's about out of the same area. Guys like Jade McGillum and Eric Hogan are playing on machine 10 right now. Jade having a solid day. Clint Grover waiting the winner of Tim McGlynn and Jeff McClellan.
Look at Tim Glenn.
Yeah, hanging around this tournament. And then
Jade from my town, Indianapolis, Indiana.
And the number 1 and number 2 seeds in that silver bracket, Cam Eager and Jason Elliott, playing each other right now as they get ready to tee off on another Pine Coast round. Two-time world champion Andy Haas, 2008, 2016. You don't need to know anymore. 27 times a tournament winner on, and 9 times a winner on the National Golden Tee Tour. An outstanding player, one of the greats of all time, playing against Chris Brewer. You're going to see two different styles here. Andy, who's very quick to go about his play. Chris Brewer, more methodical. Both are headphones in. I don't know if you know this, Andy Haas has about 25 Tool songs he listens on there.
The more you know.
No, the 25 Tool songs he plays just dedicated for match play. Only 25.
Andy Haas has 27 wins.
27 of all the Tournament of Champions, all the he has one of the Game Time Amusements Championships where he had great finals with Mouth one year at one of the Indy Opens in the mid-2010s.
You know, I still brag to my friends about finishing second in Dayton, Ohio, in a field of about 30. I mean, imagine.
Yeah.
27 victories.
Wired differently than any other player I know. Playing a straight shot out, and this is, I think that could be a putt right there.
Yeah, I think it could too.
You'll see a lot with Chris Brewer. His money is when shots are low to the ground, chushes, variety of chushes, and that's got to go.
Uh-oh.
That's got to go.
Wow. An unforced error.
Just right.
And Shippett puts himself in a hole again, as he did against Mouth. But we know how that turned out.
Yeah, to go up two, and this is
straight.
This guy, Chris Brewer, has a lot more of a steady mind than Mark McClevich does. He'll be able to keep together a lot better.
And he takes an early 2-stroke lead.
Not safe, but this is a course that's got some swing holes.
Wow. That's unbelievable. That's a great start for Chris Brewer. He could not have wished for anything more than that.
One of the people want to know at home for me, did you borrow, I don't know, that looks like a Burnsy shirt. That's what they said.
Mine?
Yeah.
Well, Burnsy, in a million years, Burnsy would need to grow about twice as big to have this shirt.
But it'd be a little bit of a blanket for him.
Yeah, it would be like a trash bag. However, I am inspired by Brian Bernhardt, and I wore this shirt in his honor today. And look at him, 5-0 into the silver.
Having a good day. Having a good day. Obviously not the world championship he was hoping for. Just a guy that, I mean, one, he chooses to play a harder version of this game than he has to, but he's got some conviction in why he does it. So And still, I mean, he qualified week 1 in the commercial side. So no slouch.
Chris Brewer maintains a 2-stroke lead over one of the greatest players that has ever lived. Trying to continue to keep his foot on the gas pedal here on Pine.
Glad to have the 2003 and 2005 world champion watching with us, Chris Eversole. I know he has to get some feelings when he watches stuff like this. He has to.
I guarantee you he is watching this and he's saying, damn, I missed that. But boy, could that guy play.
And just right around just south of the hole. What a great shot.
That was close to being a 3-stroke lead.
Haas thinking hole out. Nothing else.
Green light is long and it snaps back too far. Andy will have plenty more opportunities. And this is the loser's side of the 2022 Golden Tee World Championship. It's a long road to get to the finals when you have to come all the way losing your first match like Andy did to Lance Harris.
But, I mean, some of these guys like that. I mean,
just a lot of Golden Tee to play, right?
Yeah,
Stay in that rhythm.
Yeah, keep him warm, stay in that rhythm, and all of a sudden you got a king of the hill that's maybe been sitting around playing by himself on the machine over there, and he hasn't been competitive in a while. And these guys have just been playing competitive a while, and they're getting in their groove.
You know, one thing that I've never understood, and I've never been king of a hill. No, that's not true. I was in Dayton, Ohio, which I just bragged about. But when you're warming up and you're trying to stay loose, why wouldn't you have someone play with you to keep that pace right?
That's an interesting thought. I mean, and mostly that's just for a guy like Haas. It's not how he's wired. He likes to just be in his own little world, just stay focused
Well, it works
at
for
the
him.
task.
Yeah, it works for him.
But
But he's not king of the hill right now.
No.
So a guy that is king of the hill, when that happens, and he's got to wait for a long time to get his opponent, get somebody to play with you that's of like quality, and get that pace right so you're not playing your shot every 4 or 5 seconds playing a shot. Because that's not how it's going to be when you're trying to win $30,000 here in another hour.
You are absolutely right. This is a green light shot, by the way. These guys can get really close right here. And here comes Burr, almost with a hole-in-one.
I think Andy makes this.
He has to capitalize on this, and he knows it. Strong thumb, a little bit outside, but it's coming down and just next to the hole.
Andy Haas.
Andy Haas with a close shot, still down 2 in the match.
That's one he wishes he had back. That would have been a great hole out. But that was a fantastic look. Both players probably wish they had that one back. 2-stroke lead, Chris Brewer. Hats for bats.
What a solid player he's turned into. Now gets in about 400 to 500 games a month. 2 machines.
Brandon Robinson again making an appearance.
Just trying to chill the day right now. He's going to go talk to his boy Landon for a little bit as we watch this shot come in and just around the hole.
Brewer has almost holed out three of the last 3 holes.
Yeah, a lot of these straight wins. He knows he needs one of these to go in.
And Haas might here.
What a little cut shot that is. Ooh. Just high of the hole.
If you're Brewer, when you miss and you watch Haas having to follow you, you feel like you are dodging a literal bullet every time. He has dodged 3 in a row. Barely, but he's dodged them. Continues a 2-stroke lead. They are now going to hole 8.
Can be a swing hole sometimes. You have to set yourself up for a little bit of approach, but it looks like that pin is a little tucked to the left.
Just want to go to the right side of this fairway, correct? Just get it past that water, get into the right side, get a good angle.
Yeah, getting over everything is important. 5 woods, high 5 woods typically can do that. Not hitting it too far close to the trees, very important.
Let's see if Andy brings this out.
No, he's playing the same
He's
shot.
fine. Yep, that's good.
He'll go first.
He will show Brewer the way.
Tree in the way. It's going to be a cut around. And almost in the hole. He is flirting with it right now.
Andy Haas is dialed. I know he's down 2. He is absolutely dialed in. But let's don't take anything away from Chris right now. He's dialed in as well.
Yeah, this is and that's a good shot to know that actually goes over. Not a lot of people would play a 5 hybrid over that. Good knowledge from Chris Brewer. A lot of guys would play that around or playing some kind of cut shot. Chris Brewer knew it would get over.
2-stroke lead will go into 9. Chris Brewer, 11 under. Andy Haas, 9 under par. As we continue on the loser's side of the 2022 Golden Tee World Championship. Here we are at the Westgate. I am Chad Schrump, and I am with Chris Longino.
Yeah.
The Alpha, baby.
Here to bring you home here for the 2022 Golden Tee World Championship. And we've had a showcase for everybody today. If you haven't been here, you've missed out on one hell of a world championship. We started Friday night with Golden Tee Mobile, and they brought the Westgate down. And then we've had a great tournament so far, getting ready to crown our next Golden Tee World Champion.
Andy.
And playing a shot, yep.
I mean, right now, I just feel like when I am watching this, it seems like Andy is going second every time on these approaches into the hole, into the pin. And it is literally like, and I know I said it a minute ago, like he is under fire right now. Like Brewer is under fire. You're up 2, and Andy is coming at you with everything he has. One of the greatest players that has ever lived, and he will not go down without an amazing fight. I guarantee you.
A lot of swing holes coming up. And looking to attack right now in the hole.
It was inevitable.
Holes out to come within 1.
Inevitable. He is inevitable. He is coming at you. Down 2, now down 1. Can Brewer answer?
You're not going to get this cup without a fight. Great shot from Andy Haas.
I've been saying it. Everything. Brewer has been dodging these bullets for the last 10 minutes. Couldn't dodge that one.
Yeah, keeping themselves a lot of straight wind. He needs to help himself here a little bit. Going to still have a 1-stroke advantage, but it's not safe. A lot of swing holes still coming as well. But we got a 1-stroke game now.
Andy Haas, you are absolutely ridiculous. You are relentless.
And this could be close too. Just high of the hole. He's going to take some shot points.
That's the worst shot he has hit in 6 holes. And he pointed. He was not happy. Ripped the hat off. Almost threw it into the crowd. Andy Haas pissed off at that last effort.
We've started machine 2 now, and that has got the winner side of the King of the Hill. I'm sorry.
Brewer almost makes it.
Winner side of the bracket. Jeff Land and Paul Luna has started their match.
We will, join them probably as they start the back 9, the conclusion of this match between Brewer and Haas. I'm not sure if we're going to go to a double or a quad. We're going to stay right here. This is an amazing match. Brewer maintaining a 1-stroke lead over Andy Haas. Was down 2, Andy Haas. Trimmed it to 1 with his hole out earlier.
And just they're looking for the avenue to try to get onto this green, and I'm not sure if they're going to find it. He's going to hit this 9.5.
He's there.
And he's on. No, they both made it. 374, that's the right number there. Both, and that's, you see the 3 drivers, 8.5, 9.5, 10.5.
Yeah.
All have utilities for this course.
We continue on.
If you're at home watching, if you want to go to school on a good bag, both these guys, I mean, they have on different clubs throughout irons, but keeping 3 drivers in the bag for this particular course, always a great idea. Just a little bit of bounce up there.
What a shot!
I like this hole. I don't know what about it is, but I really like this hole.
Fit your mind's eye.
Yeah, so, playing these low 5 hybrid shots in reminds me of some old school Golden Tee. A lot of bounces heading into a green.
What's Brewer going to do here?
He's going to play probably a full out. You see that 7 hybrid out.
He's going to get close.
Yeah, it's right in the math. So this could be a really. He went a little bit further out, but it's good. Can get up the hill.
That's fine.
I would have played that maybe just a little bit more straighter with more power, but that splitting hairs there. You're on the green. Go get your putt.
Left 8. Ooh, that a little sucky, and goes in.
Get a little fortunate there.
That's why they make the whole round. 1-stroke lead. Chris Brewer, Andy Haas on the tee. Drivable par 4. All over it as usual. Brewer to answer. It's actually makeable.
Yeah, the wind's going in an opposite direction, so it's going to be really hard to try to play some kind of straightforward shot to get because the nature of the wind will take the ball to the other direction. So the goal here will be to play a cut, a small cut. As you'll see, he'll bring it just a little to the right and some backspin. Barely dodges the fringe.
Wow, good shot.
That would have left him a little bit of a longer putt than he would have wanted. But Haas still with down 1 stroke. Not a whole lot of holes to play.
4 holes to go.
4 to go, and one of them really doesn't matter all that much. Happy to see some of the Golden Tee Mobile guys taking in some of the action here. They've been around with us all weekend long.
Friday night's champion, Rick Coppathorne, has been here literally all day with Jordan Scott. Niall Campbell from Ireland here watching the tournament action. Says hi. Of course, Niall took part in the championship the other night. Apollo Fury. Hey, the mobile guys like arcade, and a lot of them play. They double dip.
Yeah, I heard
So does Chad Schrump.
And just around the hole for Chris Brewer. More points from my man.
Andy Haas.
Andy Haas just south of the hole. What a display of great shot making, isn't it?
It is literally, this is the greatest shot maker maybe of all time.
This is just a report on because we've started the winner's side of the King of the Hill. Winner's side of the bracket. It's not quite King of the Hill. The winner of this will go on to the King of the Hill. We're playing Baja on that course, so.
Landon almost holed out.
Yeah. No.
3 holes to go.
Yeah.
Chris Brewer trying to keep Andy Haas off of his 1-stroke lead.
Hitting a quality fairway shot like that helps. 154 out, and we'll have a great shot in. Andy playing more of a shot that he feels comfortable with. This will be a thumb.
This is a good look. That's well right.
Ooh, and
Come
it
back.
coming down towards the hole.
Nice
Great
shot.
look at that. Had the right line just 2% harder than he needed it to be.
Will he need to throw this out? He will go right over this, won't he?
Yeah,
He'll throw this out a little bit to the
yeah,
right.
it'll go a little bit, but the wind's going to carry it, so he needs
That's
to start it over there anyway. And you see, no pullback. Just hit a simple shot, and that's the thing with Chris Brewer, keeping his shot simple.
Put it right up the hill.
Yeah, if he doesn't need a pullback, he won't have a pullback.
Big putt.
Oh, and a little high. Oh, my goodness.
That's the pressure.
We have a tie match.
That is the pressure. That
We
is
have a tie match.
He almost missed Andy's putt. The first time we've seen any chink in the armor, and that is that uphill left 3, hung it out to the right. Andy now has to feel like, oh my goodness.
Leaves himself a long shot there, and important to note, Brewer is playing with some plus spin irons here, so he'll have a good opportunity to actually get this close with his high tee more than Andy did.
Unbelievable. Chris Brewer in charge and misses a relatively easy putt.
He might be looking at this just a little bit just to shake off what happened on the last hole. He's taking some time here just to get that out of his mind. go play the correct shot he wants to play, and he's going to play to the other side. He has set his tee. All right, folks, saddle up. This is going in a different direction. No, he went around the right side, just in a different angle, and a great shot. And not an easy putt.
Will he chip this, or is he going to putt?
It looks like, I think he's going to putt this.
Looks like it.
Looking at this, make sure it's right, and he left it low.
Oh, my goodness.
Andy Haas drops
Brewer
a putt.
gifted a stroke back from Andy Haas.
We saw it in Texas, and we saw it again. The French putt gets Andy Haas once again.
I think Andy should have chipped that. Obviously, now you look at it. That's why I asked. I mean, that's you take all that out of the equation if you chip that shot.
Well, part of that was, being more comfortable with the putt. And, you saw the ball did get there. It wasn't short, so.
That was a hard putt.
And now he's going to play himself into the sand trap over here to give himself a shot. Brewer to win the match right now. And he's on a fantastic line. It's going to check right in front of the hole. Just to win the match. Boy, we've seen a lot of these go in.
This to tie, right?
Oh, and just south of the hole.
Brewer needs to make his putt, and he wins.
And Andy Haas's tournament effectively now complete. A 9-12 finish for the two-time world champion.
Chris Brewer.
Wow. Not the finish he wanted. Andy Haas out of the world championship for 2022.
I'm still stunned.
Yeah, incredible.
And with all that adrenaline we have going on and all this unbelievable play, we have to go directly to Jeff Lannon and Paul Luna.
Yeah, what an intense match as we're already here. 11th hole, Baja Ria.
It does not settle down here at the World Championship
No.
from one nail biter to the next.
We get back going. Two great players. Jeff
Winner
Lannon.
side.
Yeah, Jeff Lannon, a former Top Gun Player of the Year, 4 times a champion on our National Golden Tee Tour presented by Power Events, playing against none other than Paul Anthony Luna, best player in the world today, and 10 times, a champion on our National Golden Tee Tour as well. Guys that are not strangers to winning.
Lannon, 18 under. Let's see what Paul is. Paul is 18 under, so we are tied after how many holes? We are going into hole 12, all knotted up. What would you expect here? This is what you would expect between two monster players. Last night Adam talked about who can take a victory away instead of giving one away. And I think on this course, you're going to have to take the victory. I don't think anyone's going to give anything away here on this course. Jeff Lannon, Paul Luna, it does not get any better than this. It just doesn't.
Two of the best in the world on a daily basis. They're playing each other.
So what does that guarantee Brewer? A top, 6 finish?
No.
5, 6?
He will go to 7-8 now.
7-8, okay.
Yeah, 7-8. So one more win will get him into the top 6.
Okay. We do not have a bracket in front of us. Chris is pulling one up. But Chris's mind is like a steel trap, doesn't forget anything.
People don't like that typically.
I like it.
I got the silver bracket up. I forgot to put the gold bracket back up.
Jeff Lannon on the tee. Lemon, as you know him.
About 20 years of Golden Tee experience for this man.
And not a nicer guy in the game.
And just around the hole. And another shot away. This could be really close. Almost an ultra shot.
Wow. I almost have, from that last match, it's almost as if the adrenaline is finally dumping out of my body. And we know we're about ready to rev back up here with Lannon and Luna.
Let me make that correction. I'm sorry. Haas will be finishing 9-12. This is the 7-8 match coming up. So in the loser side of the bracket, Bryce Lepic still playing in this tournament. Indianapolis guy, he is having a great day.
He
The
sure
number
is.
32 seed. He was the guy on the bubble, and he got himself into this field. He'll take on Ryan McCook, still playing today, and then Chris Brewer and Paul Taylor. A little bit of coastal
Wow.
East Coast flavor for you right there. Wilmington versus Myrtle Beach.
And Paul Taylor has been unconscious.
8 players remain for the Golden Tee World Championship of 2022.
Who would you favor between Brewer and Taylor?
That's going to be a great matchup. If I had to base on historic play, probably Taylor. If I had to base on who's been playing the most and a lot here lately, Chris Brewer.
Okay.
Should make for a great match.
It almost sounds like you're putting even odds on this match.
I could, honestly, there's some stories about, I've tried to table a lot of the Stouts talk since I've been here, but if you want to know some of the origins of the Stouts and where it really started, go to the coast of North and South Carolina.
Chris Brewer, Paul Taylor.
Yeah. Go to the court, and that's
Andy
where
Haas moves himself into the crowd. Going to watch some action.
as
Great sportsmanship by a 2-time world champion. He's going to watch.
I think Mrs. Haas is here as well.
Mrs. Haas is here. He's sat next to her. Nothing to be ashamed of in the place that he finished.
9-12. He'll get a couple thousand out of it as well.
He's upset with the way that tournament finished. Obviously,
But he's going to have company. He'll have a new part of his World Championship Brotherhood today. He'll have a new member there.
That's a big thing to talk. We talked about it before that match started. If Haas was to lose, which he did, we will have a brand new Golden Tee World Champion, a first-timer into the Brotherhood. Haven't been very many of them.
10 World Championships, 6 different champions.
Lannon.
Just
shot.
around the hole.
Still tied between Luna and Lana.
Ooh, and this could be a great shot. Oh. Almost in the hole for Paul Anthony Luna. Tied 26 all, about 63K in great shot points apiece.
Does not get any more even.
And this hole brings challenges. And Lemon brings it on up. Going to get some love off that hill and a little down. Going to have an uphill putt, maybe a little bit of angle to it. Up 3. Got to be careful. Make sure you get this far out enough. And like the pro he is, he makes it. We're tied going to 18.
It's very similar to the putt that Brewer missed against Haas that turns out not to bite him. Up 7, left 3. Jeff Lannon buries it, center cup. Take us home, Chris.
Just this is a easy looking shot right now that they can play a high tee thumb into if they want. Very attackable for both players right here.
To try to win a match, this is the shot you would want, right?
To get to the king of the hill. Surprising a little bit of a pullback. He took it and just a little bit left of the hole. Paul Anthony Luna can win the match with an ace here.
Green light.
Yeah, this is a shot that they're now he's gonna take a little bit more power into this. So it's all about playing the shot you're most comfortable with, and this will be an interesting look coming down off the fringe. I think it stayed there.
So Lemon will make this no issue.
And just like the theme of this World Championship for both mobile and arcade side, we are going to extra holes.
And I said this the other night. If arcade cabinet could have half the night, half the great battles that mobile had, it was going to be an unbelievable Golden Tee weekend, and look what we're having right here. Haas Brewer goes into 18 before decided. Lemon, Luna going into extras. You've got Brandon Robinson, absolutely a Cinderella story, has made his way into the top 4. Only went for $90 in a $55,000 Calcutta. Hello, bye of the century.
Oh, my goodness, what a trip to Vegas.
You've got Lance Harris trying to have an incredible Golden Tee weekend, finish second in mobile, now trying to win the cabinet side. There's a lot of storylines here this weekend here at Westgate.
Yeah, Lance Harris getting up to his machine one as Brandon Robinson will make his way over there.
And not to mention, we haven't even talked about Silver much. Sean Gervais still alive.
Yeah, we're watching over here Machine 3 as we're starting to bring some of the silver bracket matches to the stage. Clint Grover playing an elimination match right now against Jeff McClellan. Green light for Luna.
Ooh. Sudden death. Going to let Chris Longino do his thing here in a minute. One of these is going to be decided very soon on this golf course. Someone will be holing out within the next few holes.
This is getting a little dicey right here with this shot right here. He's going to play some kind of cut. Just get the important is make sure you don't overcut it. A lot of guys might try to angle a thumb right there. Both guys will probably play a pullback. It's an offset look.
Sure is.
And just carries it on in there with a little bit of spin and just north of the hole. About 6 feet for him for both of them making eagle. As they're firing up the match, Brandon Robinson.
Paul Taylor. So
No,
of
Brandon-
course they draw here in a minute.
Lance
I'm sorry,
Harris.
yeah, Lance Harris.
Lance
I'm
Harris.
sorry, yeah, my fault. My apologies. I saw a beanie and I saw a beard.
It's a little far out, but it'll be all right now. Luna to answer. It's good. True story.
Lance Harris
Oh, what a shot. This is just,
trying to be the first player to ever be in the finals of a mobile championship and an arcade championship, although we've only had 2 mobile finals.
And he'll also trying to join a club, a guy that's won a Top Gun player of the Year and also a World Championship. Only Haas and Stenmark have done that. Oh, and Gossett.
Luna on the tee.
Yeah. And I mean, this is the nature of this course right here. This honestly could, I mean, this could go another full 18. And I think that was a little bit of a poor effort from Jeff Lannon.
Yeah, he
Came
would
off
like
the
to have
thumbs.
that back. Yeah, he would like to have that one back. Absolutely. I would bet $1,000 this is closer.
Oh, and this is coming up to the hole and nails the hole out.
Paul Luna.
Moves on to King of the Hill. What a shot.
Jeff Lannon, a shot that he wishes he had back well right. Paul Luna does Paul Luna things, holes out, and moves on.
Tough break for Lemon. He'll move down to the bottom side of the bracket. Guaranteed 5-6 money. And Paul Anthony Luna, the betting favorite, will play for a King of the Hill.
And like we talked about, we go from one match with all of that adrenaline dump, and then it builds back up. Luna takes off, wins with a hole out. The adrenaline dumps again, and now you're set back up for another great match. Lance Harris and Brandon Robinson.
And what a day Brandon Robinson's having. And a lot of these players come up here, I can just spit out a bunch of stats about.
Spit them.
I can't do it with Brandon Robinson so much. A lot of cuts made, a great player, tournament pedigree, maybe not great in solid finishes. He's had a lot of tournaments where I've seen him actually put back-to-back 30 unders to make cuts. I've seen him do it. And he is just a solid player, and I mean, not a guy you always want to face.
And this is not a course that we've seen a lot of today.
No, Hidden Temple, and this is a scorer's delight as well. Potential 30s written all over this course. All right.
Adam Kramer will be back with us shortly. I will step out and let Adam and Chris take us home to a world championship, as it should be. Paul Luna walks by the stage, the broadcast booth.
Everybody kind of starting to crowd around the stage a little bit. We're getting to the nitty-gritty of this tournament. In the silver bracket, Cam Eager, Johnny Daher playing each other right now.
Shot for Brandon. You just feel it in the room, right? You could feel how it ramps up, how a game is in the 16th, 17th, 18th hole. It ramps up all that energy. You get a victory, and then you go to the next match, and you're just beginning a match, and you know you have so much ebb and flow of a match as you work your way back up. There's a lot of energy expelled from this crowd, from us, from the players. This is a great time here at the Westgate. Brandon Robinson and Lance Harris trying to move on to win $30,000.
What a day.
A little bit of a correction. I'm going to stay one more match with Gino. Going to watch a loser side match after Lance Harris and Brandon Robinson. Then we will bring you the captain. Adam Kramer.
Our captain.
Our captain.
My captain, Adam Kramer, president of Amusement for Incredible Technologies. And just a fantastic person to lead us to a lot of really great things. I'm looking forward to our future here in Golden Tee. I really am.
6 under each through 4 here on Hidden Temple. Banamitz on the tee. He has honors, has not lost those honors. North Dakota's Lance Harris, living in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Still a few hundred people left here in the pavilion number 9 here at the Westgate. Getting closer to crowning our world champion as Lance Harris hits one close to it and just a little right of the hole. And if I'm Brandon Robinson, I want to capitalize right now. Go ahead, take the lead in this match.
All systems go here.
Dictate how this goes as he's
just
just a little short.
You would like that one over.
I think that's a little bit of nerves talking to you
that
right
was
there.
A nervy shot. You could tell that was a little nervy. He's looking down like, what was that?
Keeping his focus, the biggest stage he's ever played on, by far, right now.
You know, he and Greg Kinsler are very good friends, and I see him pacing the stage, the hands on the hips, the towel in the back pocket. I swear to God, it looks like Greg is up there right now playing Lance Harris. Yeah. Hat backwards. It is a very familiar sight. Almost funny to me. It looks like Greg's up there playing Lance. This is Brandon Robinson. Played so well today, and continuing to play well.
Do you think Lance is a little surprised at how well he's been doing? I mean, I kind of gauged him being a lot more excited for Mobile coming into this weekend, but he's having a great day today.
Well, you talked to him the other night. We were talking to Lance Harris, and it felt like he was much more, I don't want to say excited. I think his expectations were set higher for the Mobile side. And that's his first.
That's going to be
a little bit of a tough one coming up. But I think he felt like he had higher expectations for himself in Mobile, which, by God, he finished second, runner-up here in the 2022 Mobile World Championship, and a chance to do even better.
This is a hairy little offset shot right here. I mean, he's trying to find the best way for him to play a cut. It's going to be a low T10.5.
Huge shot.
Now, he's trying not to hit it too hard, so this will do the work for him and hits a great shot.
That is nice.
This putt has to look like 2 miles to Lance Harris.
It's got a little bit of a right break towards the end.
Yeah. Looks straight up. Great putt from Lance Harris.
Huge.
The answer. Brandon
Dead
Robinson.
center. If you're worried about nerves, and I think he had that par 3, he hit it a little bit nervy a couple holes ago.
Yeah.
That putt answered some things. That was dead center. Brandon Robinson,
Just
top 4.
top 4. I mean, we're gonna. That's probably something we're gonna talk about a lot tonight. If anybody listens to my podcast, he has definitely won this tournament, no matter what happens here from here on out.
Oh, 100%.
This is a great day for the big head, and
We talked, and you said, who won the Golden Tee Mobile side this weekend? You said what?
Golden Tee Mobile won the mobile.
They
side.
won. They won.
Yeah.
And right now, I think with all these upsets this weekend, I think Golden Tee Cabinet won this weekend as well. It wasn't just a bunch of high betting favorites that just dominated this field. There's been a lot of stories like Brandon Robinson that have moved through this field this weekend. Now, Brandon's made it the furthest of anyone, but there's been a ton of upsets as we've gone through. So it's been a really fun weekend. Almost reminds you of March Madness, the opening rounds. It's been a fun one.
Now, Brandon did just get wet right here, so he is going for a hole-out eagle the hard way.
Brandon Robinson.
My goodness.
Lance shakes his head, looks at the camera, smiles.
Takes eagle the hard way.
Goodness gracious. Capitalizes on his initial error.
Whew. Keeps him tied in the match.
It made me laugh. I looked up, and you could see it on the stream. Lance looked directly into the camera, a big smile, a little bit of a giggle. And he shook his head. What are you going to do about that?
Yeah. And he hits this on a great line. Let's see what this does. Just a little short. Thank you very much to Incredible Technologies for the tracer on the ball. It helps me see where the wind is going and what the direction of the ball is. It's helped call these matches really well. And this is on a solid line. It's a little high.
Couple birdies. Still tied, 12 under each. And here we are again. What we talked about earlier, I feel it building in me right now. I feel that adrenaline starting to pump back up again. You're starting to get into this. You'll be in this back nine soon.
Yeah.
And you know what's at stake. And this is what it's all about. This is some fun stuff.
And this is kind of a hairy shot right here. I mean, you're playing to get over this massive arch. Pin is a little bit to the left, and 5-wood is going to have a hard time cutting a little bit more. Winning your face is going to help some. And sends it, plays it like a straight full, and is exactly how he should have played that shot. Excellent shot from Lance Harris.
A lot of people still in this crowd. Former world champion Evan Gossett in the crowd,
this
watching
is
matches.
Important right there. He did not go to school on that. He wanted to play his own shot. And it's right around the hole as well.
Beautiful. Former world champion Andy Haas still in the crowd with his wife.
Yeah. And so we're both clean. A little hairy for Brandon Robinson on that front side. Capitalized on a mistake.
Paul Taylor just walks by, still in this tournament. Indy zone. Bryce will be on machine 2 here shortly.
If anybody's watching this right now, please, everybody, you guys, 1,000 viewers that are watching us right now, this is a great World Championship. Hit that like button. Go share this and subscribe.
Share this with your friends. Just share it.
Yeah, get it out there, all right? We got a great thing going on here with this Golden Tee.
If you love this game, if half of you would share this, man, you have no idea how much this would help us.
Yeah.
Just share it. Best players in the world in front of your face right now.
Yeah. All right, we have a certain amount of players watching. I'm looking at YouTube right now, and we have about 100 likes. If we get to, say, 300 likes, I'm going to tell Richard King to go ask Steve Sobel every question that he absolutely hates. So give that a like right now.
If you subscribe, I'll call the rest of these matches with my shirt off.
Don't get everybody all hot and bothered, Chad.
And I didn't shave, no. Ryan Sparks liking and subscribing at this moment. Little does he know I would do that for free for Ryan Sparks. As we continue, Brandon Robinson, Lance Harris in the Final Four, 16 under apiece. Brandon made a mistake early, capitalized though, fixed his error, hold out from the fairway. We are still tied. Lance Harris having a epic weekend, mobile, second place in Worlds, trying to do even better on the cabinet side.
And this is a shot they want to get close right now. These accessible par fours. This is a little tucked to the left, so it's not the easiest thing.
I'm unbuttoning right now.
Unbuttoning. We're getting some likes, people.
About 6 chest hairs have peeked out of this Tommy Bahama.
What? And it's a good shot there, just right of the hole. Just keeping it smooth. Don't cost yourself anything right now. Some of the more silver brackets matches making their way to the stage. Cam Eager over there playing Johnny Daher, and I just heard Clint Grover and Jade McGillum. What a good match that's going to be.
That would be a fun one. Johnny Dollar still playing.
Now, Clint Grover, former silver bracket champion of the 2018 World Championship, backed it up the following year with the third place finish at the 2019 World Championship. Has almost the magic in the room that this one does right now. We're getting close.
Jade and Clint, what a match. From Indianapolis, Indiana, representing. Clint, just outside of Chicago. Of course, Brandon Robinson just outside of Chicago as well. Lance Harris, a resident right now of Las Vegas, Nevada. Brandon, it's going to come down.
Yeah.
Good shot.
A bit longer putt than you want.
And he continues
But
to
it's
pour
smooth.
putts in, zero issue.
He's loose right now. That's the thing. You're right, Chad. The comment you made earlier about just free rolling right now, it is so resonating. He
This
feels
is house
comfortable.
money, man.
Both at 19 under.
But here's the thing, too, though. I feel like Lance Harris feels like he's playing with house money right now as well.
Both take right over, hitting from the rock area like a lot of people do. They're firing up on machine number 2, Bryce Lepic, on an incredible run today against the gambler, Ryan McCook, 2021 Dallas Holiday Classic champion.
Where's Bryce from again? Say it.
Indianapolis,
Boom.
Indiana. I almost got my Pat McAfee going there.
For the brand. That's fine. Brandon's fine. I expect Lance to actually attack this hole. Expect Lance to be pretty close here. And just misses Lance Harris.
Close.
Goodness. Lance almost took a one-stroke lead, but we will remain knotted up. 21 apiece. After 13 holes, we move to hole 14, par 3. And that is another green light.
These par 3s, some of the easiest you'll find in Golden Tee here on Hidden Temple. Very attackable par 3s.
Would not be surprised one of these players makes this shot. Absolutely wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, we've got plus spin in the bag too, so he'll be able to play some roll on this. It's uphill, can play it as a thumb.
This will challenge the hole.
And that's a great shot, just a little high of the hole, though.
That was not as close as I expected.
Boy, if
Lance
you're
to
Brandon
be.
Robinson, you got to want this one right now.
I would say this is the biggest shot Brandon Robinson has ever hit right here.
If he can get it. Doors open. Going to play with this with a pullback, and that's just a little off.
I think he would like to have that one back again. And again, the par threes have kind of brought out a little bit of the nerviness, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're playing with house money, you're playing loose, but you know what's at stake. It's easy to say, hey, I'm playing with house money.
Clean rounds don't always work in Golden Tee anymore. It's a different game. In a world where we used to survive Golden Tee courses and all the challenges, this is a little bit more wide open. These are more scoreable. A premium on being able to hole out.
Big shot from Lance Harris. Every shot from here on out.
Yeah.
Enormous.
And that's the thing. He's looking at this right now. Like, he could play a cut around the whatever you want to call this structure, or he could try to muscle an 8-wood over, and it would be a lot of you need that to go 270, which is possible.
He's thinking about it right now. He's going to take his time, figure out the best shot for Lance Harris.
Yeah. And this is probably going to be the same shot Brandon plays.
And I was going to say, Brandon gets a chance to go to school here.
Yeah. And I think, no, look at Lance going to the outside, wanting to create some spin. Not a bad play. If he's short with the 8-wood, he brings a chip heading towards water into play. So this is a shot that I think is the right play, actually. Going over would be easier, but you also, like I said, if you end up short.
You don't want to lose the match here.
Yeah, and if you end up short, you're leaving yourself a testy chip that's tucked over there that could have you another chip coming back if you miss it. So this is the right play. Heading to the out.
Look at that.
And he ended up short. No. Oh, no, he's on.
Now that's a big left breaker.
Just creeped on. That will be left 10.
That is a big breaking putt.
An all-universe putt. And
there's a crack here for Brandon Robinson.
Yeah, if he can get himself close around the hole.
I said it last time. This is the biggest shot ever for Brandon Robinson.
Ooh. It goes over. Oh, this has got to slow down. This is going to leave him a long putt.
Well, this is a test of the putters. This is a test of nerves. Lance Harris has been there and done that. Let's see how he takes this on.
And he's drilled it.
Oh, goodness.
He's drilled it.
What a putt.
Clutch. Gets it outside and nails that putt.
My
Stays tied in the match.
It doesn't get better than that. If you thought Brandon Robinson was not up to task, think again.
Still tied in this match. What a display we've had today. Goodness.
You don't see two better putts than that under the circumstances. You don't.
Yeah. As they hit into this par 5, they're all going to hit to the right. I do want to mention they have fired up Tropical on machine number 2, Bryce Lepic, Ryan McCook, and they appear to be close to tied unless the chush went in for McCook. We're going to join that match right after this one.
Brandon will leave his tee shot almost the same spot Lance did, Bannerman's. Brandon Robinson, my goodness, son. The putt you just hit was unbelievable. Get up.
Great shot.
Nice. That was very close.
Tie match between Bryce Lepic and Ryan McCook through 4.
That was very close to being just short of where he wanted to hit that shot. He looked up with a sigh of relief and looked up at the ceiling. Lance is
in the hole. Lance Harris. Cold-blooded.
We said it. Lance is one of the nicest guys you will ever meet, but he is an absolute destroyer, and he's been that way for 20 years.
What a shot. Takes a one-stroke advantage to 17.
Lance will not make a mistake from here on out. Brandon will have to take this match back. Lance will not make a mistake. Zero chance. And I will not back off of that statement. Brandon Robinson, if he wants to
Has a 3 hybrid in the bag. That's curious. He's going to play the
continue
6
on, will have to take it back from Lance. He will have to take a stroke.
And it looks like he's going to play a cut in. This is a big wind over there. Oh, and heading towards the hole. Got a little kiss off the wall.
Lance acknowledges the great shot that Brandon just hit. Lance will make that putt. Zero issues whatsoever. Water behind. Makes it center cut.
What a testy putt.
It's dead center of the hole, boys. This is not Lance Harris's first rodeo. It is Brandon Robinson's first rodeo on this kind of stage.
Yes, it
and
is.
Brandon has done nothing wrong. He's just facing a guy that is, like we've said, is a cold-blooded killer.
Absolutely. Trying not to get too hairy with this.
And that's fine.
That's a great shot.
Brandon must make this.
Ace to tie. Seeing a lot of this today.
There is zero chance Lance Harris misses that putt.
Wow.
And I said it. He's not missing that putt. Brandon needs to make this. I know Lance Harris. He will not miss that. Brandon must make.
Come on.
Give us some drama, Brandon.
Yeah.
Give us some drama.
Give us a little drama here.
Let Gino bring this house down right now.
Yeah. He's going to play this a small cut. He's going to let the green do the work. We'll see what happens going a little left.
That's going a lot left.
And that's almost
Oh.
in the water.
He has to make this and hope for a
Make
miss
this hope for a
putt.
miss. And
Oh!
that's great. Chip.
Lance for the win. Lance isn't
And Lance-
missing that.
Lance going to the king of the hill. What a weekend for Lance Harris.
That was a great match.
Yeah.
Sparks screams good match, boys, and he is absolutely correct. That put on a show for the boys out here watching, the wives, the girlfriends. A couple hundred people still in attendance. I thought Will Sandstad was actually giving me a beer. He didn't. I feel like that was a little rude, to be honest.
30-29, a one better 30 under for Lance Harris. And he'll move on to King of the Hill for Brandon Robinson. Still has life in the tournament.
And again, I mean, we keep saying that. Well, I keep saying this. It's like you get that huge adrenaline rush, and now we slowly have to go back to a match that is not very far along, and you build back up. So here we are, Bryce and Ryan.
So the Bryce and Ryan, the winner of this match, will take on Brandon Robinson.
And good luck,
in 5-6
because
matches.
Brandon Robinson is playing his ass off right now.
He's no slouch right now. Over here to machine number 2. Just finishing up the 8th hole. Both of them 12 under, still a tie match. What a showcase we're having today.
It's been fantastic.
Oh, my goodness.
The boys have put on a show, as we hoped they would.
These guys are unconscious today. What a day for the Golden Tee World Championship.
Goodness gracious. This has been a weekend of heart palpitations, too many drinks, and incredible Golden Tee. From the mobile side to the cabinet guys bringing this sucker home on a grand stage and matching everything that was done Thursday and Friday and then some. Lance Harris holes out 16 rather, makes a huge putt on 17, makes another big putt on 18. Brandon forced to try to make the shot on 18 to force a tie, hits it left. Then makes a monster chip from death.
First off, great putt from Bryce Lepic right there. Yeah, monster chip from death. And just he's right now just going to regroup. I know he's in a comfortable place right now. He'll take the winner of this one.
You know, yeah, I mean, we talked about him playing with house money and be loose and just play your game, don't feel that pressure. And he didn't play with any pressure. He played great. Yeah. Lance Harris just took that match what you want to see from here on out. You want guys to take matches. You don't want guys giving matches away. And Lance took that match away from Brandon. There's nothing to be sorry about if you're Brandon Robinson. There's nothing to feel bad about if you're Brandon Robinson. You played great.
Yeah,
Lance Harris just had one shot that was a little better than your shot, and he moves on. And you're still alive.
Yeah, today's Golden Tee, if you shoot a clean round, and with this kind of field right here, it may work for you 50% of the time, and maybe even less than that.
It's a crazy game right now.
And
the scoring is crazy.
Yeah, shot a 29 under right there. A great round. Would win him a lot of matches in this room, just not that particular match. Keeping up also in the silver bracket, Jade McGillum over there with Clint Grover on machine 4.
What a match that is.
Yeah, some great players in this tournament. Jade here for the last chance. He was one of the guys who made it in through the last chance qualifier. Gave out 10 spots this year and was a fantastic Friday night along with the mobile stuff and a little bit of an overcut there for Ryan McCook. I'm good.
And Bryce Lepic, Ryan Sparks and I talked. Not supposed to be here.
Cooked.
Oh, goodness.
A little cooked. The 32 seed, Chad. The 32 seed still playing in this tournament. Now, we do have the record for a 32 seed is Jeff Harlow with his third place finish in 2018.
Former world champion.
And he nails that chip. Bryce Lepic is unconscious today.
Indy's own Bryce Lepic.
These guys are getting a kick out of me today.
There's a lot to be excited about today. Take us home, Alpha.
That's good. I want to hear it. Keep talking.
I feel like I'm watching WWE.
These guys are great around me. Love the Golden Tee World Championship. Oh, and just close. Ryan McCook almost with a hole-in-one.
What a match. Bryce Lepic, big mistake, last hole, and holes out from the sand.
Oh, great shot, almost in the hole.
You talk about house money, right? We talked about house money.
And Bryce just all over it right now.
This is a 16 seed playing a 1 seed at NCAA basketball right now. And taking him to deep into the second half. I watch a lot of basketball, Chris. I watch a lot of basketball. And this reminds me of a tournament, March Madness, and we've referenced it before. It's just one of those things. Ryan McCook, a Golden Tee Hall of Famer, and he's got everything he can handle right now and more from Bryce Lepic.
And you just noticed that right now. I don't know if Bryce has got a 9.5 in the bag right now, but Ryan McCook does, and that
he
is
sure
where
does.
it helped it. That's
No,
where it
that's
helped it
8.5.
right there. Yeah, he's got an 8.5 in the bag. This is going to be harder for him to stop.
That's a great observation. Let's see.
It's got to go, got to go. Oh, and
look
he's
at
on
that
the green.
Look at that stop.
We'll have a putt to keep this match even.
And does McCook start feeling nerves? He knows he is the favorite in this match, and as longer that we go in this match, do you start to feel a little bit of pressure?
He hasn't felt it today yet. 21 after 13. What a match.
Bryce Lepic absolutely in this match. And then some.
This being a downhill shot heading in right now, it's going to be tough for them to attack. Both of them will have about a 5 hybrid distance in, probably a little bit closer because McCook hit it all the way out there. So he'll have more opportunity to spin. We'll see what Bryce can do with this shot. 7 hybrid in. So I was a little off on my distances. Oh, and how about Bryce Lepic with the double eagle? Wow, my goodness.
He is here to win a match. Can Ryan McCook answer?
Looking for the upset, Bryce Lepek.
Wow. Look at this.
A one-stroke lead heading to 15, and this is a favorable look.
This is not a bad look at all. 4 holes to play. Bryce Lepek, a one-shot lead over a Hall of Fame player in Ryan McCook. Wow.
Important that he gets his far out left.
He
And he does, and what a shot.
Look at
He'll
this.
give himself a putt.
Look at this. 3 holes to go for Bryce Lepek with a one-stroke lead. What's Ryan McCook's answer?
Yeah. Takes his one-timer out and nails the putt.
3 holes to go.
Can he keep it together?
Look at this. Look at this. Brandon Robinson, what he's doing. Bryce Lepek, what he's doing.
Some new blood in this World Championship. As we've seen Jade McGillum's World Championship come to an end, Clint Grover will move on in the silver bracket. 16th hole. Important if he's going to play on this plateau. It's always a tough to attack sometimes. Good win for him.
Dead center of that strip. Dead center of that strip. That was a good look for him.
Jeremiah Lear and Orlando Ayala still in this silver bracket. They're getting ready to fire up their match.
Lepek will go first here, which I think for him is an advantage not to have to see what McCook does. Put some pressure on Ryan. Because I'm telling you, Ryan is the one feeling the pressure right now. Get down. That will leave a little bit of a distance for him that maybe he didn't want. That's going to be a right 2 or 3, I think.
At long distance, too, those are always nervy.
Especially in a situation like this. Ryan, can he get it closer? He will.
He plays a cut in to get it like that.
Good shot from Ryan. Here is a pressure putt. Oh, it's down 3. It's going to break a hair, maybe a hair.
But it's at 41 feet, I don't know how much it's going to carry off. We'll see. But he nails it.
It started running right.
2 holes remaining to get into the 5-6, to get into Calcutta money.
What did Bryce Lepek go for?
That'd be a great question. Josh McDaniel, if you're listening, come let me know.
We know Brandon Robinson went for $90 out of a $55,000 Calcutta. Bryce Lepek could not have gone for a whole lot more than that.
Not at all. What a day. What a day.
2 holes to go to move on.
What a hairy look this is. Plays a good cut in, and wow.
Clutch.
Just around the hole.
Clutch.
Great shot from Bryce Lepek.
Now Ryan McCook is saying, I need to hole something out right now.
Yeah, this needs
This
to get
is
close.
the look.
This needs to be close. And he's got backspin on the ball.
This needs to go in.
Yeah. This is going to be a small cut to the right. The wind's going to come back a little bit. Oh, he's going to take it all the way out, so it's going to have some English on it. And just around the hole as well. Great shot
One
from Ryan McCook.
hole to go for Bryce Lepek. $100 in a $55,000 Calcutta.
Goodness.
2 players
Some guys are getting paid.
that are continuing on contributed $190 in a $55,000 Calcutta.
Incredible. What a world championship we've been having.
Bryce Lepek. Can he finish the great Ryan McCook?
Now he's gonna look at this. Does he want to play power towards it? Does he want to thumb? I don't think spin is on the order here, so it's gonna be.
He just wants to let this hit the green, run towards the hole, make a putt, and move
Okay,
on
like
and
this.
put that pressure
I love
on
this
McCook.
shot. Love this shot, high tee. Now we'll see if he's soft enough on it. Carries a lot, but it's right.
Look at that.
He'll
McCook is going to have to make this.
He'll have 15 feet to win the match.
Ryan McCook
Ryan
knows.
McCook must answer.
Must make for the future Hall of Famer McCook.
Shots away, looks away. And what a shot. This is going to be in, and he nailed it! Oh, my goodness!
Hall of Famer!
What a shot from the gambler!
Hall of Famer! Hall of Famer.
Do not see shots like that often. My goodness.
How's that for a sound bite? Wow. What did we just see?
Tie match.
Goodness.
Incredible.
You talk about a crazy clutch shot, one of the best shots you will ever see under that kind of pressure. Ryan McCook, a future Hall of Famer, delivers.
Keeps his tournament alive.
And what's Bryce Lepick do with that?
Oh, my
That
goodness.
has to hurt the soul. Can you come back from that? Unbelievable. Ryan McCook, you are unbelievable.
Are you guys going to try to chush after that? Oh, my goodness.
Good luck. I can't wait to watch that back. I cannot wait to watch that back. My God, Brian McCook,
I need a heart rate monitor on these two guys. I want to see what they're feeling.
Ryan McCook. That's all I can say right now. Ryan freaking McCook. Big smile on his face. Bryce smiles it off.
This first hole is everything, Chad. This first hole is everything right now. This will be a chushable shot, looks like. 415, both of them will take chushes in. Can you keep your nerves together for this first hole?
Oh, look at this. The crowd has quieted down. They know what is in store. They know what the second shot will mean.
All right, Bryce will go first. See what he plays. If he plays, 5 wood's out. Oh, he's going to play 4 wood. He's going to play 4 wood. This has got to be slow, very slow. 35 miles an hour on the trackball if he can do it. Straight ahead, it's online. It's in the hole! Just the first hole.
Clutch! Clutch!
Ryan McCook to answer. A shot he's very comfortable with. And it's online. He got it too.
Wow! Ryan McCook.
Big time players making big time shots right there.
Bryce Lepick not blinking. Ryan McCook said, not so fast, my friend. We will continue hole 2.
What a great course to go to extras on, too.
My
Lots
goodness.
of drama.
Look at
And
this.
just a great shot, smooth shot. Didn't even think about it.
Ryan McCook still peacocking on this stage. Comfortable in this environment. Has been here, has done that. Bryce Lepick has not until tonight. Has fit the part. The biggest shot he has ever hit.
Oh, and he's going to have a tester chip right here.
What are you made of, Bryce Lepick, right now?
Oh, and it's short. And McCook will take the match.
Wow. What a match.
What a run for Bryce Lepick today. The 32 seed in this tournament will walk away with a 7-8 finish, a great finish for Bryce Lepick.
Unbelievable comeback by Ryan McCook. You know, we talk about a great run by Bryce Lepick, but my God, what an unbelievable comeback.
This is just
by
the 7-8 match, Chad.
by Ryan McCook. Oh, and we're just getting deeper into this field.
We still have 6 players left.
Ryan McCook holds out from over 300 yards away to force an overtime. He sees Bryce Lepick hole out in front of him on hole 1 in sudden death, holes out as well, then hits a clutch shot into 2. Wow. My goodness.
Got to get your heart rate down back for that one. Wow, what a shot.
Another adrenaline dump. Well, we've got to calm down. We've got some big matches coming, but my God, this has delivered tonight.
This is the
we
theme of this World
hope the arcade
Championship.
would deliver.
This is the theme of this World Championship. Just great shots, smart shots. These guys have been incredible today.
Great players making great shots. That's what today has been about.
Unconscious.
Ryan McCook, like seriously, man, the shot Ryan McCook hit there to force a sudden death. I mean, 10% chance to make that, 5% chance to make that shot.
That one deserves to be dubbed up over YouTube. We need that one for our archives. What a great match.
It's unbelievable.
Quickly for Bryce Lepic, who I think walked out of here today with, I think, $2,500 to $3,000 in his pocket just from the prize pool. The number 32 seed, always having success here at the Golden Tee World Championship.
It's a magic number.
Yeah, the curse of the 1 seed. 3 out of the last 4 World Championships, the 32 has beaten the 1. And the 32 just made a splash today, 7-8. What a match that was, Chad.
I mean, Bryce is going to walk away. He's going to be happy a few days from now with the result. He's going to think about what could have been. But Ryan McCook, come on, Ryan McCook. What an unbelievable shot from Ryan under pressure, doing what a guy that is what? When he started this tournament, Ryan McCook was an 8-1 favorite to win the 2022 Golden Tee World Championship, and he just showed you why. That was a great shot from Ryan.
We're pandering over and we're getting started. Chris Brewer and Paul Taylor will play their elimination match next.
Are we going to go to break? Or are we going to stay here?
I don't know quite yet. They're getting started on their match.
We're going to stay here.
So we're going to watch another match in Forest Knoll, the course for the next match. God, we got to get our heart rate down after that one, Chad.
It's just been like that every match, Chris.
Oh, my goodness.
Like it literally has gone from the left machine, heart rate about 150. You go back to the right machine, you settle down to, I don't know if you're in shape or not, but I would say 70-ish. Go back to and you pump all the way up to 150, back to the left machine. And it's been like that for the last hour. It has been like that for the last hour and a half. And I said to Adam Kramer Friday night, if Arcade can play half as well as Mobile did, you're going to have the best weekend of a world championship you have ever had.
It has done
And
nothing.
not only have they done that, they are trying to exceed.
They have delivered. Our players have delivered this weekend on both platforms, and you're seeing it on the grandest stage. This World Championship, the 2023 Golden Tee World Championship, will be next year. If you're not a part of it, if you don't want to be a part of it now, I don't know what to tell you. What a weekend this has been.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's really been fantastic. It's just been, this is a hell of a great time. Yeah. And you're watching players do what they do, the best in the world. You're watching people that are the best at their craft in the entire world. And they have delivered under extreme pressure, a lot of money on the line, and it's been fun. There is a buzz in this crowd right now watching that last match, getting ready to watch the Brewer-Taylor match. Everyone will settle down here in a minute, and they will be all congregated again watching two great players continue on the drive to a championship.
Yeah, as Chris Brewer hits it into the second hole, and he's around the hole. Hats, 4 bats, Chris Brewer, this elimination match, and he'll take on Paul Taylor, 2 times a winner on our National Golden Tee Tour. He's won the NIV twice. What a great player he is.
And not only that, he just kicked Andy Haas to the curb.
Well, that was Brewer. Yeah, Brewer.
That's what I'm talking about is Chris Brewer. Sorry about that. Yeah. Chris Brewer knocked him out.
And then Paul Taylor.
Paul knocked out GBK.
He's had a top 4 finish in the World Championship, so no slouch here. This is a very even match to me. These guys are great players. Very different style you'll see with Paul Taylor. Has all kinds of shots in his bags, whether it be a full, he'll play directionally to the hole if he wants to. And that's a close shot as well.
What about Bryce Lepic?
Wow.
What an effort.
I'll be happy to talk to him later on. What a day for him.
You're going to have an opportunity to put several players on your podcast, give them each 10, 15 minutes, talk about their time with the World Championship, and I can't wait to hear it once they haven't had a chance to digest the experience, think about what it meant to them and things they could do better, things that hey, flat out, maybe I couldn't do any better than that.
It's only going to make our world more competitive, Chad.
I want to hear it. We need to get a lot of these guys on your pod, a World's Roundup, get Matt, get Bernsey in there and listen to that. We'll talk about mobile too. But, man, I cannot wait.
What a World Championship, sir.
And Andy Coleman, you are delivering a great production here from the Westgate.
Hey, cheers to Andy Coleman and the work he's put in. He has been the busiest man in this room this weekend.
He has been busy since Wednesday morning, getting this all together.
And just for the reason to entertain you folks. All right, he has done a fantastic job. We've been all as players and staff here at the World Championship been very appreciative of this experience.
Andy
this
Coleman
weekend.
doing Andy Coleman things.
Cheers to him.
Cheers, Andy. We continue Brewer, Taylor, East Coast battle in your neck of the woods.
Oh yeah, both are
Your boys.
Both are Carolina Clash guys. Both are right around my neck of the woods. They're a little more coastal. I'm more upstate. But two guys that I've had, just relationship with for a long time. I'm actually, funny story about Taylor, 0-9 in tournaments against Taylor. I've played him that many times.
Taylor owns you.
Taylor has me. He lives rent-free in my head 3 times a year.
There's players like that on the mobile side as well, brother.
So now playing a curve in, not directionally at the hole. And
This
what a
looks
shot
great.
this is. Oh, it's going to be a little hairy. He's going to be left with a chip.
I don't think Paul Taylor's missed a chip this weekend.
No, and typically doesn't. Great chipper. Also, Chris Brewer, great chipper. He's going to play a full.
Man, I'm just exhaling. I mean, this has been unbelievable.
What a great experience this has been for everybody. And how about a great shot?
Nice.
Kind of saw, they both had the right idea of what they were doing. Saw that Taylor may have hit that a little too hard.
Good chip from Paul. You knew that was going in.
Yes, we did. And he's comfortable. I mean, he is. And just to fill in on some of the silver bracket action, because they just started the match, Mark Stenmark still in the silver bracket, and he's got Chet Grover. Clint Grover, Carolina Clash champion of 2021.
Playing the GOAT, potentially the GOAT.
Right now, he's leader,
still the GOAT.
leader in the clubhouse. We'll call that.
Andy would have had something to say about that had he won. Bryce Lepic up here with us. He did everything he could and then some, and still Ryan McCook
What a player he is.
took that match by the throat.
I played 2 invites with Bryce before I got here. I won't be doing that again.
That made me laugh. Whew. Man, what a match. What a bunch of matches. Continuing on, Paul Taylor, Chris Brewer. Brewer will hit into the fairway here using his 8.5 driver. Run this down, puts roll on it, and he will have a green light into this par 5, looking for a double eagle.
This will be a little bit outside. There's trees blocking right in front of him just a little bit, so it'll be kind of hard to take it directionally at it. It's going to require maybe a little bit of cut. And that's what he did. And just a small baby cut.
Just a little left.
Great shot.
Andy, can we cut these lights behind us right now? Thank you very much. See this a lot better now. Crowd starting to congregate again in front of the grand stage. You can hear the buzz around us. People still just electricity from the last few matches.
What a great World Championship. This has been awesome. As we're looking at the 8th hole here, and can be a swing hole, depends on how you want to play it. He's looking right now at what the best full option could be if it's there. If not, about a half cut is in order. And Paul Taylor, just a little bit of an overcut. He'll leave himself another chip. You don't want to leave yourself too many of those chips. They don't all go in.
They get harder as the match goes on, too. I'll tell you that right now from personal experience.
And Brewer playing a full, and that's going to leave him a great shot. He had a medium tee, so that gave him a little bit of spin.
Taylor,
Man,
another
there's
beautiful
smooth
chip, man. I mean,
Don't want to keep leaving those. I mean, those
you're right.
Don't,
They
don't
get
always-
harder as you go.
They don't always go in.
The deeper you get into a tournament, the deeper you get into a match, those chips.
Now, Chad, this is green light right here. Par 3, something thumbable. Now,
Are we calling a make from one of these players?
Brewer only thumbs with his chips and his chushes. Does not play thumbs normally into hard shots, so this will be generally a no pullback shot for him, straight palm forward. Very Canadian of him, if you will.
Taylor going first.
And Taylor playing a shot in. How about that and just around the hole?
Almost feel like we need a match that might be a blowout just to let the heart relax a minute. We don't want it.
I don't want it.
Oh
No.
my God. I feel like have just seen.
I expect to use sign language to get on my plane tomorrow because my voice will be gone.
I was absolutely like that Friday night. Friday night, I thought, man, I hope my voice can recover by Saturday, and it did.
These guys are adding excellent drama.
What's this look like?
And just a little left of the hole. Not his best effort.
All knotted up after 9. What would you expect?
Nothing but greatness from these players. All par rounds right now, exact scoring, and we're going to see that a lot heading through the rest of this World Championship as we get ready to crown our 2022 Golden Tee World Champion live right here from the Westgate in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada.
Skirts past the sand trap as you knew it would. Paul Taylor off the tee, fine. He is in green light district here on this hole, par 5, hole number 10. Chris Brewer will do the same here momentarily.
Coming up on 8:15 on the East Coast. Hope everybody's still tuning in and watching the Golden Tee World Championship. We've had a great day today. Make sure you like, make sure you share, make sure you subscribe. Get us out there. We are Golden Tee, 18,000 locations nationwide, 500 home units and homes. Come be a part of this.
I would say advantage Brewer here. Brewer hit a beautiful tee shot.
Full right here. This is a Paul Taylor shot if I've ever seen one. Watch this. Going to kick towards the hole.
Look at that.
And that's knowledge. That's not a guess shot, Chad. A lot of people would think that's a guess shot. That's knowledge. He's done that shot many times.
Brewer has a much straighter look than Paul Taylor had. Just take this up and over around.
Oh, and just
good
a
shot.
great small cut.
Great shot.
That's the way we used to play Golden Tee, Chad.
That reminded me exactly of the way we used to play. I didn't play this well. Brewer's playing phenomenally well this weekend. Paul Taylor as well. People said Paul Taylor wasn't playing extremely well heading into this World Championship. Well, look where he is now. Three wood.
Ooh, and that's going to leave him another chip. That shot gets funny. Everything's on the right side. Your goal is try maybe if you can get over, but if you can't, then you're going to have to go around. This looks like a 4-wood could get over potentially.
He's got the what? What's he?
He's got a high tee, 8.5. He's got the 9.5. Another guy that commonly carries 3 drivers in his bag.
He's going to use that 10.5.
And it's going to get it around as a cut shot and play towards the center of the green. Can't, as we call it, so be safe.
That was very safe. Left himself a long putt. Center cut. Chris Brewer.
Yeah, I could be completely wrong, Adam Fitzgerald. I see you in the comments. It was a number. I think it might be 500 or 5,000. Oh,
That's what you were talking about.
Yeah,
you cannot continue to leave yourself chips. They get harder and harder as a match progresses when there's a lot on the line. And that's the first chink in the armor for Paul Taylor in this match against Chris Brewer. What does Chris Brewer do with this one-stroke lead? You said it, brother. Cannot continue to leave yourself chips. That was his third chip. All very similar distances, too. What seems nice and smooth as you progress through your front nine, the tougher it gets.
And this is not an easy shot. He's going to play a high tee, just cut around. We're looking for some swing holes now. 15, 17, 16, all great holes on this course that can change scoring.
It's a big breaker for Brewer. Left 5 and another in the heart of the cup. Feeling comfortable. Knocks in Paul's putt. One-stroke lead for Chris Brewer here at the 2022 Golden Tee World Championship here at the Westgate. I'm Chad Schrump along with Chris Longino.
Happy to bring. I'll be taking you home for the rest of this World Championship, and I cannot wait. We have so much more action to show you tonight.
Adam Kramer will eventually be up here with you, maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. You're doing a pretty good job, Chad.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Paul skirting with disaster. You do not want to go down more than one stroke against Chris Brewer. Matter of fact, you don't want to be down any strokes against a killer like Chris Brewer. He's fine. Has actually a pretty good angle into this now.
Oh, what a little short for the 8-wood there.
The line was beautiful.
Yeah, had a little bit of cut to it, which caused that stop.
Big shot for Brewer. The wind's going to help him.
This is an offset look. So he's going to have to play this like an actual right 10 almost. Wind and just great shot making.
That's great. These guys have been phenomenal today. Paul Taylor left 7. No issues whatsoever, as you would expect. Brewer will knock this in. Left 2. Of course, we did see him miss one against Haas, but it was much further than this. But it was a surprise when he missed that putt against Andy. That's the Haas effect. Playing a guy like Andy, easy to miss a putt that you would normally make in your sleep. But still held on and beat Andy.
Par 3 up. You got to believe hole-in-one is always on the mind with these guys. Playing a little bit of a fringe shot.
Beautiful shot.
Maybe probably wanted that a little bit harder. It worked out for him. I don't think he was planning to hit fringe, but still worked out for him. Here's Taylor. I think Taylor's got to look at this like, what's the best way I can attack this hole? He knows some swing holes are coming, so he doesn't have to be uber aggressive.
If you attack this hard, you could leave yourself another chip.
How about a pullback thumb? How about a pullback thumb?
That's great. That's great.
Don't see that too often.
One stroke lead, 4 holes to play. The stakes don't get much bigger. The lights don't get much brighter.
And this, I mean, is he going to take this on? That's what I'm curious.
He's thinking about it. He is.
Oh, no.
No, he's not now.
No, that's
he's
a
not
big
now.
full. He's going to get himself up and try to get himself some kind of close chip.
Ooh.
Into that bunker. Good
that where he
save
wanted to
shot.
be?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what the goal was. You were never going to cut that enough to get to the green.
Okay. Thought maybe he was trying to cut that into the throat of that fairway where it leads into the green to give himself some kind of a chip, and he's going to have the same thing from the sand.
And if it would have ended up there, then he would have been happy with that.
Now, does Paul think about trying for this?
I don't know.
You're down 1.
This is a really dicey shot, not a really high percentage shot, Chad. You know,
Give me a percentage.
Man, I mean, the guys that actually make this onto the green from this look, less than 20.
Is he trying?
He's looking at it. I mean, he may want to live to fight another hole. There are still 3 very much swing holes to come up. So,
And Brewer could still make it from that trap.
Yeah. And also, I mean, like I said, put yourself in the best position to give yourself the best chip. You may not make that green, and he's going to play the same shot and probably end up closer. Oh, wow,
Oh,
that's going
no.
to go. That's more of a full.
Oh, boy.
No, he needed to
Oh,
play that further out
goodness.
right. You see where that shot meter was?
Yeah.
It was to the left.
Oh, my goodness. Paul Taylor. An error that you are shocked to see. Oh, and he misses the chip.
And
Chris Brewer.
how comfortable does this look now?
Chris Brewer.
Knowing your opponent's already gone into the water.
The one thing you do not do here, if you're Chris Brewer, you do not attack this with reckless abandon. You go at this hole. If you make this chip, it barely goes in.
You're going to find out a lot about Chris Brewer if he actually goes and attacks this hole. You're going to find out a lot about him right now. If this is short, then you know he's playing a little bit conservative. If he goes after this, and you see, it was
I mean,
short.
that's a smart play.
Yeah, that's what the purpose was. He wasn't going to get uber aggressive with it. Give something that can give yourself maybe a chance at the hole. Play the break some, but don't bring water into play.
You can. That's the only thing he couldn't do there. He's going to take a 2-stroke lead now into hole 16. 3 to play. Chris Brewer trying to get into that 5th, 6th spot. Paul Taylor has some work to do, but like you said, still a couple swing holes to go. What about this look?
It got a little 6-wood action right here. You can play a lot of different varieties in this. If I'm Chris, I'm in the lead right now, so I can play for the green. And a high tee is on the order. You can see right now.
That wind's helping him.
So I'm kind
too.
of full, and he's getting way over there. Knows that he would have had to hit that a long way to get past the green and leaves himself a long putt. Can 2-putt from there and still keep this lead. Paul Taylor needs to get somewhere close to this hole. I would imagine this shot's going to have some kind of spin on it.
Are you pleased with the quality of the shot that Brewer just hit?
I think it's okay. for the
2-stroke
moment.
lead, I understand, but there's a chance you just gave one of those strokes back right now.
Yeah, that was just more of maybe a safety play, but also just to make sure he's not bringing water into play. And here he is with a full high tee, full 5-wood.
Oh,
It's unconscious.
oh,
What a shot!
that is sensational.
And
He's
now,
put some pressure on Brewer with this because he's going to give up a stroke if he doesn't make this.
yeah, now this will come off pretty clean. Should be play this like a normal right, left 2-putt.
This is huge.
And he's high.
Oh,
Oh,
boy.
he leaves himself a chip.
Oh, boy. Chris Brewer was very safe on that tee shot with a 2-stroke lead. Biggest chip of the day for Chris Brewer. 9-iron. Resets.
Oh, and he gives 2 strokes back on that hole. Chad, you weren't wrong.
He was very, very safe.
Very, very conservative with that shot, and now
Unbelievable. He had the wind he needed, would be able to carry that into that green, and now we have a tie ball game. He did the same thing with Andy Haas. Missed that putt, let Andy back in the game. He has let Paul Taylor back in this match.
this is interesting right here. Now you have Paul Taylor right here, and he has got a gap wedge, which is lining up right where he would need to be, and will have a pretty easy shot into this. This is just a high tee thumb shot just to get himself into that green. Now I want you to watch Chris Brewer because I don't believe he holds a gap wedge. Yeah, he's going to have to play that 9. He has no gap wedge. So this is going to be a little bit shorter. This is going to be a high tee kind of shot. Cannot play spin on it with super spin. It's going to be at medium, so it's got to be high tee and shots on the way.
Great shot.
And that is a great shot. Oh, it's in the hole. How did that not go in?
Wow. Wow. What a shot from Chris Brewer. Paul Taylor on the tee, all tied up. The biggest match of these two players' lives. Take us home, big fella.
And now we have a 9.5 right now, commonly played here. You have 9.5, 10.5 options. Low T 10.5, very popular shot here.
Pretty good look.
Yeah, this is a good look and also straight on. The goal is not to be short with whatever you hit. Anything short could be water. And this is a hard hole to hit into, but Look at him. He can play a thumb shot in and hits right. Look, there's a very little margin of error.
That looks like a straight putt, too.
Yeah, and it will be a straight putt. If I'm Brewer, I think I want to be a little bit more aggressive than that.
I think Brewer wishes he was more aggressive on 16. Yeah. Chance to rectify that. A redemption shot, if you will.
Medium 9. Medium 9.5. That's what he's going to go with. Plays a little cut. This should be right. Good
Very
putt.
nice.
Good putt.
Huge putt for Paul Taylor.
And to send this to extra holes.
It looks straight as could be.
And it goes a little right, but it's good.
That was tracking right. I think we're going to go to extras.
Yeah, we are. It's about custom for this World Championship, right, Chad?
I don't know that I can keep taking this, man. Chris Brewer gives up 2 strokes.
Wow.
On hole 16, trying to play. He is going to take a little break. He's walking off the stage. Probably going to go to the restroom.
Yeah.
Compose himself, if you will.
Going to take a quick restroom wake.
Goodness. My God. You know, the true crime, the true thing he would like to probably go back and look at is just being ultra conservative going into 16. You know he didn't want to challenge the hole. He's got a 2-stroke lead. But you can't play so conservative that you leave yourself a very difficult shot to the hole. And then you leave it long, leave yourself a chip with so much pressure. Those chips you make all day long at home by yourself. You're playing for $30,000, the right to go on to be in the 5th, 6th spot here at the World Championship, and they don't always go.
Yeah, that was definitely an unforced error from Chris Brewer. He makes that putt a lot. The down 6, left 2, as we're getting a little bit of a round of applause. Oh, okay, yeah, some players have been bought shots. I thought there was some action going on. But either way, just it was a tough shot for him to play in there, and now has brought extra holes into this, and it seems
he has never putted a down 6, left 2 for $30,000. Now, that's something he makes all day long. He has played great today, and this is not to say he's not going to win this match. It's not to say that Chris Brewer is not going to win a World Championship, but that is one that is almost an unforced error, being ultra conservative, and he's going to look back on that if he doesn't win this match and say, man, I wish I could have that one over. Try not to make the big number, ends up making the big number, and brings Paul Taylor back into this match. He gets 2 strokes back on 16. Paul hits a phenomenal shot into 17 with his gap wedge. Brewer hits a great shot into 17, and we go to extras here after they both hit good shots in 18. Of course, Paul Taylor makes that long, straight putt. There was no right or left on it. We looked both sides of it. That was a dead center putt. Paul Taylor creeped on him a little bit. Yeah. Still drops in the hole, and we will go to extras.
And now everybody's congregating. I believe some liquor has been bought. I certainly hope some of these people bring that over to the booth. As they're over there, they're trying to get us. What a Golden Tee community we have.
We're getting 2 delivered our way. Here we go.
Yeah, appreciate it from our old friend, I believe, CJ Wengler.
Thank you, boys.
Thank you. Oh, no, we're going to.
Oh, now we have 4. Rick Coppathorn.
Oh, boy, what a Golden Tee classic this is.
Oh, is
Jaeger
this a
bomb.
Jaeger bomb? And we will do a cheers with these boys. They've put on a show today.
You fellas don't drink Jaeger bombs, do you?
Well, I just did 2. And I remember why I don't do Jaeger bombs.
Boy, that's a flashback to about 15 years ago in Golden Tee. Well, that's all we drank with Jaeger bombs.
Yes, that is all we had.
So we're back to the action now.
Chris Brewer has composed himself.
Back to the
Paul Taylor, Chris Brewer, extras, sudden death to get into that 5th, 6th place spot here in the 2022 World Championship.
Remember how sudden death works. The first breaking scoring takes a match. And now, right now, it's basically finding your best angle to hole out. Hole number 2 can bring some complications.
Jaeger bombs. I'm going to feel that one for a minute. 2 Jaeger bombs.
And plays a full in. I mean, honestly.
Everything in the world on the line.
Yeah,
Full.
Yeah, go break out a full.
But you got to go with what you're comfortable with.
I know, and that's the thing.
He's clearly comfortable with that shot.
People will tell you that they think that's just a shot that he's guessing at. No, that is completely false. He's practiced that many times.
Makes his putt. Brewer's going to do the same. Actually, Paul Taylor will make the putt for Brewer. We continue on the Golden Tee World Championship, Chris.
A little bit more of a straightforward look. Pin tucked to the left a little bit. No, actually, it's towards the back. So these guys will have some green to play with here, as you'll see. And this is a mark of a great player. People that can play cut shots with high and low tees, being able to manipulate that's a mark of a great player. As Jordan Scott comes back over and sits in front of us, he's already had about 3 Jaeger bombs today. So.
Jordan Scott has not had a Jaeger bomb today, Chris.
I hope Jordan's mom's watching us today. She's probably had enough.
Rachel,
of us.
if you're watching, he has not had a Jaeger bomb. He's had 4. Time to make your son a man.
Par 3 time. Par 3 time. That means hole in 1 time. Could it happen? This is a very simple look, only 2 miles an hour.
God, this is a great look. Paul Taylor to try to win a match.
Sends it out. Looks on a great line, by the way. Comes on deck and just left of the hole.
Now Chris Brewer will have a chance to walk off this stage with a win. A hole out here, it is over.
Looking to drill a hole in 1 right now. Different low tee, and he's going to be aggressive here. Low tee backspin. Good shot. Not a lot of players would play a shot like that. Typically uphill greens with irons and hybrids, can produce some problems.
Paul
Too much
Taylor
going.
gave Chris Brewer every chance in the world to win this match.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Chris probably, if he took his walk, understood that this match should have been over and he should have been 5-6.
And I think that's why he took the walk, to try to compose himself. Oh, my.
Common place to be for those guys.
The rough there is fine.
Yeah, if there is a miss for that little island, the left right there in the rough
Okay.
is it.
I think optimal probably position is fairway, but rough is fine there.
Yeah. You want fairway, but all that is in an angle. You see Chris Brewer in the first cut now. But typically if you play that shot and you play that shot in the hole, and I think word of mouth will tell you this, do not play backspin. Do not play backspin onto this island, okay? You create more bounce with backspin and you're more liable to go into the water. Always play bite.
Brewer's using bite. That needs to get up.
Ooh, and he's lifted himself a chip.
And he missed a chip. That would have sealed the deal on 16.
And now Brewer. Oh,
Taylor.
I'm sorry, that was Taylor.
Huge chip.
Oh, wow. This doesn't look comfortable at all.
Right 3.
Great shot.
Clutch. That is clutch. He reset 4 to 5 times trying to get comfortable over that chip. Brewer makes it. Taylor has honor still. Hole 5, sudden death. These players have played 22 holes. This is their 23rd.
Going straight at the hole this time. Remember, he played it full last time. Low tee. What a shot in towards the hole, just high.
Can Brewer match?
What a shot. Now, watch this. It's going to be a little bit softer, probably with a low tee. Baby cut around, and he's going to play the bite as well. And this will guide right on in as well.
2 good shots. This match will continue. These guys are very composed right now, under extreme pressure. Hole 6.
Another par 3. Could end right now.
Look how fast Taylor has hit this.
And Taylor with a thumb of 119, by the way. Important to see that. Pull back and thumb, 119. It's about as hard as you'll do with a pullback is about 119. Unless you're Dean Leakakis, you can do that. But other than that, sand wedge. Used to see it again. Not
having that gap.
Yeah. Think about your clubs at home right now. I mean, I don't play a gap wedge either, and I commonly find myself. But I mean, with these short par 3s, you can manipulate what you want into these. And this is not going to be a bad shot. Chris Brewer coming close to the hole. A foot away from moving on.
Chris Brewer has been very close in this match to moving on several times. And I keep drowning on and on about hole 16. He had his foot on Paul Taylor's throat and could not finish it. Paul Taylor still has life.
Still several hundred people here left at Pavilion number 9 here at the Westgate.
In the house that Andy Haas built on the machine that Chris Brewer took out Andy Haas. Still in this match.
We're going to have a new
Paul
world
Taylor.
champion today. I mean,
we will crown a first-timer.
That's going to be something.
Eventually, as this match continues, the 25th hole of Golden Tee between Paul Taylor and Chris Brewer from the East Coast.
2 guys very comfortable playing with each other. They live about an hour and 15 minutes away from each other. Just that East Coast flavor that we have that comes up. Oh, and here's Ryan. Oh! Here's Paul Taylor with an excellent shot.
Both players have been so close to ending this match. Brewer.
Just around the hole as well.
That just hops right past the right side.
Keeps you on your toes. Great Golden Tee action here at the Westgate. Can be a swing hole sometimes. They're both going to play this to the left.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, very good shot. Simple putt. Be about a little over 20 feet for his eagle.
I think Brewer gives this hole a run for its money.
And and this is full. Yeah. He put that right there for it to be a full. Medium tee, just like he played it earlier. Can it get towards the hole? Just south of the hole.
He gave it the run for the money.
There is a premium on shot making in this Golden Tee World Championship.
These players are on their 27th hole as they try to advance here in the World Championship. Par 3.
And this little thumb in with the 5 hybrid, he's a little off on that. Poor effort from
Brewer with an opening.
Yeah, that was a poor effort from Taylor. He expects more from a shot like that.
Paul Taylor very loose, talking to those in attendance watching this match closely.
Just
Brewer very close to the
as
hole.
we're watching this, and we're going into the back nine here of Forest Knoll. Mike Johnson just lets us know that Bryce Lepic is the best player in Indiana. We look forward to showing out next year and winning it all.
MJ.
Indianapolis, one of the largest player bases in the country. Large credit to guys like you who've been around for a while.
Mike Johnston, my good buddy.
Yeah, Mike, who's one of the best people that I know.
Matt Cavanaugh.
People that have been around for a long time, and Indianapolis is a great hotbed for Golden Tee.
Very easy to find a game in Indianapolis.
It is. I look forward to doing it one day.
Here we are again. We have seen hole 10 before.
Yeah, and you see this commonly. I mean, guys do this where they may hit a little overcooked shot into the rough over there. As long as they have a clear look at it, they're not that worried about it.
I think Jordan Scott might be leaving the pavilion.
Oh, yeah, I think his flight's out tonight. So it's unfortunate. I know he wanted to stay around for it. Jordan Scott, who's been with us all weekend, it's been such a great thing to have him here to be a part of this World Championship, and he's took it for everyone. Great finish for him, and also the Mobile Championship as well. 7-8, I believe, was his number. As Jordan Scott's getting on out of here, I think he's getting giving some goodbyes.
I had to tell my guy goodbye.
Yeah,
My good buddy Jordan Scott, loved by everyone.
we'll see him in Chicago.
He'll be in Chicago to compete. I mean, in Chicago to try to win a tournament.
No, and he'll be one of the guys that you'll look for too. And we're going to talk a lot more about that when we get close to that time, because
He'll be one of the top 10 to 12 favorites to win that tournament in the mobile side.
I'll be excited to see what your field looks like by then.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah.
I think it's going to fill in nicely, quite frankly. Not so sure those Jaeger bombs did much for my stomach.
Oh, is it worried?
No, it's not great.
But you've been drinking Red Bull all day. Is it the Jaeger?
I think we finally reached a threshold that I need to just, hey, time to dial her back. Chris Brewer off the tee. Paul Taylor will go first. We are in sudden death if you are joining us right now. Where have you been? If you just joined us,
Oh my goodness! Just south of the hole, about into the match.
that is what you have been missing.
Go look at that, where the ball, I mean, it's tracing on the green. That probably went over the side
That
of the
hopped
hole.
over. That hopped over. Chris Brewer to win it.
To respond, and it's, just high of the hole.
This match has been ridiculous.
They're going into their 30th hole of Golden Tee. 17 all.
Paul Taylor lining this up.
Ooh, good shot. I'm looking over. We're continuing the silver bracket a little bit on the other side of the room. I see Orlando Ayala and Clint Grover, two great players playing in a silver bracket, by the way. And then Bernhardt's over there against Sean Gervais for the King of the Hill.
This is where this stream is. Chris Brewer, Paul Taylor. Chris can win it here.
Oh, my goodness!
Are you kidding me?
Almost ended the match.
He's almost ended the match 5 times. Paul Taylor has almost ended this match several times.
What a showcase we have today.
How does that not go? Ryan Sparks, I can hear him in the crowd. This might go 100 holes. Cincinnati Bengals fan watching this.
Now watch him. He plays a full, gets it out, try to give yourself a best shot in that opening. There's a very narrow opening to attack this par 5. Looking where the pin is, it's also on the low side, so this will be attackable for both these players if they hit good quality drives. A lot of players hit around. Taylor does that. Guys choose to hit over, and I think that's what Brewer's going to do here.
She's going to power this. It's fine. Actually, very close to Taylor's shot. Very nice.
Very nice.
This is just a match since the 16th hole of incredible golf shots.
Yeah, this shot right here is going to be a little bit of a tweener for Taylor. He's got to play this with a little bit of cut on it to try to get it close.
And he does.
Yeah, it would have been really hard for him. That 8 wood carries so much power, and the wind was helping. It would have been really hard for him to get close with that kind of shot. But here we are.
Look at the great shot points, 37,000 to 34,000, both tied. We have played, 31 holes of Golden Tee between these two great players, these two friends.
Coming up on swing holes, too. I mean, we got this par 3 right now that could be very attackable.
Oh, good shot from Paul Taylor. Of course, what do you expect? I expect Chris Brewer to point this as well, if not make. No pressure, Chris Brewer.
Leaving Lyle high of the hole. Gave himself a chance, more points. These guys are on it. We're going to go until they finish.
Dear Jesus, let this bladder make it. Paul Taylor on the tee. Clears.
Oh, what a shot.
Beautiful. This is where he dropped.
Yeah, this is not
A
your
shot.
not your hardest look for this hole. Play completely differently. Both can play small cuts into this hole. The goal is not to bring water into play.
This should be fine for Chris Brewer, but
So
under these
you
circumstances.
you're seeing him switch, but a full and going way out with it. A shot that he's comfortable playing, and as you
Settle.
see,
Beautiful.
you saw that, right? I mean, it was no thought. He knew
That
click
was
one right.
something that the brain said, my computer is programming this out, and here is the play. And he did it.
Right now, par rounds for both of them.
Nice. Great sportsmanship. Brewer makes that 30-footer for Paul Taylor, knows that he's not going to miss that putt. Knocks it in for him, and we continue. Oh, that was actually his putt.
Yeah.
He made both. Continuing on. A hell of a match. This is where it unraveled for Brewer earlier. Gave up 2 strokes on this 16th hole. A chance for redemption, sudden death. The 34th hole that these two have played.
And this is
tonight.
the hole it kind of unraveled for Chris Brewer on.
3 wood out of the bag for Paul Taylor. We keep saying it, but this is an enormous shot.
Little kick up, and he's going to leave himself his 5th chip of the match.
He's made most. He did miss one that let Brewer back into the match.
How
Then
does Brewer want to play this? I mean, this has got some full written on it. I mean, if you wanted to play in a 10.5, but that brings those front trees into play if he plays a 2-click left, this has got to be straight at it. And he's also looking high tee. Yep, high tee full. Once again, Mark.
Oh, settle down.
And we're going to have a little bit of a
We have a chip off.
kind of a chip off. I don't think Brewer's putting that. He might putt that. He might putt that, but he'll go to the chip. Practice the chush. I told you about this. Low to the ground. This is where Chris Brewer typically excels. Practicing that shot. And there you go.
Wow.
You saw it.
The confidence in that. To pull that out. Huge chip. This is
Taylor
not
just-
an easy chip.
Taylor to stay in the match, and he nails it.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
as we go to the 17 here. Once again, gap wedge versus sand wedge. Oh, good shot.
Chris Brewer to end the match.
This is going to be a high tee kind of shot. See what he does with it. Needs some more spin than that. That was conservative.
It's going to come down to 18. We may be playing our second sudden death. This is the 36th hole between these two players. Huge tee shots coming up.
And shots that are not easy. Look at this, low tee 10.5. Typically the shot you would play here. Kicks on up there, great
Beautiful
shot. And that's a staple right there, okay? Notice that he didn't take time at all to think about that shot. That has to resonate with Chris Brewer.
Unbelievable shot. Under extreme pressure. Does Brewer answer? Taking his time.
Making sure this shot is right. It's going to take a small cut, and then he plays it. He's got to get back, and
Wow.
Brewer
That's it.
just a little too far to the left.
That is it.
Different ways to play that shot.
Chris has to make this chip and hope for an unbelievable mistake by Paul Taylor that he doesn't make that putt.
He's going to practice his tush again and just goes a little outside, and that's going to
that's
dunk
it.
into the water. That will effectively end Chris Brewer's World Championship as
Great match.
oh, and
Paul
Taylor's going
missed
to miss
it.
his putt, but the match was basically conceded. Paul Taylor back in 5-6 area, and Chris Brewer
Wow.
will take a walk.
Can we breathe?
And 36 holes.
Took us 36 holes. That was a
36
great match,
holes.
and every match has been like this.
And just an incredible showcase for Paul Taylor. He'll move on and play his next opponent. For Chris Brewer, 7-8 at the World Championship, by far his best finish that he's had at this World Championship.
Fantastic.
And, he'll walk away with some memories. He's a little mad, a little peeved right now because he knows, and we saw it on that 16th hole, that front side. That's probably where the match might have been.
He'll
Wasn't
replay
lost.
that in his mind for a long time.
Yeah, and that'll be something else. So.
Hey, we're going to go to break. When we come back, we have more incredible 2022 Golden Tee World Championship coverage live from the Westgate. I'm Chad Trump. This is Chris Longino, and we will be back.
All right, we are back. Subbing in, Gino and Chad taking a little break. Chad was efforting to get to the bathroom. I
Yeah,
stopped him.
it was the World Championship bathroom
Wow.
over there with everybody in there. But
Yes.
I thought these matches were friggin' crazy and intense when we left a few hours ago. Wow, it
Some
got even better.
unbelievable, unbelievable. So Chad might be done for the night. Has done an amazing job. Also talking with Mobile with him. That guy is a savant. So we are going to take it for now, and we're going to jump right into this. What a run for Brandon Robinson, and obviously what a run for Ryan McCook.
Yeah.
What a shot! The shot of the tournament thus far. The whole room lost their mind. My goodness.
Hole in one on Tropical 18 to make sudden death. I mean,
Now, by the way, Brandon Robinson already out to a 2-shot lead. Yes. Yes.
wow.
So I would say this is one of the more unexpected runs that we've seen in Golden Tee, but the guy is playing exceptionally well. And of course, even though Ryan McCook is down 2 strokes, we know the kind of game that he has. So
Well, and hole 4, I love Jim Z, but I always joke with him about this. Tropical Falls, especially
oh boy, now that's a problem.
this remastered course. I mean, right in, just going right at the waterfall here. I love this hole. Unfortunately, a bad short shot from McCook. I'm probably 1 for like 9 on this, maybe.
So we haven't seen a lot of these in these matches, by the way, with huge deficits to start. So if you're Brandon Robinson, he's got a long putt here to extend that, make it a little bit larger. Man, oh man,
Dead
his
center
putting.
putt.
We've seen long putts from him the entire time, and now we look at that deficit growing a little bit. 3 through 4 for the gambler.
I don't know.
I do wonder, after you win a match like that, the emotional, exhaustion that comes with it. You know what I mean? As weird as that is, but
No,
I
but
even saw him in the hallway.
Yeah, even for
and
these veterans.
I was talking to him, and I just gave him a fist pump, and I don't think he quite. The guy's been in a lot of big matches. I don't think he quite understood, fully accepted the magnitude of what he had just done, which is really cool. It was that kind of shot. That is a historic Golden Tee shot.
I mean, we've seen so many matches today go into sudden death. I heard there was a silver match with Brian Bernhardt that went 48 holes in OT. I mean, the run with Taylor and I mean these guys. I don't know if that's going to be the case here with Tropical. A little rough of a shot for Brandon.
Yeah. So this is the thing in these matches. They can kind of lure you into a false sense of security, right? You've got a big lead. Maybe you let your guard down a bit, and if you do that, it could swing 2 shots on a hole, or it could swing a shot. So you don't want to bleed out. Now Brandon's played great, so I'll make that putt. But again, he's got to kind of adjust. And
Oh.
all right,
You
so
know-
there's one.
And here's Tropical Falls is not a course you want to blow lead. Obviously, you never want to blow lead, but Tropical Falls, you need as much protection as you can get because some of these holes are going to set up pretty nasty. And whether he lays up or has a bad shot, this is interesting now though because even though McCook is down,
He gets to go
now
first.
he's
Yep.
up first, which
Yeah.
I think in the long run may be better for Brandon.
Now, if you're McCook, let's go here on the strategy side. You're chasing pins. You're chasing holes. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, it looks like Brian B. and Gervais for King of the Hill and silver going into extras as we were just talking about it. That's
so
amazing.
We were kind of not bragging, but talking about how on schedule things were, and then OT now just as sudden death is becoming rampant, which is great, by the way. It's great compelling games that we're
But
seeing.
you talk about McCook and how he may be feeling. This is the part of the
Oh.
bracket that's a struggle because you get deeper in the bracket in these matches with OT or without, they start to go longer. You get more time in between matches being
Yes.
called. That definitely plays in a factor, especially for these guys that are undefeated that'll be playing here soon.
All right, so McCook now just chasing 3, and again, I think the name of the game is a hole out, and if anybody's going to do it, it's him, because if you watched what we were doing just about 30 minutes ago,
Yeah.
going to get aggressive with release, and my God, that's right on there.
I mean, if you're Ryan McCook, what are you thinking right now? I mean, it's early on. You can't chase too early, especially
No.
in a course like Tropical.
I don't think you have to chase. I think you have to pursue. You've got to do that. You got to do that exact shot where you put on release. You hit a perfect shot, and if you're Brandon, you just got to hope that maybe that hole out doesn't come, because if that hole out does come,
That's
it's gonna stagger you a little bit.
It's literally
right?
like the
It's
McCook
a heavy
reboot.
Yeah, it's like a heavyweight fight. So, but still, 3 shots. It's a pretty nice cushion, and we'll see what he does with it. And talking to people around the room, by the way, when we were off, I think everybody has just been overly impressed with how Brandon is handling these types of games. Brandon's been to a lot of tournaments, played a lot of games. Obviously, his game is like peaking right now when it has to, but it's not just that. The way he's collected himself, the way you could just see it on the stream, the way he's kind of interacting with the trackball. If he would have hit a bad shot there, it would have been bad timing for me to talk about those things. But no, he's been really, really solid. And again, great dude, been around the game a long time. Maybe not a surprise to see him have this kind of run.
Yeah, talk about a run definitely earned. A guy who plays just as many games on his home edition as he does at his local bar. Somebody that we know very well. We've played lots of games with him.
Big putt there. Big putt
it
there.
is.
I'm telling you. Don't leave it opening. Whew.
And
I'll tell you,
you-
McCook's been some corners right now, getting a little gopher love. But, it's Brandon right now is keeping the pressure applied. You just want to keep running down holes.
If you didn't see the scores or the brackets and you just thought this was an opening match, you wouldn't think anything about it because Brandon is so calm.
He is.
I don't know if I've ever seen him this calm in any kind of match play, whether it's been a purple bracket, a championship bracket, or anything. I mean, that's impressive.
And also credit to Mr. McCook as well, because he's he was cool, calm, and collected. Now we shall see. That is a meaningful shot. And if you're Brandon Robinson, just trying to stay ahead and keep pace.
And I feel like Brandon's going to struggle here because if I'm Brandon and I know his game a little bit, I'm thinking he goes, okay, do I worry about running the risk of doing what McCook did, or do I lay up? Because, again, we talked about it. We always say this laying up is not what you typically do, especially in match play. And that was a
What
hell
a
of a shot.
shot.
That was a great, great shot.
Very good. I mean, took a little bit off of it. I think that was, the McCook's issue, just coming in a little hot. And now the deficit's going to grow. Again, he's going to get back the shot that he gave back and then some. And all of a sudden here, Brandon Robinson having himself a run. All right, so
This is a beautiful setup. Offset with a 10-mile-an-hour wind, 5 for these guys. But the one thing I've never asked Brandon is what he listens to when he plays, because I'd love to know what that is.
okay. That's probably a little closer than he wanted to be. Now it's a wonderful shot. It looks like a perfect shot, but
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much one of the first mess-ups that we've really seen. Not even a mess-up, just getting him off his rockers. Oh,
all right.
all right, so eagle for both of these guys.
So now Brandon.
Now, this was the hole I was talking about earlier. Brandon, a very nasty 2-iron hole-in-one for shot of the week a few months ago. Smart move here. It's not worth the risk. And that pin's in a really good spot. There's times where you can lay up on this hole and you're still fighting a bottom right pin with a bad wind.
It's a good pin, but man, you are.
I don't know.
This is coming in hot, but if you're, of course. That's a good shot.
That was beautiful.
That's a really good shot. All right, you can get one back potentially with a chip. We'll see what Brandon does, of course, first.
Nice little release in.
Very solid. That's it. Short putts, and then make Ryan McCook beat you.
6 hybrid, huh?
Good shot.
That's a good chip for him.
So again, you talked about it though. Ryan McCook, despite being down 4 strokes, back to 4, is going to have honors, which is always kind of interesting. All right, so let's see what he does here. He's got to get aggressive. Going to have to really cut the wind out of this, spin it back.
That is beautiful.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That is a really
We've
nice
seen a
shot.
couple of really tough pins with tough winds, and these guys just blow it out of the water. I mean,
Yeah.
4-17 in a couple of matches.
No, this has been an incredible display of Golden Tee just throughout. Hours upon hours upon hours of just wonderful, wonderful shots. If you're Brandon, that's exactly it. Just safe,
Yeah.
putt, on to the next tee
Less
box.
than 15 feet away. Nothing to worry about
I
on
think
this
the
hole.
biggest thing is keeping the deficit beyond 2 strokes. He can drop another stroke and feel comfortable because you get into that 2-stroke range. That's when you start
That's
to.
a one water ball
That's
situation.
exactly it. That's where things can change on a single shot potentially.
But again, we talked about this earlier, McCook being down, but him also being the lead here. It's not a bad situation for
Well,
Brandon.
and I wonder if Brandon. We talk about the mentality of McCook after that tying hole-in-one, one of the greatest shots in Golden Tee history. And you wonder if Brandon at all is acknowledging that, hey, he just did that thing. Oh, that is gotta sit. I'm a little surprised he used backspin there, honestly. I was
Yeah.
a little surprised by that.
Now, he had a mess. He had a really bad mistake there. Okay, just take the par or hold it out.
Oh. We saw him do that earlier. We saw him, get into trouble off a tee and hole out for eagle to keep a match square. Unable to do it there. And there you go. If you're McCook, you close the back gap a little further. So now it's only 2 strokes. So that's it. If you're McCook, you keep it with 2. You got, 5 holes to play?
Yeah, and I said this earlier, and I'll say it again. 14, probably one of the easier holes in the
And
back nine.
Look at this wind that you're going to have here, too. You're going to have a good, helping wind.
All right, we got Jeff Landon taking on Paul Taylor on Baja Ria. We're going to throw to both games. I will say at McCook or Robinson, one of these guys are going to get GSPs. That is a really, really nice setup there.
Yeah, I
for
think it's
them.
interesting the shot types you have here because you could spin it back. You can, go at it. Brandon going to try and spin this thing back. All right, that's going to be an uphill putt. That's fine. So Jeff Landon, Paul Taylor now. Paul Taylor just finishing up a grueling match with Chris Brewer, playing a hell of a tournament. Jeff Landon, of course, as well.
Yeah,
Lost
and
to
winner-
Luna on the ace. We talk about, walk off, or excuse me, on the hole out. Or was it an ace? I don't remember, but it was a great shot. It was
Yeah.
very long.
Honestly, so here's the fun thing, too. The winner of both of these matches, they play to determine who goes against the King.
the
Excuse me,
Hill?
not King of the Hill. They play the loser of King of the Hill.
Yes, correct.
But we're getting down in the bracket here. And again, hole 15 setting up with a little bit harder of a setup than we've seen before, but that wind blowing to the right really makes a difference. That's 13 to the left, changes the game up for some of these guys.
McCook is just trying to apply as much pressure as possible. That's solid.
Now, and here's the thing for Brandon. Do you go for this and risk screwing up, or do you say, I've got a 2-stroke lead and play it safe?
I think he's here to win, and it's funny because I don't even think he considered it. And look at that. That's excellent as well.
Almost identical shot there. Now this is a big putt.
Come on.
I'm really
There we
surprised
go.
he did not go left-right on that. That was not
just-
that far away, but it was far enough to give me the willies a little bit.
Oh, and that's a big drop for McCook.
You see McCook, the smirk on his face, because he just can't do anything but be mad at
Oh.
himself there.
Well, that's tough. You chase down, you get within striking distance, you give it up on a shot like that. Now, this, I believe, was the hole that earlier gave Brandon some issues. where
This
he
is not
where he
a-
recovered. No, this is a small.
You want that wind in your face, not doing that, because that's going to get wow.
Okay. Yeah, you see him hold up. That is not, when you are trying to win a world championship, that is not a fun shot off the tee.
I don't know. What's more stressful, playing this game or calling this game? I feel like they're
Well,
pretty close.
I thought Chris Longino was going to do a header into the crowd here before. He was
mean-
awfully close.
These are some intense matches, and there's high stakes on the line here.
Yeah, well, we're running out of people.
You're talking about $50,000 plus on the line between all these final competitors. I believe we're down to 6.
Yes, and now just trying to pace this crew up here. I love the 4 wide. It's like overstimulation even for us here as we watch along. How are those links going there in the chat?
They're not even posting links. That's the disappointing part. You're going
Oh.
to spam the chat and post a link for somebody to click on, you know?
Yeah, it's bad spam. That's what it is.
Come on.
All right, so here we go.
All right,
Brandon Robinson
This is
trying
not
to
a
keep,
bad look.
No,
It's not. I mean, obviously you want that wind blowing to the left instead of the right, but you can go left one and play it soft. Interesting choice of bite for him. Speaking of
Ooh,
bite, Jeff Lannon almost
wow.
holing out on some bite. That's smart for Brandon.
Yeah.
Just stay away from that water on the right-hand side. But McCook running out of holes here.
Yeah.
But McCook hold out on 18 earlier. We can't count him out just yet.
He has proven that.
Oh, that looks good.
Oh. Almost very good, almost very bad. And this is a big putt for Brandon.
That was
that look of relief said it all for him.
that was coming in way
that's
too hot.
That's a big moment. Wow.
Oh, this is okay. So this isn't.
But
this
if
is
you're now, okay,
16 in the face with a far bottom leftish pin, but for Brandon, just get it on there. Even if you have to lag
you've
the
got
eagle
a
putt.
nice a bit of strokes here to work with, which I think is huge. He's going to take his time on this, you know.
But also,
So-
it's only 320. The last thing you want to do is blow this past the green, which, it may be possible. All right.
When you could do that, you don't have to lay up. Now you can lag up.
That's
right?
what he needs to lag the putt. I mean,
Just push it off to the left or the right
The
side.
problem is when trying to lag those putts, it's so difficult.
Oh, it's not fun. These kind of moments are very uncomfortable.
Hot Rod saying, I can't handle this stress. My friend, try being here in this room and calling the action. It is amazing what these guys are doing. All right, the driver release is what got him before.
Wow, look at that. He almost did it again. All right, so
Please
Brandon
don't.
now.
Oh.
Oh! Wow, look at that. Little head nod. Unbelievable.
Oh, my
Unbelievable.
gosh.
Playing with such confidence, too. What lag? He told me to shut up, and he's right. Brandon Robinson jumping off the stage, and his tournament stays alive. He's been knocking out great players all day long. And now, of course, as we transition back, we've got more Golden Tee to announce. So Brandon Robinson, I think right now, having that Jared Decker type run as you look at our other competitors playing a game, Jeff Lannon.
Oh!
Wow. And you get
Hole
the
in
long
one.
distance view of the hole-in-one here from Paul Taylor.
Oh.
They exchange the handshake, and we're back in it. Jeff Lannon, of course, dropped a 34 under earlier. 34 under earlier?
Yeah. I've got no words for that man. He is somebody, I think we said this off the chat, he is somebody who does not go to tournaments anymore because of family work and all that. But let me tell you, one of the few players
He's at this tournament.
one of the few players that can stay away from national tournaments and still show up at the Worlds as if he goes to every one of them.
All right, so Paul Taylor, though, halfway through, that is the difference in the match right now, is that ace. So huge swing there, of course. And Paul Taylor is, another guy that has been in similar moments like this, has gotten close to breaking through.
Just has not cracked that.
I'd quantify this as a breakthrough, or at least something
look
close
at this,
to.
the fringe.
Oh, my goodness.
It's just a little too hot. That was
Yeah,
close,
that was
though.
tracking really well. Now, if you're Jeff, you give this a look also.
John Totora in the chat, Josh McDaniel, Adam Fitzgerald, pride of Oswego. Illinois.
Ooh, wow.
It was a good
Absolutely. We were talking about that earlier with Brian and Brandon and Jeff. It's not Southern Illinois, but it's middle, Torso, Illinois.
Yeah.
Repping quite well here as we get toward the finale of the World Championship with lots of games still to play. Now, this is a pretty good look. But, again, a lot of different shot types. I would imagine how much spin do you want to have it? Do you want to have spin, backspin, release? What's your shot here?
Absolutely no backspin. Bite is the right call. You just want to get enough to spin trek back towards the hole. That's perfect. That's exactly what he wants, other than dropping in. Even if you try to hit it, it's an 8-iron, so you got that ball is going to go high in the air. Backspin is not the option.
Oof, very nice.
But good shot by both of these guys. They know the last thing you want to do is ruin a score by trying to putt up that tiered green.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple of that already today. All right, so 19-18, if you look at 2 handicap, what Mr. Taylor is doing, having a heck of a round at exactly the time that he needs to have a heck of a round.
I got to ask Jim Z, I'm very sad that there's no drivable tee box here on hole 12, the par 5. It's just close enough to make you feel like you may have a shot, but also far away enough. You're not, especially in a situation like that, you're not going to try to go for it. But
this is a pretty good win for the approach, by the way.
This is a fun hole because you can go left, you can go right.
This is go zone from right here. I think both of these guys, I'm assuming that Landon's going to put it right where Paul did. Going to be in an ideal spot for.
That's a smart move.
So,
I like
so it's
that.
interesting.
I
So
like
you
that.
give up a straight wind for some distance, or a straight-ish wind. Let's see how much this comes down. All right, that's
All right.
perfectly fine. Now Landon needs a shot. 8.
Now, the problem with this is where that pin's at. Even if he softs at 9, he does not have a lot of room to work with.
Gosh,
But
that
it's a
is-
great
that
shot.
is phenomenal finesse when you look at the club, the wind, and everything else that went. That's beautiful.
You know, Jeff Landon making a pretty good run. Last time we had the World Championships in 2019. You know, Paul Taylor, a great player who's won some tournaments, but just has not gotten to that top peak of his game.
When you watched him like the last 2 hours, though, he really is locked in and not going to give you much in terms of emotion. Oh, we've seen throughout this weekend, actually, and we saw it in the qualifier yesterday, the design hole got some folks.
Yeah, this is a really, really great design hole winner.
Oh, man, what a shot. All right, so he's looking for one. He's looking for that and a little bit more. And I think the theme of the tournament, so many times, we've seen people get that shot. So Ryan McCook get that shot. Andy Haas, when he needed one earlier, got that shot. So it's definitely there.
This, I feel like this pin has been creeping up a little bit too much in match play, really challenging the players to show off their ability to cut the ball.
That is phenomenal. That is looking entirely too easy from Paul Taylor. Now let's see what Jeff does. You're right. You got to cut back into that wind. That looks very good as well. Oh, jeez Louise. Ridiculous.
It's unbelievable, honestly.
Robotic, way too easy. All right, still one shot separating them. As we enter the home stretch here. The room at the Westgate now abuzz. Got a lot of people gathering around the stage here.
A buzz both in the...
Yes. Well, 100 shots courtesy of Tim Glenn will also change the dynamic of the room, and we are better for it.
Yes. Always good to see Tim Glenn,
Yeah,
a great
that is
friend
a
of the
wonderful
program.
gesture. Wow.
I did not realize it had been 5 years since he had been to a tournament. I
Time
also
flies.
can't believe it's 2022, let's be honest.
So now, Paul Taylor, a little bit longer look, I guess.
You know, on this hole, I like driving that, and I think that's what Jeff's going to do here, into the sand.
Well, you've got a pin that's back, and I'm assuming that's exactly what's going to swing your decision one way or another.
Yeah, just run. You know, again, Paul is great with his woods. You know, the 4-wood here is like a big key to his arsenal. Okay.
Good shot.
That was,
Very
an
solid.
interesting stop. But I think Jeff,
Yeah, you can run this up.
yeah,
Oh,
in
yeah.
the 5 hybrid, beautiful club to do this. Down 7
pick
left
your
forward.
line, maybe throw a thumb in there.
Oh, yeah. You can see it. He's the way he's got his hands placed on
It's
on
like
his
a-
body. He's
at
going.
the holster. Pick your line.
Too far right.
Yeah.
You can see a look in his eye. He's like,
That
wow.
is a ideal club for the position. Thank you for not rolling over. It's not a Jeff Landon comment. That's just a rollover comment. All right, so 3 holes to go. Down 1 is Landon. This is if you're Paul, you like this look. It's just you could be safe here. You could still attack the pin.
This is one of the better setups
Yeah,
I've
this is
seen.
pretty juicy.
Like straight at it with the wind in your face. Oh, that looks beautiful. If he had that high tee, that was probably in.
And I guess if you're Jeff Landon, you like this look a lot too because you're going to try and just find the right line, find the right spin.
Is he going to thumb bite this, right?
He's got the thumbs.
He's got the holstered.
Yeah, get ready to go.
Oh, that might be nice about.
Get a little kick.
Oh, just too far.
Just too far. Yeah, you're right. If you find that right spot, right?
Not that it was intentional, but
No,
in
but
the instance where it goes,
you've got to
a
be
little-
right, just enough right. And you don't have much room to be right. All right, so 27-26 here. It's got some teeth.
Yeah.
Got some teeth, and if you watched the qualifier yesterday,
That had some teeth. Let
wow,
me tell you.
yeah, that changed the complexion of a lot of people's entire tournaments here. So Paul going to size this one up, and he's just going to thumb this thing out. Oh, wow.
That was a run.
Wow.
That was a run.
All right, so it goes from a shot that's potentially scaring to a point of aggression, and now if you're Jeff Lannon,
I feel like you almost have to go for this because 18 is not a gimme by any means, but he's running out of room to get back. That's why he's going to
this
backspin
looks
this.
pretty good. Oh, just a little too high. All right, so
Hole 18's been great for hole outs to tie games.
yeah, we saw it. We saw it with JoJo earlier. And now, 28-27, you see Paul Taylor relative to his handicap. He's having, again, holding just the right time. This is an interesting look, though. Big wind, tucked pin up there. I'm assuming you're going to bring this in. If you're Paul, you just want this thing to land. Is it enough? It is. Good shot. All right. A little bit of a putt, a little bit of meat there. I just looked at your face, and you looked very anxious for that.
It
I
was.
thought you were actually going to go down. Maybe pull a Gino here. It's all right. I'll catch you. Maybe.
No, I appreciate that. Well, see,
Maybe.
I liked Paul Taylor's shot a little bit better if he went high 5 wood on it.
I thought he was going to go high 5 wood, but we'll see what Jeff does because he knows he probably needs this to drop. He is going to go high tee.
I feel like the Lord has entered this room.
Yeah.
With
The lights are
Getting
bright.
oh, come on.
So that's going to do it.
That's a heartbreaker.
That's going to do it. Paul Taylor is going to clean up. Right.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah,
Paul
that's
is still going to clean up. Okay. We assume.
well, and that's even worse for Lannon because he's thinking,
Paul,
man, if I
Paul
didn't
has
water
now
that.
cleaned up. He's shaking his head. A gesture in the middle. Doesn't matter that he missed the putt. Paul Taylor is still alive and well. I'm
Paul
looking,
Luna.
I'm looking in my vision. Yeah, do you see Paul Luna there?
I was looking
Paul
at him.
Luna's jumping around, ready to go.
I almost felt like I needed to throw him a jump rope because he was just getting
Yeah,
amped
off
and
in the
ready to
corner,
go.
right out of here. Paul Luna is thinking about what's to come.
There's a lot at stake. Let's look at the brackets
I
here.
feel like I haven't seen Paul Luna in a while. Well, I haven't seen anybody in a while, and we're really happy you guys are joining us here at the Westgate for the Golden Tee World Championship. We make the game, of course. We can only hope to have weekends like this, especially after such a long wait. It just brings joy to us to see the greatest players in the world play at this level, in this venue, with this kind of energy. And it's done nothing but deliver. And that's completely out of our hands. That's the players that do this and the level of skill and everything else. It's just hard to capture it, quite honestly.
And just like we did in 2019 with Decker, a lot of new stars
Yeah.
or people that we knew of, but a lot of top people making runs. Brandon Robinson, Bryce Lepic, those guys, not somebody you typically see on the top end of these brackets. It is great to see not only the old school favorites, those top guys like McCook,
Yeah.
Luna even in that regard as well, but Brandon Robinson making a hell of a run on the loser side there.
And yet, the favorite to win this, Paul Luna, the favorite at 6-1 on this here odds sheet is right there, right? So
Yeah.
you've had these runs, you have these moments. I think the competition, the thing that's really been, was this almost slides? So the thing that's been really unbelievable to me is just the matches You haven't had a lot of live-sided matches on the stream. You've had a ton of walk-offs. We saw it in mobile.
A lot of OT.
It's extended to this as well. So as we get down here, and the room is now abuzz, what are you expecting to see? What are you really looking forward to most here? With a handful of people still left.
Yeah, so Brandon Robinson taking on Paul Taylor, the winner that will meet the King of the Hill, which is Paul Luna and Lance Harris. You expect Luna to be there. Of course, looking at the odds, you expect Lance Harris because he's at the top of his game.
Yeah.
Paul Taylor, it can go, I said this earlier, Paul Taylor either makes a massive run or he has a couple of bad rounds to start and he's out of Sunday match play. That's not a knock on him. He's a great player, but sometimes you just get in that rut where you're either on the top or you're out.
Paul Taylor 60-1 to win this tournament. Lance Harris 30-1. We should be talking about Lance, by the way. Second place, Golden T-Mobile. Now he's guaranteed a podium finish here at the arcade version. He thought I was his jinx. He's told me that a handful of times. I was his curse when I would call us qualifying matches in Golden T-Mobile. I went over and talked to him. I said, hey, I don't think I'm a curse anymore. And he said, well, let's just wait on that. Let's just hold on.
Don't speak
Fair
too
enough,
soon.
Lance. Fair enough. No, but he has played, I think, to do this. Talk about stamina. I know he's sitting down for Golden T-Mobile. I know he doesn't have to stand. But
Still, though.
it's a long couple of days for those guys as we are warming up a machine. And we've got ourselves a nice change of pace, a palate cleanser in the silver finals. Sean Gervais, who I thought, Kevin, would compete in the gold finals.
Yeah.
Going to try and win himself a silver.
Yeah, Orlando Ayala taking out Brian Bernhardt to get back to the winner's side, and he's got to beat Sean Gervais twice if he wants to be the silver champ. And we haven't seen our buddy Pine Creek here in a while, at least for our matches we're calling. I don't know if you can ask for a better course for the silver championship final because absolute ton of top talent that did not make the championship bracket, and it was
This
no
was
easy feat.
the undoing. Late in the rounds, Andy Haas, others could not, conquer some of the late setups, which were really, really difficult.
Both in qualifying and match play on both sides today.
Absolutely. So, all right. So we are here, and again on the championship side, we'll get revved up soon as well. But I'm excited to see this because look, we talk about the grind of the weekend. This is a grind in the silver.
Double elimination,
You didn't make the
64.
cut. All right. These guys both really wanted to make the cut. They're great players. You got to come in, you got to battle. There's still big money on the line, of course. And now we'll see what both of them have. That looks pretty good.
Now
That's
it's
a very
funny,
good shot.
the Ayala brothers don't come to as many tournaments, and I think the running joke was their wives didn't know. Well, now they know because the family's here, and
lot
I
of people
guarantee you, I met Orlando's wife and daughter, and I think we're going to see him at more tournaments now because well, they can see what's going on. I mean, he's in the silver championship final.
Pretty impressive. And by the way, this is a pretty meaningful moment here. So Gervais unable to get it there. Now going to try to thumb this one in.
Oh, that looks
Line looks good.
Boom.
Yes. Wow.
Twisted Bliss, Sean
What a
Gervais.
shot. What a shot. Doesn't have to hit the green.
If you get stuck in the sand, you can't ask for anything better than a little chip out like that.
And Sean Gervais, I think it's a broken record, but you talk about a guy that has just not run well at Worlds. Think about leading up the last 2 years that we did it. He would drop a 28 or a 29 in a match. He'd qualify great. He'd lose to a 30 or a 31. It's sort of been his tournament MO, quite honestly.
Even at the national tournament scene, he's had that trouble a lot. And, yeah, somebody who does not make a lot of mistakes, but just losing to those 1 or 2 or even 3 bettors, talk to him, talk to Brian earlier. Of course, like these guys don't want to be outside of the gold. And the same goes for Orlando. You want to be in that gold championship bracket, but guess what? If you're going to, unfortunately, not qualify, this is the next best step of making a run through so many great players in silver.
I also think, too, when you miss the cut, you're in silver, you're in purple, whatever the tournament is that you quantify it. And I think at first you're kind of you're okay, I'm going to play this out. And then you win a couple of games, and you don't know the darn difference, right? You're there.
Oh,
the juices are flowing. The money, of course, quickly becomes larger and larger. In the instance of the Worlds, of course, there's a lot of money here. And so, yes, Sean Gervais is disappointed to miss his first cut.
Ever. He's been around for a long time.
But to validate it here with this showing, holy goodness. All right. I don't have that shot.
I don't think that was his intention to barely skip it with the 8.5
I don't know.
through the water.
He looked very confident in it, though. So that's why we are here. Solid. And I'll tell you, it will give him a really nice look, though. I mean, that's a little bit of a risk to that. But this is wonderful. This could drop.
Yeah, when Sean Gervais gets hot in match play, you gotta stay away from him because he will just run through you unless you drop more holeouts than him.
I've played Sean a few different times. I think both of them were close longer than they should have been, and then me doing something incredibly stupid, which figures, right, in Golden Tee at least. Let me make sure to quantify that appropriately, in Golden Tee. But yeah, he's an unbelievable player, and again, not surprised that he's made it through the grind of the silver side. And this is not your normal silver bracket, of course. World champions.
If we didn't say silver championship or silver bracket, and you just saw the players in this, you would not think anything of it, honestly.
No. Yeah, it's really a bracket that you'd see from a local, tournament. Absolutely. Just unbelievable play here. All right.
Oh, I think he clipped
Did he catch that?
I think he caught the leaf.
All right, so that's a significant moment potentially.
Yeah, because that 10, that 10, not necessarily in your face, blowing at like the 334. This is like a weird, almost Casper the Ghost-esque fairway. I just made that comparison now, but I don't know what else to say.
It's pretty solid. I can see it now.
You have a really thin area. Very thin area.
A good window there, it looks like, though, especially with the wind.
Very thin area of the fairway to hit. Now, Gervais did not hit it, but he got clear of the trees.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the pin placement, and I don't fault Orlando here at all for laying up, because if you try to get cute and get anywhere near it, you're going to end up in the crap, and you're going to put yourself in a worse position than trying to hole out, from the fairway, which is something that both these guys do fairly often.
Given the amount of spin he's going to would have had to have applied to that thing would be shooting right. And this is a nice break for Sean. Good shot, good break though. A nice clear window, and essentially, unless this goes in, it's going to gain a stroke. Ooh,
that was a run.
If this goes in, and it almost did, great shot there. But still, Sean Gervais going to grab one. So our first deficit in the match comes hole 5. Look at this. This
might be the shortest look I've ever seen on that. Wow. Nice little G-wedge backspin.
45 yards.
Hope it hits the cup and doesn't go in the water.
Me this in closest to the pin, by the way.
That looks good.
Oh. All right, you want to erase the deficit, here you go. So he's likely going to tackle this, I imagine, with bite. He's got the spinny sand wedge. Coming back a little bit so he can hammer this thing.
Oh, and he's done it!
Wow.
There we go.
Wow.
Smart play by Orlando. He needed that.
Great distance club spin management. Beautiful.
It might have only been hole 6, but he needed that.
You drop one, you gain one. That's perfect. Sorry,
you get
back to square.
That is
really, really fast. I love the strategy there with bite, bringing the sand wedge to the back of the tee box. Absolutely fabulous.
Well, it's smart. You saw Gervais use backspin. It was not a bad shot, but you run the risk of getting wet. If you hit that, you accidentally hit the trackball too soft, you're wet with backspin. If you accidentally hit the trackball a little bit too soft with bite, you're usually going to be okay.
Well, the spinny wedge, I think, gave him just a ton of options to how he wanted to play that, and worked out. Now, look, again, don't blink. Good wind here. A lot of different ways to play this shot. Is it going to be bite to kind of let this thing try and roll out into the hole? It looks like it is. Look at this. Oh, close. All right, here we go. Now, trying to drop a hole out. Again, All right, here we go. Close on that one, but just misses, building up another one-stroke lead, and we go on here to hole number 8. All right, now, fun day of matches.
You know, I don't remember hole 8 being so difficult, and I feel like this might be where Jim Z worked his magic with the remaster courses to just throw in a little extra flavor and challenge players. Because very often it's a par 4 hole 8 that you're worried about clipping trees and getting wet and throwing your game off.
Yeah, this is, what a fun course. I agree, it's a great tournament course. He didn't look like he loved that, but that should be fine.
Now he's got to go around to the
Yeah.
right because of those trees in front of the green. Oh, that looks pretty good. Oh!
Awesome shot. Awesome shot. You're right. The subtle difficulty of that, having to just bend that around the tree, is absolutely fabulous. Now trying to roll this thing up there.
Now, see, he hit the fringe.
Yeah.
It's a little nerve-wracking because you're on the fringe, but you're halfway towards the rough.
It's a big fringe.
And honestly, we've seen it a handful of times. Like, these are the chips.
Good
That
chip.
was great.
Good
You
chip.
just got to punch that in because these are the chips that if you think just a second too much on, something that these guys would hit day and night at their local bar. But when you get to the World Championship stage,
Yeah,
even for the silver
You
bracket,
just don't want to, that close, you don't want a non-putter in your hand. But I think it was the right decision, too. Huge amount of fringe to have to hit through.
and nerves just settle in sometimes with such small shots like that.
All right, so this is a pretty good look here, too, getting the ball out. Sean Gervais. He hits the ball, by the way, so quietly, Sean. He wants to
He
be
really
a little bit
does.
further back, give himself a better angle, find a club that works for him. Could maybe go over the top here with the 6. And he is. Line looks pretty good.
Kind of surprised he didn't put bite on there.
Yeah.
Didn't end up, with that 11-mile-an-hour wind, the down green slope, but I really like this 5 hybrid look for Orlando.
And he's clear of the trees. Well, let's see. He's got some options here. 3
You know,
clubs that
that's
actually.
actually pretty great. He could really go almost any of them, 5, 7, or the 9. Oh,
Good shot.
that was making a
shot.
run.
Yeah, he could have. He had 3 clubs there. All of them would have worked, depending on the types of shot he wanted to hit. But still going to be all square. All right, back 9 we go. Probably been the theme of our tournament thus far. Pin tucked back right. Gonna have a pretty good look at it. Although the wind not exactly helping there.
Yeah.
With that back right
Wind
pin.
is not your friend here. You're going to have to do a little cutting potentially. But, okay. I don't blame Gervais for trying to hit that a little bit harder.
Yeah, give yourself as good of angle as possible.
You're still in
right,
the first
to
cut.
get
It's
to
not
that.
going to affect your club. But yeah, like you said, it gives you a little bit more wiggle room to work with. Thinking maybe release. I don't know if maybe release with thumbs to the right. Very soft, thumbs to the right.
Yep. Good shot.
That's exactly what you need, because again, you can kind of see it in that shot. But this is one of those courses that once you get to the rough or the fringe on the green, it starts to slope down, and the last thing you want to do, even though you still have plenty of golf left, is flirt with that fringe and the rough.
That's a pretty cut, man.
That's a nice
That is
run.
A pretty cut. Beautiful shot. All right, so still here, and if you're just joining us, silver bracket finals. Gervais has yet to lose. And so far in this one, all square. Look, we have seen a couple of, or at least a lead change here. Good shot.
You know, I almost felt like watching his mannerisms there, he maybe should have taken like a half a second more to think about that. It felt like he pushed it, like he rushed it a little bit. He still got the GSPs.
Can he
but-
find a line here? Can he find a line?
Oh, come on.
Oh,
Two great
I think
shots.
He thought he found a line there, but it was really close. Gervais, a rare smile at the cabinet.
That is true.
Not a guy that
He is
shows a
not-
ton of emotion.
No.
I think it works for him.
All right, this is an interesting one. 374.
Wow.
You flirt with too many trees if you do not hit it dead straight.
So what, maybe just a smidge of a cut here?
Yeah.
Push it out a little bit?
Oh.
And that's the problem, just a smidge of a cut. That's a long hole,
And
right?
it's tough for him because he literally was a pixel away from hitting the,
Now look,
the sidewall.
This is interesting. Talk about the benefit of honors. Although you're staring that one down for a minute, I think that's really, really smart. And it's also a really, I think, challenging look. Gervais saw him on hole one, not able to drive the green. Still make it from the sand there, hoping for the same outcome. And this is it's a big shot here.
You know, honestly, probably the smarter move to just go with the lob wedge. If you try chipping that, you're running too many risks. It's a one-stroke deficit. It's not what you want, but it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I do think we've seen some pretty smart, careful play, but not to a negative by any means.
No,
Now
I would
Sean-
agree with that.
Sean with the
100%.
lead, and that's a pretty good look, actually.
This, one of these guys may hold this. I give it like
This
a
is going to be
50% chance.
coming in very hot at the pin if they can
Oh,
find
he
a line.
overcut
That's
that.
overcut.
That's all right. He's going to have a down
OT
putt.
bite is good there. Trying to figure out how he wants to bring this hybrid in. This is nice. I think he'll give this a run.
If he I like the backspin. He's just got to make sure he doesn't do what Sean did and overcut it.
It's very easy to do that with the hybrids, by the way, like just those lower lofted clubs.
Especially when it's offset, just a hair.
Story of my, well, one of the stories of my Golden Tee career. All right, if you can call it a career. So Sean's still up one.
Still a few holes left to play, though.
Not too bad.
We still have the professional Golden Tee player eater called hole 17.
Yes, no kidding.
And in 16 too,
Shot.
that par 5 is not a cakewalk either.
Now that hole has been. Go home and practice. Clearly, not that me.
That's next week's event. Is
Yeah.
all hole 17
I mean,
Pine Creek.
it was unbelievable. All right, so can we get Can he find that shot here? That's a pretty good line, just a little deep.
It's a big putt, not a
No,
difficult one,
no,
but again,
they're all big and difficult here at the end. Sean, there we go. And there it is. All right, so this shot makes me just a little uncomfortable. You got to really, really trust yourself in your lines just to make sure.
just to avoid
You know,
the water,
and
the
I
rough,
get
the
it.
trees.
These guys do it pretty natural.
But why wouldn't you just? I mean, what's so different
I-
about just hitting that?
I don't know. I kind of like Sean's shot to bring it in. But that's fine. All right, so you've got a pin kind of squarely in the middle. A couple of different ways to bring this one in if you want. Sean going to just kind of cut that. That's a good shot.
Now this is where, if it was me, I have a 3 hybrid that would be the shot there for me. It's a great shot, though, with the 8-wood.
Wow.
The problem with the 8-wood is it's so hard. You can carry that 8-wood pretty far. Now,
Oh,
granted,
yeah.
he wasn't hitting that hard, but just always makes me nervous.
That is a versatile club for sure. All right, still one stroke.
Did you see that pin?
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
I did.
Now you see Gervais, he's thinking, do I hit it short and then go through the gap and try to cut that 15
Pretty
in?
nice.
You know, it's
But
probably
the next
better,
shot is the fun. Yeah.
it's probably the better option. This is not a case where you're going to see the guys go two different ways.
All right.
All right, he's got the 4-wood. 4 or 5 here.
You're gonna cut this back against the wind.
This is one of those where
Just bring it out a little bit.
don't get
Get it to
cute with
spin
it.
toward the hole.
Just get it on the green and
This-
make your 40-foot
This is a shot that I think Gervais, who really knows how to swerve the ball quite well, I think this is right in his wheelhouse. Not saying it's not in his wheelhouse either, but this is a shot I think that you'll see Sean
I mean,
flex
and
his
honestly,
muscle a little bit.
that's exactly what Orlando needed.
That's a
was
good
just
shot, yeah.
A nice uphill putt.
Now, distance here is a little interesting because that's, you're going to have to cut some distance out of this. But I really think this suits Sean's game. If you look at that swerve,
That is pretty damn
I
beautiful.
mean, it's just his, he really has a great feel for the track ball. That is a ridiculously difficult shot. It's a great putt
That's
right
a great putt.
there.
All right.
I call that Gervais one, though. He's
You
done
did?
that against me a few times. It's pretty, man. I mean,
Personally-
that is like golden tee excellence at its finest. Now, this mess of a hole, man, it's been a day.
It's a thin gap with this tee box that you got to play here.
That's an interesting pin. That is a very interesting pin. We've seen it mostly in that back right, mostly right side. Let's see. Can he get over? He can. Oh, good shot. Good shot. Doesn't have to worry about fringe. Doesn't have to worry about any of that. That is much different than what we've seen throughout this tournament. Really, really clean looking shot.
And that, I almost feel like that bottom left pin can be more dangerous at times. But 7 Hybrid, it's a good club for that because
Yeah,
it
get
takes
a little
away
height.
the trees. You still have to worry about those ones in the back there, but we've seen so many people clip the trees right
Yeah.
above the pin, or excuse me, right above the tee box because of the iron clubs.
Now, you can make this. But it's not a fun shot to have to make. 'Cause
No.
you have to land it just in the right spot.
Oh!
Great shot.
That
All
was
right.
a good run in it. That
So
was the safest way. 'cause
It was.
You start trying to chip, it just gets a little
No,
hairy.
and with the green elevated the way it is, that's a big putt. That's a great hole for Sean. We just have not seen a lot of birdies there. So 2 shots. Sean already sizing it up here before Bull heads in.
I was going to say Gervais is going to lay up on this.
Absolutely.
No reason to
say-
flirt with that bunker.
We can talk about 17 being carnage. This hole has been carnage as well. 17's been the precursor, and then 18 has kind of finished the job in a lot of these matches. Saw Mouth get stuck up against the bunker wall,
Yeah.
having to try a miracle shot. Evan on this hole. He's got a lob wedge and he's got spin. That's not bad.
No.
He should be able to get over there okay.
Now, it's tough.
You've got to
because-
hope for something here, though, still. That's only half the battle. And if Sean sticks this, which he's most certainly going to do,
Oh!
doesn't just stick it, he almost jars it.
and you look at
And he
on
knows,
Gervais'
right?
face.
That's why 2 shots. We talked about that deficit. 2 shots. It's huge. That was a great shot, man.
Honestly,
And-
he deserved that. Should have dropped.
Look, this is not the title that Sean wanted. He had bigger aspirations for this. But that is a heck of an achievement here.
Sean Gervais,
Unbeaten in the silver.
undefeated Art Golden Tee world champion in the silver bracket, 26-24 on Pine Creek. I mean, Pine Creek has
Wow.
been doing damage to a lot of players. That was probably one of the cleaner rounds that we've seen on Pine in sense of there wasn't a lot of mistakes.
No, that shot on that par 5 where he swerved in that 5 wood, that speaks to his game. So again, he probably is embarrassed right now, right? He is. Knowing Sean, because Sean wants to win tournaments, but now he's got a title, and this is a prestigious one. This is as good as any normal Peggott event you will see. He had to go through a monster field. Mark Stenmark, Brian Bernhardt, Jared Decker, Clint Grover. That's a bracket, right? That is a bracket.
I mean, it's a world championship level bracket itself. Like we said earlier, 64-man double elimination, and to go undefeated. A major congratulations to Sean Gervais because that is no easy feat.
All right, so the silver bracket is decided. Our main bracket, our gold bracket here, we got a lot of work to do, or still some work to do. So we have a King of the Hill match to play. We've got to figure out the loser side, the backdraw of this bracket, and we've got a world champion to crown, give away $30,000 top prize. So I keep asking you this. I'm going to keep asking you what stands out now here as our field of 64 and beyond continues to sort itself out.
I'm torn. We've got Paul Luna taking on Lance Harris for King of the Hill in the championship side. And then you've got Brandon Robinson, taking on Paul Taylor. Honestly, out of everybody, Brandon Robinson is probably feeling the best right now, even though he's got a loss, because he never, 4 or 5 days ago, would never have thought that he would be on this stage right now, much less a top 4 guaranteed finish, not just at a national tournament, not just a, regular tournament, but the Golden Tee World Championship, and the first one we've had in almost 3 years.
Yeah, by the way, I'm laughing because, Brandon's in the background just solo warming up on a cabinet. He's doing fist pumps. If you've watched him throughout the day, there's a lot of love in this room for him, of course, and we'll get to him momentarily, but it is King of the Hill time here. These guys haven't played in a little while. These guys know each other quite well. Paul Luna, amid the carnage and the upsets and the losses, is right here. And Lance Harris, of course, second place in the Golden T-Mobile World Championship, now trying to make the finals on the other side.
I don't know where this is going to go, truly. Paul Luna, Lance Harris, I don't know if you could have asked for a better King of the Hill and a more unpredictable King of the Hill match.
Well, I think Lance, in talking to him, Brandon feels like he's playing with house money, and he is, and that's pretty dangerous. I would imagine that Lance, and I talked to him a little bit about this, he's got a real similar vibe. Lance is very calm, and obviously just look at him, his disposition throughout all of this. Very, very put together. Paul, of course, has been here before, has been close before, the favorite to win this event. Paul's a monster. Saw him pulling out on the stream, done everything. I mean, again, so this is a really, really interesting matchup.
These guys drawing Monte Ceballos. We have not seen too much of this.
No, not on the stream.
There's a couple of holes with the massive Jim Z elevation changes that really, even with as great as these guys are, I think will challenge them because they know there's pressure. These guys don't succumb to pressure much at all, but I know inside they're feeling like, okay, I don't have the statistics in front of me, but it's pretty dang close. If you're King of the Hill, you've got a much better chance of winning the tournament.
Yeah, obviously, if you're King of the Hill, this is crucial to a championship run. You're going to have to be beaten twice in the finals. Massive. And in terms of the money on the line between first and, say, second or third, right, it's huge. So let's see. So Lance first up here. And again, yeah, you're right. I don't think I've called a Monte match yet. We've seen it in the background. We've seen some huge numbers on this, of course. Huge scores.
Jeff Lannon with 34 under earlier.
34 under.
Now, this is one of the new tee boxes that came out last summer for Monte. It's tough. You see Lance going back and forth because it's drivable, but it's offset, so it's not a guaranteed drivable at all. He's going to have to work some magic here, or at least get close enough down there, as I say, for a chip.
Oh, that's really nice.
Oh, look
really
at that. He's
nice.
putting in.
Great shot.
Got a chance at eagle opportunity here.
Wow, huge. Really, really big. All right, so Paul going to try and answer, bringing it in. And it's going to be a chip for Paul Luna. Albeit one that has a high percentage of make. Got the 6-iron out. Oh, and drains it. Beautiful. Beautiful. No doubter. Absolutely huge. So Lance was thinking maybe not to be. Beautiful chip there. Lance now, I think he's the best straight putter in the world.
Probably.
Just because we've seen some 78, we've seen some monster long putts for him.
You know, and it's funny that this is probably one of the very few, I don't want to say non-drivable looks here on the new tees of hole 2, but this is nowhere near where these guys wanted it to be. 2 under after 1. Really good setup there on hole 1.
448. Depending on what there's going to be points here, right? There's going to be points. And by the way, Brandon Robinson, Paul Taylor, nice hug. Whoa, that's a big drive. Wow.
Yeah, I knew there was a chance. That 448 made me nervous, but the way that the hill is in the rocks down there, you can get a really good
right
bounce.
All right, so we're going 4 wide here. King of the Hill and also the back draw side. 2 great stories in Paul Taylor and Brandon Robinson. Oh, my goodness, things are cooking here.
82 feet putt for Eagle on hole 2. Paul Taylor, Brandon Robinson teeing off on hole 1.
Lance here. Long putt's been the theme for him.
Oh, and he did the same thing.
Just pulled it.
Anse Kokos for our friends on the not losers, but the
draw.
back draw.
Back draw. When you say not lose, well, never mind.
You know.
I do. All right.
And there's a reason why Paul Taylor's nickname is Holemaker. It's not just a sign of cockiness. It's because he really is.
He's a machine.
He is a machine with hole outs. But,
look at this.
Oh,
wow.
But Brandon Robinson's been on fire. And I love Brandon to death. I mean this in the best way possible. Like, you expect to see Paul Taylor in a position like this on this stage. And even Brandon himself said, I did not think I would get as far as I am. And that's an amazing run for him. And for him to keep his composure and to play against some of the best people in the world that he probably has lost to over the course of years of tournament play.
Oh,
Paul
goodness.
Luna. Great shot points.
And Brandon, by the way, he qualified great. Was he number 18? Top 20, certainly in the qualifier. Was right there. Didn't have to scramble to make the cut. Felt really good about that. Was feeling his oats last night here as we saw him at the Westgate walking through. He was excited. He was confident. It wasn't just happy to be here stuff, and it's reflected obviously today. Was unbeaten for a long time. Now has a chance to pick up some, some dough, first of all. But man, oh man, what a run.
And honestly, I don't know if there's a better course for Taylor and Robinson to play against each other on than Anse, because there's so many potential swing holes.
Now, we will try to. You got 4 guys that have been all over it all day. And look at that, almost for Paul. Well, I should be more specific for Taylor. Paul Luna going to drop this in. Going to be a lot of shotties, I think, flying around here. Pretty good look for Anse on this. As long as you carry it, you could spin this thing back and get it pretty close.
Little 7 hybrid action.
All right, so Paul Taylor now sizing it up. Lance going to do the same. Again, if you're just joining us, Golden Tee World Championship here at the Westgate. King of the Hill match on the left. The winner of that goes into the finals. On the right, the back draw of this bracket, just trying to stay alive. And at this point, with only a handful of people left, it's pretty meaningful.
Oh, look at that. I was taking a breath because I was not sure Paul Luna was going to get that one.
Louise.
Both, I mean, honestly, I could see any of these 4 gentlemen. Amazing stories behind all of them. Amazing play.
But the King of the Hill, you're right. The percentages on that, I would love to know what that is. You win that match and you're unbeaten in the finals, you've put yourself into a really good position to win this tournament. All right, so we'll see what happens here. Lance taking his time. Lance, by the way, on the mobile side here, had to qualify in Vegas to make the mobile tournament. So many close calls, was able to do it. And then the moment he qualified, he became like one of the top 2 or 3 favorites to win the event. That's the kind of game he has in mobile. Okay, for Brandon, we'll see.
Yeah, and just between Paul Luna and Lance Harris, we were talking about King of the Hill, guaranteed first or second.
Yeah.
That is no small feat.
Top 2, yeah.
That's a lot of money
if you
on
get
the
there.
line.
Absolutely. All right, so Brandon here, obviously less than ideal. This is a moment where you really, you don't have a ton of great options here. Does it take your medicine to move on?
Yeah, I think you're going to see him. He's looking to his left. I think he may.
And Lance, by the way, looks like he just scooted one by.
I'm almost kind of surprised Brandon did not just go for the sand. But either way,
all right, so Paul Luna, by the way, takes a one-shot lead.
Yep.
Again, we're trying to keep up here. There is a lot going on. And potentially
just a little short on that shot for Paul Taylor, trying to make it a 2-stroke lead instead of a 1, potentially.
All right, so now we've seen Brandon do this before, by the way, in this tournament where he missed and then he made. He almost did it again. My goodness. And we saw that, 2 hours ago or so, and it's done well for him, obviously. All right, so on the King of the Hill side, Lance Harris with a really good shot and great shot points.
And Lance, being in that tough spot, being down 1, he's got to get a hole out here soon because the back of Monte is where things get a little hairy with some of those setups.
Absolutely. It's a really fun course, very different course.
On the Ante side here, really good opportunity to make a run at the hole for Brandon here. You're on the left. The pin is on the left side of the tier. So if you even could get a little ramp action on it, not that you want that, but you've got a little bit of a buffer. Just a little too hot.
It was a little hot, but that's fine.
Also, on this other side of Monte, really, really nice
this is
shot
like
there by Paul Luna.
Every shot looks like it might go in. This is a really good look for Lance here. Down a stroke, picks his line. I mean, you could move this over. This is basically a straight shot. Getting the thumbs holstered.
Yeah, I could see. Literally a hair too
Grabs
far.
the beard in
to the
disgust. Quick beard pull.
Self-discipline.
No, it is. He knows. That was a good opportunity, but there'll be other ones too. So still down 1.
Well, that's a good shot there for Brandon Robinson. Paul Taylor going to take their eagle putts here.
Paul Luna safely on. If you're wondering the camera, why Paul's going to the top view, he's doing that. There's some strategy involved here, right? What you want your opponent to see, because you're seeing exactly what they're seeing.
Yep.
It's like he's done this before.
Beautiful shot by Paul Taylor on the
Good
right-hand
shot
side
from
there.
Lance. Oh, man.
I mean, honestly, between these 4 gentlemen, these 2 matches, I'd be shocked if we didn't have over 200,000 in great shot points.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Lance is, I think, north of 50 already. Of course, he had to hit the button too fast.
29,000, 18,000. So almost collectively at 50K.
That's nice. You're saving me.
Yes.
Oh! That just slowed down. Paul Luna is not the guy that you want to be chasing. Not the guy that you want to be chasing by any means. The favorite coming into this event, 6-1. Can Lance get that stroke
that was
back?
scary.
Just a little short, yeah. Brandon Robinson now.
There's still plenty of Anse around to potentially throw either of these guys off.
Oh, very clean.
You know, we talked about this earlier. There's a couple of drivable par fours that the tee box will really make or break.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, Brandon didn't like that shot, but that's okay. Nice straight uphill putt as you navigate some spam. Good for you. Paul hit the green there. Meat on that putt, but that's just fine. All right, so big elevation drop, but a really nice straight wind here over on Monte.
This could be Lance's chance to get back in it.
Yeah, it really is.
I think he pushed it too far left, and that may be dangerous.
Oh, boy.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Wow. From holy bleep to holy bleep.
Yeah, well done. Wow.
Oh, it's happening at some point. I'm sure with the way these guys are shooting lights out.
How about
Paul-
Luna making a run at it now? No, that's a little bit. See, I think after watching that too, he's saying, you know what? I'm probably going to be right at that.
Now, on Anse 10, this is exactly what I was talking about. Oh,
Oh, good shot.
what trees.
That is perfect. Up, over.
That is a
Threaded.
pressure. That's a pressure point for Brandon. I got to be. I mean, that is. Wow.
That is a moment when you're playing somebody, they go up and they just hit something so. That shot, that kind of shot. Oh boy. I would have attempted the same one. I don't have Paul Taylor's shot. Now, if you're Brandon, take your medicine and try and get this to drop. Oh boy, sit. Yeah. It's all right.
Honestly, I think that's even. I think that's okay. Oh no, Lance, a little hot.
Okay. All right, so we've got good
Oh,
putt from Lance. All right, so Brandon, you see him clap his hands there. Ooh, good putt by Mr. Taylor. One shot for Luna on the left, and now Paul Taylor's kind of opened it up a little bit on the right. Still some holes to go, of course, but the way Paul's been playing, man, that shot he just hit, by the way, off the tee was unbelievable. And look at that.
What trees? I'm just going to say that every time.
Just applying a lot of pressure here. Speaking of pressure, Luna, I don't know how many times we've seen him do that this weekend.
I feel like we're just broken records up here because every shot these guys hit are just amazing.
Wow. All right, so now Brandon's got to make something happen. Doesn't necessarily have to be here.
This is a Lance Harris hole out, by the way.
Good shot by Brandon. Yeah, this is a good look at it, man. You want to even it up. All right. Lance is taking his time because you know these opportunities aren't,
Two great shots by those
and he
guys.
knows. All right. Still one stroke difference in the King of the Hill. Brandon, I think, wearing a little bit of it now.
Oh, it's a.
But get it to two. Get it to two. That's theme in all these matches. Get it to 2 shots. Paul Luna's saying he wants to get it to 2. The other way. Build up a little bit more of a lead.
Now, this 15-mile-an-hour wind on 14 here is pretty interesting. Both these guys opting to go to the top, but you still have to deal with those big elevation changes in that wind behind you.
Lance didn't seem like he loved that, or at least he was giving it a bit of a long look there as it was settling to rest.
Speaking of long looks, 13. Wow, is that nasty on Anse for these guys. Oh, he's on the first cut.
All right, wow.
He needed that.
Yeah.
Rough there would not, well, it would have been rough, let's be honest. That would not have been ideal
Oh,
for him.
boy.
Come on, I haven't made
Ah,
too many
jeez.
terrible.
No, that's the first, and it was a big one.
Okay.
Come on, get up.
All right.
All right. Longer putt.
Oh, Lance getting.
That's got to sit. That's
Oh.
got to sit, and that is a problem. That was deep off the club. It's not an awful drop. I mean, it's not a chip, but that is a oh boy. All right. So if you're Paul Luna now,
Oh, Paul
if you're Paul
Taylor.
Taylor,
It's a big putt here for Brandon. Oh, shoot.
the wheels finally maybe coming off, but by no means a knock. The guy has played beautifully, but it's going to have to make something happen here, down 4, with only a handful of holes to play. Lance Harris,
Hole 15 here.
can say the same thing, by the way. You know, Brandon Robinson, we compared it to Jared Decker, maybe Clint Grover, Lance now battling off the wall, and all of a sudden, you know, in a day of clean play and Cinderella runs, we're quite literally running into walls, right? It's hard. It's a long day.
It is. Luna on the rough here, but he's going to putt this, and eagle for him. He's going to get another stroke added there for the lead against Lance Harris. 4-stroke lead on Lance going into 16.
It's not too bad for Paul.
4-stroke lead on
Oh,
Paul Taylor on Brandon Robinson, I believe.
yeah, Paul Luna here. I think when he wants to play just sort of a safe-ish game, he can, and he's going to. Lance Harris trying, sit. Oh,
Yeah, he knows he's running out of opportunities. to
this
make
is
a
where
run.
it's tough in these matches too, because you do need to be aggressive, and you can throw everything at it. But when you do that, of course, you risk it. I mean, and that's okay. Like, this is the moment where it's, you know, you're not really worried about necessarily the bad that could happen. You're worried about what the, you know, trying to steal a stroke somewhere. But that is a tough way to play it too.
A tough look there.
Wow. All right, that's going to be a long putt. Brandon, oh, it's a good line.
Just short.
That's a good shot.
It's a beautiful shot
That's a
by
really
Lance.
good line.
Chance for Lance to get a stroke back here. He's
We're
going to
gonna
need
see
him.
what the break is. Man,
Paul Luna just
wow,
dead center
wow.
cup. Paul Luna doing Paul Luna things, honestly. All right, hole 18 of Monte Ceballos. I joked the other day when, you know, we talked Jim Zena making this hole 18, and Jim, I've seen his reaction to some of the shots that people are hitting.
That's that. Yep.
He loves this course and this hole. When we started taking screenshots on this a long time ago, you couldn't even see where the green, or excuse me, where the pin in the green was with some of the angles, because it's just such a massive drop.
Oh.
And here's the thing, guess what? You know what, Lance? He lost this match, but that's okay.
He's got a match to lose.
That's okay.
He's got a match to lose. I think Lance is okay with that, actually. Lance?
Paul Luna, 31.
31.
To become your king of the hill, which means Paul Luna has to be beaten twice in the finals to lose. He's
Wow.
so much closer to his next world championship. He's guaranteed a second place finish, something he's done before.
6-1 to win the title. 6-1. The favorite, and I think we've been, you know, the guy that leading into this week, people were talking about, is this going to be it?
Oh, Brandon's got to make this. I mean, I know there's still hole 18, but I got to say, first off, wow, that Paul Taylor was just
Yeah, seriously.
a hair away from that tier of
See
the
him
green.
live a little dangerously a couple of different times, but you know what?
Honestly,
it suits him well.
It seems to pay off well. Not Not an easy look here.
That's exactly it.
Very rare
That's exactly
Paul
it. You gotta-
Taylor layup, but
I-
I don't blame him.
You get a,
He
you get
may
a
hold
nice
out from
straight
here.
Win. Yeah, no, you do. It's a good look. And if you're Brandon now, what the heck? Give
This
it a
is
roll.
usually the part of the show where I tell my opponent, okay, I hold this out and we go into sudden death. Like, let's just, if I make a miracle happen. Oh,
great shot.
you know what? And that's a fourth place finish for Brandon Robinson. I mean, congratulations to him.
Wow.
A massive, massive run.
And there it is.
Well deserved
That's
for
gonna seal it.
Brandon.
So Paul Taylor does it.
So Paul Taylor meets Lance Harris. The winner of that match meets Paul Anthony Luna for the 2022 Golden Tee World Championship.
Wow. So Paul Luna now is the guy.
There's a reason why he is the guy on that odds sheet.
On this sheet
the
right
reason
here.
why he was the guy all weekend long, and he's one step closer to being the guy.
All right, so Brandon Robinson, cannot say enough about him. What a run. I would imagine he's going to be hugging people and getting congratulations for the next 4 hours for the run that he had. And for us, you got work to do, right? Where are you going now? You got to go.
I'm going to go take a nap and relax.
I don't know. I think you got to go talk to people. And
No,
make sure.
there's a lot of stuff going on. We are going to get ready for it. The couple final matches. I'm going to jump out of here. Chris Longino going to step in to call the finals action with Mr. Adam Kramer here. So my
I'll see
friend.
you in a little bit. I've got drinks too.
Oh yeah, always a pleasure.
Always.
We'll see you guys here soon.
Kevin, a pro's pro, of course. I think he's going to be doing some interviews in the room. He's got too many hands to shake as well. As we look at our room here, still a lot of people filling up around our main games. Chris Longino going to jump back in here shortly as we're keeping the action going. We've got a bracket that was once robust and full, down to just 3. Harris versus Taylor. We already mentioned it. Lance Harris, second in the Golden T-Mobile World Championship. Now on the arcade side, trying to do that. Perhaps one better. As my good friend Chris Longino enters the booth. Chris,
Adam Kramer,
good to talk to you, my friend.
good to see you, my man.
How you doing, brother? Welcome
Man,
back.
what a day we've had, right?
What a day. What a day. I mean, I got to sit off of just right beside you. And the energy, I thought you were going to go down at one point. I thought you were going down. I did. I was between mouth leading up the railing and you here. I thought you were going to go down. So just, as we get down here, what have been your thoughts and everything you've seen?
Well, upsets galore today, Adam.
Yeah.
That's been really the theme of today. A lot of the top players losing in the first round. Joe Macera, Evan Gossett, C.J. Wengler, Andy Fox, all losing in the first round. And as really brings some new blood into this tournament, and we just saw it right there. Brandon Robinson, best tournament finish he's had in the entirety of his career, will walk away with quite a bit of change for not just prize money here, Calcutta money. A lot to be happy for, and one of the great days for Brandon Robinson. And we're not done.
No.
We're not done. 3 more matches.
All right, so Harris versus Taylor, right? Well, Golden T-Mobile, he's done it. He's on the podium again, regardless of the outcome of this. But Paul Taylor, I think, we're talking about guys that may be under the radar a bit.
If you want to call it that, 2 times a champion on our he's won the NIV twice now, and I wouldn't say a complete shock, but he wasn't probably a guy we were talking a whole lot about prior to this tournament, so maybe a little bit better than we thought he would do. Great run for Paul Taylor.
60-1. 60-1 on the odds sheet, right? Paul Luna 6-1. I think Lance was 30-1, 60-1. So you never know. Now, the value of King of the Hill, though, right? So we're going to wait to see that. Kevin and I were trying to quantify, especially the value of Paul Luna at King of the Hill. What does that mean to a guy like that?
Well, having an opportunity to be able to lose a match, it gives you a lot more freedom to play shots, gives you a lot more freedom to just to play a little bit looser. He has a match that he can give away if he wants to, or maybe not give away, but just, maybe not have to be so tight, being that this is not technically an elimination match coming up for him. So he'll definitely have an advantage. going into this, and 10 times a champion on our National Golden Tee Tour, so he's no stranger to winning it all.
And I think now he's got to wait a little bit. He's got to sit back.
He'll go to another machine, probably get a couple money shots in, maybe have a drink, and just cruise for the next hour while we watch the second, third match.
All right, so as we get ready here to watch that match, what about the courses? Pine? What do you want to see?
Well,
It's random, right?
We've seen a lot of pine today. All right,
Yeah.
There's been a lot of that in the early matches. Tropical will always be a favorite for match play.
Yeah.
All right, lots of swing holes there. Prefer not Baja. If it comes Baja, then we're hoping for a few more hole outs. But I want to see these guys get challenged, and Tropical and Pine would give them that. Maybe even Forest as well.
All right, so we've seen a 34 under today. We've seen my God, Ryan McCook. One of the best shots ever in Golden Tee, right? Just a stunning turn there. It's been a day of history. I think we're
High tee release, 8.5, with wind in his face. High tee, down 10 green, 8.5.
which was good. I think like about 80% of the way there, you're like, ooh, that looks right on it.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Just a majestic shot, and it's the one that took it to extra holes. And then 2 chushes on the first hole there in extra holes, and they took care of business. This has been a great World Championship, Adam.
Oh, man, I can't believe it's down to this. So, again, you're looking at the room. There's a bit of a buzz building, although Longino, when during that Ryan McCook match, it was quiet in here.
Yeah. No, I think the buzz has been here for a few hours, Adam.
It got tense, and I think it's going to be tense from this point on. Obviously, beers are flowing, drinks are flowing, and these guys are getting ready. Seen a lot of Lance the last couple of days, that's for sure.
Lance has been around. I don't know. We talked to him a little bit. He thought his odds were a little bit better in Golden Tee Mobile, so he seemed a little bit more excited about it. But can't knock on this. Local Las Vegas player.
Yeah.
And, he's having a hell of a day, and he plays Paul Taylor. No stranger to losing.
Had to take out Andy Haas in the opening round too, right?
Yeah, I know. And Adam, that's not a match Andy Haas wanted to see. You wake up to go play your first match of the day, and you see Lance Harris. No, you're not happy with that.
No, Lance ain't scared, man. Lance ain't scared. Lance knows there's a lot of people in the room with game, but, I mean, he's had that really calm, zen-like aura about him the entire week, and talk about people making a lot of money this week.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, these guys
Cashing
are
a couple of checks.
Yeah. He's going to be doing all right here for a few days. So as he's getting ready to headphone up, Taylor doesn't play with the earbuds in, so he'll be able to listen to us talk a little bit. And we're in for, I think, a great round of Golden Tee. I hope we get a good course.
Yeah, it looked like Onse. I thought I saw them spin. All right,
we just saw Onse with Brandon Robinson and Paul Taylor, so he's in the mood to play that course. He's played it already.
Big hug, a couple of pats.
And I just want to notice the tie-dye that Paul Taylor was wearing. Lance Harris made that tie-dye. True story.
There you go.
Yeah.
Look at that. That is notes for this match. It's a man that's done his homework.
So we're getting ready to tee off. We're looking at this first hole, and you remember you're trying to find the best place to get yourself a hole out right here. Too far back to really be drivable. Pin at the back.
So are you punching this up as far as you can, obviously?
Yeah.
Give yourself a good line and then just there?
The best angle for you to get to the green, typically whatever the most favorable wind is for you to get to the green. So they're both playing stouts, and when you're typically trying to play a thumb shot, one to the right may be a little bit harder to get into somewhere close. There's a lot more margin for error. He's going to lay back here and probably play in the fairway.
Interesting. You surprised by that at all?
No, he feels more comfortable with this shot, and a lot of guys, especially when they're sitting up at 468, there's no real way for him to get close to the green. He would try to get himself within chush distance, and he probably wasn't all that comfortable with that.
All right, so can somebody steal a stroke early?
And just right in the hole.
Almost. Wow.
The 2019 Top Gun Player of the Year, Lance Harris. 2 times a champion on our National Golden Tee Tour, Paul Taylor. This is a matchup of titans right here.
Paul, I'll tell you what, that shot he hit against Brandon Robinson through the trees, up and over, that we were trying to process. I don't have that shot. You probably do have that shot. That was beautiful. And he hit it without thinking about it, man. The shots in his bag, pretty remarkable.
Yeah, and watch Paul Taylor play for just a little bit. He has every shot in the bag. He can play fulls. He can play small cut shots. Very diverse player. Now, Lance comes from a little bit of an old school, so
Yeah.
typically your things are directionally right at the hole. He's not going to play a whole lot of fulls, not a whole lot of huge cuts. When he can have thumb shots, he'll take them.
Would you quantify your game as old school?
Yeah, I would. I play a lot more now. Granted, being around guys like, Andy Haas and Evan Gossick can teach you a new way to play Golden Tee. But that being said, typically, if I had the choice, I played right at the hole.
This is a beautiful look, by the way.
Yeah,
here.
and he's going to play some roll on it with confidence and look at his head towards the hole.
Wow.
Almost Drano, Adam.
Drano, it's coming. Just get ready.
7 hybrid, quality club if anybody's watching at home. Great shot, just right at the hole. 6 iron can typically play just a little bit shorter than what its registered distance is, so a lot of guys have to switch to a 7 hybrid. Do you play with a 7 hybrid, Adam?
No, but I got to say, I've seen a lot of it the last couple of days.
Yeah.
I think it needs to go in the bag. I was talking about that off air a little bit because
it is 2 degrees higher than a 6 iron.
Yeah, a little bit.
And plays true to his distance, where I feel like a 6 iron maybe
I
doesn't so much.
I won't hit it like these guys do, but it could probably help me out a little bit. This is another
this is green
good
light.
look.
Green
With
light.
stouts here too. You can find a
Green
line.
light. Watch
and,
this. Just south of the hole.
Man, these guys are just burning it. Have had really good setups.
And not going to play a thong. He plays a pullback thong.
Oh, man. That was the line.
That was the line. And notice the 180 was perfect.
Yes, it was.
The 180 was perfect.
All right, so all square still.
Not a dicey setup here, Adam. It's pretty straightforward. A lot of guys will play maybe a medium T 4 to 5 to try to check the ball on the green, or they could play a high T6 with backspin. Just obviously trying to get on the green.
Yeah.
Gets a little hairy because it's an offset look commonly.
Oh, wow. Okay. So a little too aggressive with his line there, and an early mistake for Lance. Just to overcut it a little bit. It looks like trying to push it out. I don't know what it was, but that was a pretty sizable miss.
Yeah, and this looks like it's going to be a miss too.
Now he's got a little bit.
Some early nerves in play here, Adam.
Yeah. Oof. Okay. Now all of a sudden, Lance.
Notice he plays super spin in the bag. Lots
Yeah.
of options here, Adam.
This is tough, though, just in terms of getting up quickly enough. And, okay.
Stays tied. Both take birdie.
Birdie. Look at you shaking your head. You're surprised by that.
Both of them know that that's an advantage that they should have taken advantage of right there.
Now they laugh it off. That's all you could do, I guess, after something like that.
Yeah, and stay tied like the hole didn't even happen.
Yeah, no blood. Yeah. Erase that. All right. Both have played so well. I'm going to just draw that up to a blip.
Just a little, maybe a little bit of nerves. Those offset holes, and especially this early in a match, to have to play, small cut shots like that can get on you a little bit.
Well, the other thing too, Chris, is like the matches that were around. Even though these guys are streaming, obviously, and they're on the big screen, like there's not a lot of action in here now. The action is them. The room is, you know what I mean? You got a lot of eyes on you here, and you're right. I mean, for as much as these guys have played, the tournaments they've been in, wouldn't shock you to see a little bit of nerves in this.
No.
Another good look, though.
Little thumb backspin here. It's going to be a little far, hoping for the ultra.
That would have been a good Drano call. Just saying, like the old dunk Drano.
Oh, yeah. We're watching this match. Just kudos to Brendan Robinson, top 4, best finish. Reminds me a lot of when you guys were at the Orleans 2018. Seth Standifer in that 4th place run for him, and good to see new guys get up into the top action. Brendan's no slouch at Golden Tee.
I think it's
Deserves
cool.
it.
No, I think it's cool. We talked about like a couple of guys that have made these runs. Brandon's going to be renowned for that forever, because you talk, Seth and Clint and Kinsler. He's done a few other things too, right? But these guys that that made these, Jared Decker, and we're still talking about it, and we should. Talk about. All right, so another really good look here. We just saw Lance almost drain it.
got to carry over a little bit.
Yeah. All right, so again, 3 of the 4 of the holes have had really nice, and these guys have been on it,
Yeah.
buzzing it, but probably not as much as we would think, and we certainly haven't seen a holdout yet. $7,500
Is the difference
on the
between
line.
second and third right now.
$7,500.
And it's not just that. There's if they have investment in their own Calcuttas, there's something to do with that as well. There's more money to be involved.
A lot of money.
Yeah,
Game of Golden Tee.
$7,500 between second and third. We don't play for chump change on the here in Golden Tee.
I was going to ask you. So, again, we're winding down here. I mean, we've got only a couple games left, potentially. Golden Tee World Championship at the Westgate. Share the stream. Like the stream. Spam your friend. Get everybody up. We got to watch this thing. The action has been, if you're just watching it now, you've missed a lot, but there's still time. You don't want to miss any more of this.
This has been awesome today, and just cutting close to the hole.
Nice little bounce.
Get out there and like this stream, all right? Share it with some people. We've got a great thing going on here in Golden Tee, and
Yeah, you
more
say
people
it-
need to be involved with it.
You say it, it sounds less weird than when I say it. Just saying. Oof. Good shot.
And you see that a common shot right there, low tee, 8.5, just sending a short little shot, and they know it's going to bounce through the water, so no danger of getting wet.
Nobody stole it yet. It's still there for me.
All right, so all square through 7. Broken record, but I like this look too.
This is attackable for both players. And you see he's getting himself a thumb shot teed up.
You like the 4 here?
This is going to be just a soft 4. It's going to bite. It's going to have some gradual little roll to it. And look at
Oh
that.
my gosh.
It's him attacking.
Wow.
Now, I could see a similar little 180 if he wants to pull this back. No, he's going to go straight at it.
5.
And how about this?
Oh,
And it's just
my
north
gosh.
of the hole.
I almost fell backward.
10 under after 8, both players.
Now they're buzzing it though.
Yeah. This is going to be a hard shot to jar right here. Tuck to the left.
At least you got a nice wind.
Now you can try to get that out there as far as you can and maybe have a power 8-wood in. I imagine, and you see Paul Taylor sticking with a 10.5, by the way, so he's going to lay back a little bit further than him.
How much fun is this?
Yeah.
How much fun is, man. Gosh, this has been unbelievable. All right.
Great tournament. Little pull back thumb.
Problem there is just getting it back up, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you got to almost land pretty much on top of the
A
hole.
lot of wind going at the back of you, and you have a down 5 green right there.
You
It's
don't
very
want to
hard.
be short, obviously. That's the other problem here.
And you see him, he's
Like that.
He wants an ultra shot in this round, doesn't
Yeah, that's where you got to land to spin it back. That was a really good shot. All right, but still. Paul Luna was just hanging out over near me. I think he just wandered off. I'm sure he's got an eye on this one.
he? Yeah, I think he's trying to maybe find a machine to keep himself a little warm on, just trying to keep an eye on this match right now.
Cheers, by the way.
Cheers to you. We're about an hour away from crowning a new world champion, a guy that is not in that fraternity.
Yeah, you're right, no matter what.
Yeah.
All right, so Lance. Well, I tell you, I don't know if I would define it as like a unique skill, but Lance has had a lot of straight putts from deep today, and every single one has been like right in the middle of the hole.
And those are not putts he's wanted all the time. All right, he's those are recovery. That you hear about grinding out
Yeah.
of par. That's just one of those things when you hit one of those long distance putts, just like this one.
This one's got a little bit on it.
Yeah, this has got to look a little long to him, given the moments, and it's going south.
Yeah,
He'll drop a stroke.
not straight that one. That had a little bit on it, and yeah, you're right. In this moment,
Those long distance left ones, right ones, we talked about it, Adam.
Yeah.
Those are just hard putts to make sometimes.
yeah, especially here. So finally, what do you think of this look?
This is an offset look that can be difficult. Now, first, he's going to try to see what a full looks like, but right there, those trees are pretty low, so he'll be able to high tee anything he wants over this.
Just kind of let this thing come back.
Yeah. And you saw that. That was at about 131. He probably could have gone to 143, hit as hard as he could, but he didn't want to get wet. He didn't want to bring that into play.
Now he's got a bit of a, meat on the bone here.
Yeah.
So Lance, we'll see what he does.
Lance is accustomed to hitting cut shots here, so this looks like he would do something like that, but he can go over as well. He knows what the smart play is, but he also knows what he's comfortable with. You see where he's angling that 10.5 right now. You see release on the club.
Wow.
Medium T. This is aggressive, Adam.
Yeah, it's very aggressive.
And look at that.
Wow.
Professional golden
See,
tee
release
shot.
there. I would not. That's not in my
Championship
Great.
caliber golden tee right there, Adam.
championship. Look at that putt. Speaking of championship, man, oh man. All right.
Taylor still takes his one-stroke lead to 12. Par threes.
Interesting look here.
Look at this high tee. And just around the hole with almost an ultra shot.
Wow.
What a fantastic lead. And Lance knows that this is his best opportunity for the next few holes.
Yeah, it is. Oh, just pushed it.
Just a little outside.
All right. Long.
So commonly here, they're going to hit. They're most likely they can hit it straight at this, so they're most likely going to hit some kind of A1 to the right. For players playing at home, if you want to take the opposite direction, don't. Trees come into play.
How's he going to like that look? Is that where he wants to be?
Well, the pin's in the back, so he's going to have a lot of green to work with. This is going to be an interesting second shot because this is attackable for both players. Lance looks like he is going to let the contour of the rough going into the second fairway work for him, and he'll be the first to go. And look, like I said, the pin's in the back. No, Taylor is going to be the first to go. And pins in the back, opportunity to attack here right now.
Yeah, maybe at this with nothing.
Yeah, and with a 5-wood, and he's going to power this. Just a great shot.
Good line.
It's hard to look at a 5-wood for a lot of players with that short element distance.
I had that thought, by the way, honestly. I mean, I know, he's going to get it there, but to really power it through like that that's impressive. Lance just wants this thing to kind of skip in.
Yeah.
Just like that. Good shot.
Great shot. 5 holes remain. Paul Taylor with a one-stroke advantage.
All right, look at
Lots of experience on the International Golden Tee Tour by Paul Taylor. Been around for a while. 2 tournament wins, both at the NIV. Lance Harris, the 2019 Top Gun Player of the Year, has won a Golden Tee tournament in Australia, believe it or not.
been around a little bit.
Took a picture earlier of the 3 guys that went to that Australia tournament. Andy Haas, Dean Leakakis, Lance Harris. That was a good talk.
God, great to see Dean. Great to see all these guys.
World Championship brings all the stars
Oh,
out.
my goodness, yeah.
And this is going to be a thumb now. I would call that a poor effort from him.
Yeah, I agree. And he walked, I think the way, as quickly as he walked away from the trackball, he wouldn't disagree with you.
Yeah. And Taylor's just trying to cruise home right
Yeah.
now. Give himself an opportunity to beat Paul Luna twice.
You're just running out of shots. You're just running out of opportunities to get those ties. All right, so hole 15 here.
And the straight wind right here at him. And look, he is way back in the fairway. Why is he doing that? The wind is directly in front of him.
So this is really just club comfort, right, for this next shot?
Yeah, you want to have the best straight angle that you can have to this green. And he may hit a little bit of a harder club, And you notice that this wind is going to move fairly to the right for him, which is not bad because the green actually slopes a little to the
Yeah,
left.
he is way back there, though, so he can just hit this with nothing, let it.
Yeah.
It's going to land and likely just come to a stop, just like that. Beautiful.
You called it, Adam. You're getting better at Golden Tee.
Every once in a while. It's just I need to warm up. It takes me 3 days to understand the game again.
Maybe not the best angle. This is a right one right here. So
Now, this is going to rip, right, even with bite. I mean, this thing's going to come back down hard, assuming he sticks with it.
yeah, if he sticks with the pullback, this is going to come back. So that means he's going to add some power to this. 118 on the shot meter. And it's heading right towards the hole. A little small baby cut. That's old school Golden Tee right there.
That is. All right. Thoughts on this look? Not too shabby.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, two ways to play this. He's going to probably play this with some spin because if he played a high T 10.5, it'd bring the rough into the right into play. So he's going to play some spin on this. And a great shot.
He's been doing that, it feels like, for about 12, 13 holes where he's just, if Lance is going to beat him, he's going to have to take it.
Yeah, and right now Lance is looking. There's a way to play this hole with a high tee if he wants, and he's looking at the 3-wood and maybe play a high tee to where he could play some shot to let the ball just work its way towards the hole with that down 7 left 3. And look at this, high tee 3-wood, so that means he's attacking. Maybe even a 10.5, so that means a small cut going from left to right.
So he wants this to hit and just kind of trickle down. Hardest part here is just finding that line.
And this is a good-looking shot, just a little short.
Oh,
Needed
yeah.
a little bit more power. I'm so glad he didn't go with that 3-wood. I was concerned about that.
Okay, that grabs the right
Down,
side of the cup.
down
yeah.
6, left 6,
Oof.
Adam.
Yeah,
How about a money look here for 17? How about that?
yeah.
Give us a big action look right here.
Still one shot. Again, the winner of this is in the
Taylor,
finals here. Big wind.
and look at this.
Oh,
Played it beautifully.
that's the putt you want, though, there, right? I mean, that's just straight up.
Straight up, maybe going a little to the left. This is going to be a hard shot for Lance to attack. He doesn't have a gap wedge, so he's going to have to play the 9-iron.
Now, I'd imagine old school roots help him in a shot like this, because old school, when I think of old school, Chris, I think of swerve.
Yeah.
I think of having something here that he's going to bring in pretty hard to counter that 16.
He's going to make it out. He's going to start it way to the right.
Yeah.
Low T backspin. He's going to send this way to the right with a little bit of cut. Not as much right as I thought he would.
That's a tough. It's a tough shot to get on the high side of the hole.
Yeah, it is. Oh. And that just changed this match.
My goodness. I can hear it. You sound almost, because you don't want, and we don't want a game. It is what it is. The result is what it is. But
No, because he knows it. He can feel it in his bones right now. That's not putts he miss. He makes that putt 99.7% of the time. And the other time, he's probably drunk.
yes. All right. So this 17, really back pin.
It's going to be hard to play a high tee shot into this, Adam. 290 right now. If he hits this full blower right now with a 6-wood, it's passed. So a cut high tee would be a shot that he could play here. I imagine that playing a medium tee shot with some spin on it is going to be the best, safest option. But depends on what he feels comfortable with.
And the high tee to let the ball kind of, extend a little bit towards the cup would be the reason that you're playing it, depending on what
Yeah.
club you use.
So high tee backspin. This
Yep.
needs to register probably around about a little less than 130.
I'd say this is pretty aggressive too, by the way.
Yeah, 126.
Oh, good shot.
And that's what you needed right there. Paul Taylor has to put that putt out of his mind right
yeah,
now.
that's a great point, by the way, because that's
And look at this, high T5 with a cut and with the thumbs. And how about this? And just a little south of the hole, both will have chips,
Oh, man.
uncomfortable chips.
oh, great chip.
I hate the way he chips.
He's the big old
really
backswing.
do.
Yeah.
Can't stand it. I have a guy back at home who used to do that. 25-25, and just like this Golden Tee World Championship has been all weekend, We're going to extra holes.
We're going to extra holes now. A little time to reset here for Paul. I think that's good, right? Because internally here, I would imagine he's, still probably doing working some things out, right? That's the best way to put it.
Important first hole coming up here. What you're going to see, if it's a drivable look, advantage C3 to Paul Taylor.
You're right, because this is a potential chip, depending on how far back it is, right?
Yeah, no, he is constant with his big swoops. C3s, he's one of the best in the game at. So, Adam Harris, we'll see how this hole looks.
All right, so Lance trying to keep moving.
Not drivable. Winded in a precarious position to where some guys may take a shot at hitting towards the left and giving themselves a straight wind, no matter the rough's there or not.
Yeah, I think that's where I would head too, right?
And that's where he's going.
That's you don't have a ton of green to work with there, but you have enough. Interesting.
Perhaps looking back here, looking at he'd rather have the fairway.
Yeah. All right, so
bad win.
Sun Death again. If you're just
Opportunity to
joining
attack
us.
right here, 5 hybrid. This is money. And this is on a great line, just a little right of the hole, though.
Okay, so Sun Death rules, the first change of score, taken or given, that's it. And by the way, not too many Sun Deaths bigger than this. The winner goes into our finals. So this is maximum pressure Golden Tee here,
Making
my
Paul
friend.
Taylor wait just a little bit longer.
Yes, so here
How
we
about this? This is on a good line as well.
Oh, nails it! Yes!
Holds out the first hole in sudden death to take the match.
Wow.
Unreal. A hug and embrace. And by the way, we can't help but do it again. If you're Paul Taylor, you're going to be wondering what if potentially here
17 is going to stick out
for
in his
quite
mind
some time.
17 is going to stick out in his mind for about a month.
But for Lance Harris, keep saying it, number 2 in mobile. At the very least, a number 2 finish here on the arcade side of things. How we feeling?
What a great weekend he's had.
yeah, no kidding.
That racks about $20,000 won for Lance Harris over the weekend, guaranteed. And Paul Taylor, let me tell you something. He has a resume that's almost Hall of Fame level. A guy that's been around for a while, a guy that could continue to be around for a while. Nothing to hang your hat on. I think $7,500 for third place. And
one missed putt, right?
That missed putt's going to stick out with him for about a month.
Yeah,
But
so he missed the putt on 17, but kudos to Lance for taking it in sudden death. So let's preview the finals here. So, King of the Hill, you got to beat Paul Luna twice. That's a pretty powerful blanket statement here. I'm not going to ask you what do you have to do it, but what I think we have seen, Chris, is Paul Luna with a lead has been is dominant, right? He can get comfortable. We saw Paul Taylor do that a lot during that round where he had a lead, and for the most part, he was just within 10 feet, and that was that.
Taylor has been front running all the day. We've said it before this tournament, the best player in the industry today, and he has proved it today. He'll take on Lance Harris, who has just been unconscious this weekend in both platforms, and should make for a great match. Paul Luna.
There's too many Pauls.
Yeah, too
It's
many
all right.
Pauls.
It's all right. There's a lot of Pauls.
Too many Pauls, but Paul Luna, 2 matches to work with, can feel extremely confident.
It's been a long day for us, too.
It has been. Lance Harris, one of the tough outs in the history of Golden Tee. This won't be easy for him at all.
No, and I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying all this stuff. Lance ain't scared.
No, not at all.
It ain't nerves. It ain't anything. Lance is up for this and is here for it. And oh, by the way, there's a big crowd that has gathered around to watch this as well. Paul Luna just chilling, just hanging out. Paul has been on this stage before. Paul has been close before. Glad this bucket is close to me.
Yes, sir.
Let me know if you need anything.
We're good. We're getting our notes here ready as we set this.
You only need 2 sheets right now.
Yeah, I got my 2 sheets right here. I've had my binder here with me all weekend. very well prepared man for this World Championship as we size this bad boy up.
All right, and odds. Speaking of sizing it up, Paul Luna was the favorite, closes the favorite at 6-1. Lance Harris, 30-1. So, if you have a Lance Harris ticket,
I don't know how many that there are.
if you have a Lance Harris ticket, then I think ultimately you just need one, right? One at a time, first and foremost, and then you worry about the next match.
So we start with Luna here, 10 times a champion on our National Golden Tee Tour presented by Power Events. 235-99 is his record in the main bracket in the history of his tournament
Ridiculous.
play. 10 times a champion on the tour, second all-time behind Mark Stenmark, and second 5 times. He's been in the top 4 a lot, 26 times in the top 4 as well. And we got Lance Harris, 2019's Top Gun Player of the Year. He's attended 20 events on tour, finished in the top 4 5 times, and could very, very easily double dip him. Lance Harris is a great player. This is part of what they're playing for.
They're playing for that. They're playing for some money, by the way. $30,000 for first place.
Incredible.
$30,000. And we're in Vegas, by the way. Did you get in some trouble? $30,000?
Oh, yeah, you can get a lot of trouble in this town with $30K.
All right, so great crowd. And there's still time to share and to like and to send this to everybody you know, because it is finals time here in Vegas at the Westgate for the Golden Tee World Championship. We've made it.
We finally got here. It took us 2.5
I've gotta share
years to get
this.
here, man.
I got to tweet this.
Took 2.5 years to get here. $55,000 into Calcutta. $180,000 prize pool we had for this, or 135.
Massive.
Just huge.
All
prize
told with mobile and everything. Make it as big as you want. You can do that,
Yeah,
right?
no,
Nobody can correct
we're
you.
not paying out chump change for this stuff at all. These guys are playing for real shit, real
yes.
stuff.
No. It's time. It's time. The mood is appropriate. So Paul Luna now. I would imagine Paul's been sitting, and he wants to get this thing going.
And he's standing up there right now, and Lance is just kind of putting him on ice for a little bit, probably taking a bathroom break, getting his coffee ready.
All right, hold on. I'm going to tweet this thing out too.
As he will play for his second World Championship of the weekend.
That's wild when you say that. All right, so we are getting ready here. There's Paul.
Old school Astros shirt, and I wouldn't say that old school. I would say early 2000s old school Astros.
And there's Lance.
As Lance is getting up there, they're going to get a couple photos in here. Our top 2 playing for a world championship.
Lance is not wearing. Were that no shoes or the web shoes?
The web shoes. Yeah.
I thought he was in socks, which it wouldn't surprise me.
He loves those things. He wears them all the time.
All right, I'm tweeting this out. So this is not exactly normal.
No.
Golden Tee tournament routine.
Yeah, they're, 2 guys that are under the Power Vending Network know each other quite well, or have been under the Power Vending Network, know each other well. And have had some matches together as well. Guys that know each other. 2 very respected players in this community.
All right.
As we dim the lights and we get ready for World Championship play.
It has been tweeted. Now, these guys have been around a long time. Not that there's animosity or bad blood or any of that, but there's a genuine, appreciation, I think, between these two. And
we're going to play some Baja Ria.
You can hear the reaction.
The World Championship will go through Baja Ria.
So, okay, you mentioned it. I think if people watching this at home, you're thinking hole outs, right? That's what you're thinking for Baja?
Especially for a quality thumber like Lance Harris, yeah, we're thinking hole outs.
Now, I like it. I like the smiles. I think there's actually, right now, a bit of a looseness between these two. So much of this is in your playing partner, of course, and let's get through it. So, Lance Harris. Trying to do this thing again. Guaranteed 2 silver medals here.
I think he opened at 9 or 10 to 1, got worked down to 6 to 1 today. This over the last 5 or 6 days.
All right.
First hole drivable. Both will take eagle on this first hole. This could lead for a very high scoring round, depending on the other.
Very drivable. Yeah.
Gonna play high tee. Now, just because I know the numbers a little bit, if he wanted to go full blower 10.5 at 140, if it's a straight 180, he can get there. It goes 350. A little bit of wind hurting, that would have been money. And he's going to take the medium tee, and he's a little bit to the left, but flat putt.
Cutting it back in a little bit, yeah. The straight putts in a finals hit a little different, I would imagine.
Especially the longer the distance at him.
Yeah, it has. But again, Lance has been great there. So here we are, Baja Ria. Tell me a little bit more, too, about this course. You mentioned Scorer's Delight, but what holes should we be looking out for?
Well, just about many of the par threes can really set up to be scoreable. 17 has opportunities to challenge the players.
Saw it in the qualifier.
Yeah,
really challenging.
Yeah, very challenging look in the qualifier yesterday. But a lot of the par fours and par fives are very, very gettable for hole outs. So a scorer's delight, and I think a good course for Lance Harris to play Paul Luna on right now. A game that he knows that he can have a good opportunity to at least keep it tied for somebody as hot as Paul Luna has been. Oh my goodness!
No! Oh,
An inch away from an ultra shot.
Oh, no. There was my Drano. Oh. There was my Drano call.
Fireworks early in the match.
We've seen that a handful of times this weekend. I saw it, I believe, with Mouth earlier. Oh, gosh. Okay. Got to regroup here. So does Paul, by the way. Oh,
And you see that attacking the par threes is what you need to be doing in this match.
my goodness. Almost jarred it.
And here's Paul Luna, just around the hole. So you see that at 93 miles an hour, no pullback with the palm. Typically, if he's going to hit a thumb shot, it needs to be 80 in the 80s on the shot meter. Anything higher than that, he'll hit with the palm.
Both these guys wearing headphones. Getting quieter in here now. Had that rush of excitement when we thought Paul might have hit the ultra shot, but didn't, and then it sort of quieted out after that.
Lance Harris had to exhale just a little bit right there.
Oof.
And now he's left himself a rough shot.
That is rough. Obviously, where the pin is too, Chris,
Oh.
not going to be able to get the spin.
Oh, no, and he'll end up playing probably a 4-wood from there, maybe even 3-wood.
That is interesting. So we'll see what he has. He'll go second here.
And just a small cut in. And
That's going to be fine.
he's got about a 5-wood. Maybe he could power a 6-wood if he wants to on the rough. So the spin's not going to be great. Long putt.
Yeah.
But it should be fine.
That should
Down
be
to
fine.
35 feet, very, well in his range, very comfortable.
Perfect.
Easy stuff. Quality players here, both deserving of a world championship.
Absolutely. That was, those are those little moments, the little tweaks from the rough and everything that you don't plan for, that you adjust to. The wind was good for him there, though. Yeah. And
now,
this is pretty interesting.
Go. Who wants to take this on right now? It will take almost 400 yards if you want to let that hill, and Lance looks like he's going to take it on. No, he looks like he may lay back. 400 yards all the way there, and the danger that's right in front of that green is something you don't want to be a part of.
Now, I'm curious what Paul does here.
Paul, I want to say the shot is for him to lay up as well. I mean, if he gets behind one of those cactuses or bushes right there, then it could end this match.
He's sizing it up.
Seems like a long way to go, and that's the right play, Adam.
I agree. That's not a good look. We saw it in the qualifier, rattling around in the mess down there.
And this is a hole out central look right here.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. It's what club, because you got a couple of options.
Look at this, just a little.
Oh. Now, see what Paul picks here. Is he going to club up and try and really spin this thing back? Maybe try and land this and just have it trickle down. You think that might be the shot?
Yeah. No. This is definitely a spin kind of shot. I don't think him playing. Oh no. Yeah, he's got spin.
Wow.
So
That's a
power back spin.
that's a power. Yeah, that's a big one. You surprised he didn't club up there?
I thought they would thumb that. They must have both thought that they couldn't, or it depends on what clubs are playing. But if Lance doesn't have a 7 iron and just has a 7 hybrid, then that would have been a tough thumb to bring all the way back.
All right.
8 under through 5. And another drivable par 4. That means this par just keeps going up. We're at about 30 to 31 right now.
Yeah. And this is, yeah, look at this. Maybe give this thing a run from way downtown here.
High tee, cannot hit this full board. So this is, 125 is about the right number.
Give it a run. That's, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's not the ideal, but man, oh man.
Probably does something similar.
Yeah, we saw Luna earlier, not from this far, but from deep.
Now notice Paul Luna, and by the way, what a shot, going just left of the hole. Another guy playing 3 drivers in his bag, by the way.
Wow.
All right, 8.5, 9.5, 10.5, all at his disposal right now.
You can see why.
That was a beautiful 9.5 driver in. Tie match going to the 7th hole and the 11th playing of our Golden Tee World Championship.
I think Baja, as you mentioned, it has sort of lived up to expectations thus far. And I think in terms of scoring and opportunities, they are plentiful.
Yes, sir.
Here's another one.
Let's see where this goes. This is
All right, that's
not his
left.
best effort. I don't think that was the best thump for him.
Everybody now, to kind of paint a picture here, everybody kind of sitting around the games, mostly empty. Oof, good shot.
Paul's just a little bit closer than Lance right now when it comes to these shots.
Lance just making sure that he'll be able to putt through this, and he does. Again, everybody gathered around here and watching it on a stage that is otherwise empty outside of these two.
What a scene we've had here this weekend.
Man, too much fun.
Too much fun. Great competition.
Oh.
Our players have not disappointed this week, Adam.
No, not at all. The action, I think, particularly on the stream, has been superb. And also give a quick shout out while we're waiting here to Sean Gervais. That was an incredible finals win in the silver bracket for Sean. Just well done.
Winning the silver bracket is the best consolation you could have to this World Championship for a
Absolutely.
guy that really believed he can come in here and win it.
Yeah, for sure, and he showed it. I mean,
And he'll walk out with, what, $3,000 in his pocket for
Yes,
the winning of the silver
yeah.
bracket? For a guy that's getting ready to move, that's pretty
not-
handy.
yeah, that may cover your movers.
Yeah.
All right, so
If he didn't win that, he'd have to pay Evan Gostin to help him move. Would have been
he'll
pretty.
charge more. All right, going to give this a run. It looks
Yeah,
like.
I thought, yeah, that was going to be short the whole time.
Did you like? Yeah, so you didn't like bite there?
Well, if he was going to play a palm, then I liked it more, but he went right with the thumbs. That was going to be short.
All right, so now. Lance. Going to try and bend this thing in. Another kind of oldish school Golden Tee-like shot.
Offset look. All right, and this gives guys trouble sometimes. But the rock's not so much in the way. Playing kind of an angled 180.
Oh, what a line.
When I say angled 180, he brought that back to the right a little bit, hit it forward to the left. When you say an angled 180, basically keeping your your 180 intact and just moving it.
Good distance. Pin high. All right. Guys just kind of going about their business, racking up GSPs.
Ho hum 15 unders.
Kind of power this one down there, huh?
Yeah, 8.5 gets over all that. Anybody playing at home that has concerns that the 8.5 doesn't get over, no, this is going to be fine. Wind at your back. The wind that was in your face, these guys would be playing the shot a lot differently.
You can get pretty close on this. Now, again, because of the downslope of the green, you're going to have to land it on top of it to spin it back.
For sure. Or, no, I mean, honestly, he's at an angle where he could play
Far enough out there?
Yeah, he could play a bite shot in there if he wanted to.
Kind of let it roll down. Interesting. Yeah, this would be interesting.
Great angle right here. Fantastic angle right now.
And you could see in his facial expression, he's kind of mixed on what he wants to do.
Yeah, it's either
Power that.
power that, or I mean, the back spinning that 8-wood's not going to get in the hole.
Yeah, this is the shot you called for.
Yeah.
Oh, that is
Great
the shot, too.
Just consistent Golden Tee play.
Just missed his line slightly. That is the shot. And that's going to be the shot here as well. All right, we could be less
Just a little less of the hole.
than 9 holes from crowning a new Golden Tee World Champion. We will see. Lance Harris hopes that is not the case. Paul Luna is like, yeah, I'm good with that.
His best friend Mark Stenmark in the crowd today. I mean, ready for possibly Paul Luna to join that fraternity that Mark's in.
He knows a little bit about celebrating a world championship.
And, I mean, there's going to be a big celebratory dinner happening in Houston, Texas.
Yes.
If Paul Luna can pull this off. There's going to be a great yoga session if Lance Harris can pull this off.
Absolutely emphatic session.
And how about
Oh,
and one!
Session. Emphatic.
Benjamin takes one on Luna.
Wow. Emphatic yoga session. He's going to hate me by the end of this weekend, but you said that. He already hates me. It's fine.
How about another one? Oh, just a little short.
Wow.
Advantage, Benjamins.
Okay, so look, he's got to take him down twice. That's the situation. He's at least in a position to potentially take him down once, or at least he's got a one-stroke lead.
Funny enough, the guy that used to play as Luna in Golden Tee Mobile is playing Luna.
That's a good point. It's confused some folks, including me for a little while.
Went a long time not knowing who the guy was. I guess Talo. It wasn't that.
Yeah.
This is a very
Incognito.
attackable look right here, Adam. Look at all that green to work
Oh,
with.
yes.
Oh no, this is green light. Thumb shot. Oh, wow. Very aggressive.
That was very aggressive.
Expects. I don't know. I mean, this would have to be a really soft thumb.
I think this is smart.
It's
Just got a lead.
Yeah, a little bit. Look at this cut. Good shot.
That was a much. That's a safer shot. I don't think he hits that shot, at least that way, if last hole didn't happen. But it did happen.
Well, because the other option was the thumb,
Chip.
which may have brought a chip into play. So that was a more it was a safer shot because he needed for it to be a safer shot.
Design a hole time.
One of the last looks. We're closing the chapter of Golden Tee here. I mean, this is this platform of Golden Tee Live from 2005 up until now, and we're getting ready to kind of bid it farewell as we go into this new
Best
world of
believe
Golden Tee.
Design a Hole is going to live, though.
Oh no, Design Hole is going to be around.
But I've been having a lot of Design a Hole conversations today.
Oh, how about Lance Harris?
I want to see some ultra shot. We were deprived one earlier. This is not a bad look either.
No, I mean, it depends on how he wants to play this. The backspin shouldn't, as long as he doesn't hit it too hard, and he thumbed it. So
Sit. Oof.
I wasn't going to go in the water.
You know, for the untrained eye, and this is most certainly that. Now, can he hang on to the one-shot lead? It's an interesting look here. That's a pretty snug pin on that. Lance Harris.
Lance Harris finishing runner-up. I'm sorry, he hasn't finished runner-up yet. He's in the finals.
You
of
could have just
both.
kept rolling with it. He was a runner-up, not recently.
Well, no, I mean, he's not a runner-up yet in this
No,
one.
no. But you could have pivoted.
Yeah.
said yes.
But
I
he
meant to
goes,
say
like I
he's
said,
a runner-up at
fir-
mobile. But
First,
now
first
now
guy ever to be in the finals of both Golden Tee platforms of mobile and Golden Tee Arcade.
when you consider how much talent is here for both of those things, it's pretty amazing, man.
Well-versed man he is.
30-1. If you're holding the sportsbook ticket, hang on.
And a great shot from Luna.
Oh,
Excellent shot from
wow,
Luna.
yeah. I think that got closer originally than we all thought.
Yeah. And Luna has to know his opportunities are not great. Switching up the music on his phone a little bit.
The good news, ooh, this is long. This is very long. Not much you could do with this, right? Just find a distance and an
500
angle you like.
508 yards, you're not getting close to that green. It's all about the angle that you want to come into it. Don't get yourself in trouble. This fairway does leak off to both sides. Doing what he wanted.
You got some shot options here, by the way.
Yeah, he could play. I mean, this looks like a thumb bite with the 4-wood for him. He may play a cut into it, which is what he's going to do.
Just bring it in a little bit.
So got a variety of shots he can play, and that's a little bit wayward, but it's going to be all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Wayward was not the right word there, but
Yeah, you overcut it a little bit, but not by much. It's all right.
Luna going with a shot that he knows he has to try to start holing out.
That was a little wayward. Again, by his standards, wayward. Now, you're running out of holes here.
Yeah. Knows he has, I mean, like I said, there's a cushion for him, but, I mean, he's played clean. I mean, let's not pretend like he's playing nervous. He's just
No.
playing to what he needs to be doing. Just got to get it in the hole.
You still have 17. You still have 18. Both those could,
And, Adam, this is an action look right here.
Yeah.
This is an action look. Okay, they'll have the wind in their face going into this green. Both have potential to knock this close.
You're right. The wind in your face here. And you got the pin back just a smidge. All right, so who's up first? Lance it is. How aggressive does he want to be? That seems like the shot.
It looks like it. I could see a thumb shot happening from right here, and that's what it looks like it's going to go. Going towards the right. Let the green do the work.
Nice shot.
Cozy shot.
Very nice.
Paul Luna could be super aggressive here if he wants to. If he misses, it leaves him a chip, then he's already down in the match, so he could.
Oof. All right, so it's going to be one shot between the two of them.
So we are here in grand finals going into the 17th hole of Bahia, a hole out advantage for Lance Harris, Paul Anthony Luna.
What do you think of this look?
Can get dicey from time to time if you're not careful with it. Right now, looking to play that 7 hybrid, so it's going to have some release to it. If he's going to play the release, make sure you get it far enough out there because it's going to roll back. And that's a great shot. It's a great shot.
Uphill putt.
Now he'll take a look at a 5 hybrid. He has a 6 iron in his bag, similar to the same distance as a 7 hybrid. Depends on how he wants to play it. It will create more bounce on the green because it's not a hybrid. So if he hits it out there with no spin, he needs enough mustard on it. No, he's got roll on it.
You like that?
We'll see. Low T helps it, but no, that's going to head towards the water.
Okay. All right. So
I recant that. I didn't like it at all. Now that
that's
I've
right.
seen
You're
it.
waiting. Well, you can't really say mid-shot like, nope, it's bad. And then it goes in the hole. That's not good.
It was a questionable shot there. I mean, when you're hitting roll into wind in your face and you've got the green heading towards the water, all that momentum with roll heads right towards the water.
All right, so I've been saying it all day, Gino, like a 2-shot lead is where it starts to swing. A 3-shot lead is what you look for.
The 3-shot lead is the most comfortable feeling in Golden Tee tournament play.
Absolutely, and this is a comfortable look, by the way, if you're Lance. Just kind of push this thing off the right, let it come back. And
have an easy putt to take one of the double dip.
So we are going to finals. This is it. This is it. Okay. All right, you hear the response. A
Yeah.
lot of love for both these guys in this room.
Quick bathroom break for Paul Luna. I think there's also going to be some economics talk right before the match. So
Yes. Yes, I think you're right. Holy cow.
Wow.
All right. So you didn't like the shot on 17.
I mean, he was going for the make, so I understood
Yeah.
it. I understood it. It was a lot. It brought a lot more risk into play. But that being said, he's down one against a great player on a very, very novice course. So
So now he's, has a chance to win. This is it. This is the last game that will be played here. It doesn't matter the outcome, whether we get more than 18 holes. And that seems like a theme in the World Championship, not this just this year. But the last time we did this, of course, it was the theme with Mark Stenmark and Jared Decker. What now? Baja, you were a little, shot maker's delight. We got some of that.
yeah.
What do you want to see? I know you don't control this, but what course you want to see?
Yeah, well, as I said before, Tropical is the best swing course maybe in the history of Golden Tee match play, just to be honest with you. There's a lot of swing holes happening there. I think the crowd would love a round like that. Some Forest Knoll wouldn't be terrible. Lots of swing holes there from 15 to 18 can offer some variances. Haven't seen a lot of Monte Ceballos today.
Yeah, agree.
That could a high-scoring course, and the wind comes a little bit more into play for those guys. So just no more Baja. We had a good one right there. We can go with a different course. I'd be happy with it.
All right, so $30,000 is the top prize here for our number one finisher. Paul Luna has been close before. You mentioned close friends with Mark Stenmark, guy who's been in this position. This is it. It really does all come down to this.
The peak of our game, the highest honor in our game, the World Championship of Golden Tee. One of these two in the next 18 holes or more will walk away as a 2022 Golden Tee World Champion.
Lance Harris, what a story.
Incredible.
What a story.
What a
And
story.
I will say this. I think Paul Luna, I'm not going to go out on a limb. I think he is arguably right now the best player on the planet. I think Lance Harris might be the coolest guy in the room. How do those things align?
Not afraid of the moment.
We're going to find out. And the guy's been doing it all. It helps, I guess, too, when you've been under the gun since, Thursday when he had to qualify for the Mobile Worlds? The guy's been under pressure for 4 straight days.
And he is well tuned in both platforms right now. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, even he didn't have a spot in the Golden Tee Mobile World Championship before we got here, and he was already the favorite because there was 3 spots open for the last chance. Finished second, maybe a little bit of disappointment for him, but then the rebound right here. It's a profitable weekend for that guy.
I see Paul Luna coming back into the room, walking through, looks very cool, looks very comfortable with things now. And look, he's right where he wants to be, quite honestly. You win King of the Hill, so you can give a match if you have to. Okay, there goes the mulligan, right? Now he's taking the stage again. We're going to get ourselves sized up here.
He's getting buckled down, and he's going to have to play some sharp Golden Tee to take down Lance Harris. Lance has got momentum right now.
He really does. Lance has got momentum, and I think the tone changes a little bit here because Lance, it was house money, and now Paul said, if I drop this one, no big deal.
Yeah.
Well, he dropped it, and
Paul Luna's team over there making sure he is well refreshed right now.
oh yes, getting handed a
As we're
nice
getting
cold refreshment here.
name number 17 to be etched on the Hodgson Zielinski Trophy.
Oh yes,
this
that
weekend.
thing has been some places and seen some history. I'm just going to see a little bit more of it here. Mm-hmm. What an epic!
Thank God y'all never
weekend.
gave me that trophy because that thing would have been just worn out after I got done with
Well,
it.
it's pretty worn out now, so I don't think you're the only one, frankly, that was in that position to do so.
What a great World Championship. Just, I think, a banner year for our World Championship. The competition, our
unbelievable.
players did not disappoint this weekend.
Unbelievable.
I hope people are sitting at home encouraged to make sure they get out to Las Vegas next year if we're coming back at them.
We're gonna, that's a great question. We're gonna figure that out. I'll tell you this, Las Vegas has always been a great host to us. This place, Westgate, has been a great host to us, and this thing is a long time in the making. I'm just excited that it has lived up to it.
Yeah.
I want to give a lot of credit behind the scenes. You and I are talking about this stuff, but the group behind the scenes, whether it's the camera work, the lighting, getting all the matches so you could see all the different play and all the different. It's been unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't tell you how many text messages I've gotten from people that are just thrilled that have been along this ride. It's been a pleasure. So thank you to everybody that has made this possible because it's been fun.
It's coming up on 11:30 on the East Coast. Thank you for staying up with us here for the 2022 Golden Tee World Championship as we are one match away from crowning our next world champion.
Thought about a bathroom break, by the way. Thought about it, but it's too late now.
No. We're
It's
ready
in,
to go.
And
Let me get you a bottle, sir.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it work. Lance looks very loose.
James Hickey writes, expand the field to 600 so I can make it. That's great. We get as big as we're getting. I don't know. Our world championship may look like it one day.
That's awesome. All right, so in we go once again. Is that?
All right, we're spinning it. We're spinning it. What does we land on? And some more Once.
Okay.
Make sure they agree on it. It looks like they're going to agree on it. We're going to play Once Cocos.
All right, so we've seen a little bit of Once here over the last couple hours. Walk me through again for anybody just kind of catching it. What are we expecting to see here?
Well, park and range from 26 to 28 under on this course. Offers a lot of attackable looks, but also offers some challenging looks. About 3 holes that are real swing holes, especially the one early. I would love to see an action look on that 4th hole or that par 4. Everything's been kind of easy today. I'd like to see something that really challenges them. And then 17, the 2-tier green. 18 has gotten wet a few times today.
Yes.
So lots of opportunities to swing this match and a lot of opportunities for these guys to attack.
All right, so this is it, my friend. Cheers. One last time.
Cheers.
Cheers to you, brother.
Took us 2.5 years to get here, man.
It's worth the wait right now. These guys don't have to wait much longer to figure out what's going to happen here. So Lance will be first to go. You've got a longer look, 418 yards. You got the pin up front. So the pin up front changes strategy a bit. Obviously, you need to be on some fairway, I'd imagine, spin this thing back.
Well, I think the number they look at is 418. All right, 418 is the number right now that they see that that's almost drivable. Can I get myself into a range where I can hold it out? And he's going to hit it up there and give himself a sand wedge look.
Yeah,
so notice he hit 9.5 there. I don't know if he's playing an 8.5. I didn't see if he has it or not, but he played it in a 9.5. The goal, get himself within a spinnable sand wedge distance, maybe in a gap wedge.
All right.
And Luna basically doing the same thing.
Trying to get a little bit of a better angle, I guess, with the wind.
Yep, and this is very attackable.
Yeah,
First hole,
this thing's
flat
gonna rip.
green
This is
with a
gonna
little bit of
rip.
cut on it. Oh,
Man,
a little too much.
Lance here could take a one-stroke advantage and strike first.
And that's on a great line.
Oh,
Oh, no.
Thing ripped.
Super spin sand wedge, popular amongst players. Playing super spin wedges around greens, really helpful to your game.
Big deep breath for Lance there. Kind of a tense moment, hole 1 here. All of a sudden, okay, no blood, and on to number 2. And I think you're going to get another good opportunity here for a hole out. Pin is back, little wind. I'm going to call it. I think one of these guys is going to hole out.
That's not a bold prediction there, Adam, but
I do. Well, you know, it's interesting because we saw Lance. Luna's been close, and all day it's been right around it. We kind of just, there's some anxiousness waiting to see what we're going to get.
just a great shot.
Safe with bite?
A little bit. Didn't have a club higher for that to really be able to attack, so that was
Just
kind of the
left
stock he
of
was
it.
short with,
Yeah.
or stuck with. So kind of wants that. When you have that 7 hybrid, you know, you kind of want your thumbs out for that one. You're hitting a soft shot with it. Such a beautiful club. You're sitting at home. If you want to replace your 6 iron with a 7 hybrid, it's never a bad idea. I don't care what any of these guys will tell you.
Yeah, you can go build a bag right now, just saying. Just saying.
Go down low, Golden
There you
Tee
go.
Caddy.
You
Go
keep saying this so I don't have to.
Yeah, go down low, Golden Tee Caddy. PGA Golden Tee Caddy.
All
Both.
of them.
Yeah.
Build all sorts of bags. All right, spin this back. Can you get it back up?
Yeah, not quite, but a great shot.
Been waiting for that Paul Luna moment. Just waiting for it. It's in there somewhere, I think. Just waiting to see.
It's unfortunate. Clean Golden Tee has not worked so far for him.
No. Paul Luna moment.
Hasn't dropped a shot in 20 holes, 21 holes.
It's true. That's how good
I don't know
it
if
is.
I haven't looked at his scores today, but I don't know if he's dropped a shot today.
It's a great point. All right. What do you think of this look?
This is a very attackable look, a very straight-on look. A high T5 wood is on the table for him.
Okay, it's fine. See how aggressive you want to get with this line.
Yes, sir. And hits a medium tee. Another way you can play the hole.
Yep. Similar outcome. What do you think of this one?
Well, I mean, they're both hitting out to the rough here on the left side of the fairway. Nobody ever attacks this fairway. It's just not a place to play from. You're looking for this opening right here to have a heavy rough shot into the green. Probably some kind of thumb. Most guys prefer not to play a pullback when it comes to those rough shots.
Yep.
And this is very attackable, Adam. Depends on what he wants to do.
Get a little spin out of that.
So, excellent. Man. He's so compact with his movements.
I know, yeah.
Everything is just in his bubble. If we had to play Golden Tee in a bubble where we're all crowded, he would excel greatly.
Oh man!
And another great
got
shot.
Surrounded, yeah.
Yeah, still close to about 100 people here.
A little nervous energy in the room, I think.
Yeah, looking forward to our next Golden Tee World Champion.
All right, so this looks like a pretty good look too here. You've got this back. You can let this thing roll out. You can use the slope of the two-tier green, I would imagine, too.
Yeah, a lot of different ways to play this hole, Adam. This is on a great line. This is on a fantastic line, just a little high of the hole. Kudos to you guys bringing on the tracer. It helps me so much.
It does, yeah. Me too.
Another great line as well.
Oh, look at that.
Almost identical.
Yep. The guy's just going shot for shot right now. 8 under after 6. Looks like a pretty good look here, too.
Yeah, this is a very, very attackable look.
Bringing it a little left to right.
Looks like he's got 10.5 on the order right now.
Okay. Little work.
Honestly, a win right here puts Lance Harris right into that Hall of Fame conversation.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Former Top Gun Player of the Year. Only a few guys have won a World Championship and a Top Gun Player of the Year. Paul Luna is not one of them. Never won a Top Gun Player of the Year.
There's Lance again.
That tournament gets a little late on a Sunday night for Paul Luna.
Yeah, it does. That's you talk about endurance.
Yeah.
Oh, man, a lot of pins in the back of the greens here, which is good for all of us because you can watch these balls just release down. It's a matter of time
And this
before one
is
of
it.
these guys does it.
Yeah, another great line.
It's a matter of time.
This looks like it right now.
It does. It does. And he got to see it once.
Wind going to the left, green going to the
Got
right.
to
What he
see it
wants.
once, and it just died a little bit.
Excellent. He's just played clean golden tee. That's all he's done.
Yep. What do you think of this? This is a little bit different. We've seen outwinds the last couple of times we've seen this hole.
Yeah, they're going to both play 10.5, so right over this and get themselves some kind of wood into this green. And it looks like something they can actually create some spin towards to maybe get into the hole. A little tucked on the left side.
All right. Both in good position.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good line.
Great
good
line.
shot.
Gotta be somebody, Frank.
Good shot there.
Yeah.
I'm watching your body language, by the way.
Just keeping
Chris.
it clean. We're antsy right now, brother.
I am antsy, too. Whole room, I think, is a little bit antsy.
Yeah, no, this is, we're in prestigious territory here, Adam.
All right. Things get interesting here, it
Yeah,
looks like.
very interesting. And this is a tough shot. And I think Josh McDaniel, I have to credit him. This is the same setup that Brendan Robinson lost to Taylor on.
And Taylor made this look like it was cake. Nothing. Absolutely.
Went right through,
threaded it, yeah.
right through the trees, and I noticed the zero hybrid at him. All right, this is meant to curve hard.
Yep.
The reason why he keeps this in his bag to make sure he can shoot hard to the left.
It's got to really shoot hard if he's going to do it, although now he's looking.
Yeah, and that's the shot Paul Taylor played right here. It was through the trees. Brandon went around to the right side. He ended up getting caught.
Yes, he did. Barely.
Low T, zero hybrid. I'm curious. Don't see this played often. Wow, whoa, momentum and into the water.
Interesting. Interesting. All right. What are your thoughts?
That
Shaking your head.
unforced error, unnecessary. I mean, that
And
was
even
just a
Lance was
huge hook. He knows he doesn't need to play that shot.
All right, now.
And now Paul just barely
shot.
clearing that rock.
All right, so these are big here, both these.
That just calmed his nerves just a little bit more for him
Yep.
to miss this. Hasn't dropped a shot, played clean all day. Oh, just high.
So you can
Make it.
two-stroke lead potentially here.
Yeah, if he can make it, and he
Oh,
does.
He does. Wow. All right, so two-stroke lead, two-stroke swing. That magic number we've been talking about.
Paul Luna 8 holes away from a Golden Tee World Championship.
Now, Paul has done an unbelievable job playing with the lead all day. And he gets to do it again for the first time in a while.
That was
and-
fantastic.
yeah, it was fantastic.
We all thought that was a chip for the entirety of that shot. I thought it was a chip. Great shot. Plays with a 4-wood.
How aggressive are you right now if you're Lance? You got some holes to play with. You're not going to, right now is not the moment where it's all or nothing, but you're going up against Luna. This is, your aggression's probably not going to change too much in a shot like this if you're Lance Harris.
No, I mean, he would play this shot any way he would normally play. This is the ones that he knows he needs to get, although this is a
man.
great line.
That was a great shot.
Opportunity for Lance Harris to get back one.
Still 2 strokes. Keep it within 2.
Is he going to play a thumb, or is he? Yeah, he looks like he's getting the thumbs ready. Sends it out. And this has an opportunity right here.
Yes!
In the hole!
Yes!
Bandamus with a hole-in-one.
Wow. Drops 2.
My goodness.
Gains 1. Holy cow.
The dynamic of this match has just changed.
This dude is a zombie. Wow. Okay. And it is now
Oh, no.
very quiet in here.
No.
And then you hear a kind of a sigh go throughout the room here because he's left it in the rough.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, so
Wow. I don't know what he's going to do with this shot at him. He's going to have to play a power shot of 3, 4, 5 wood somewhere in there. He can't hit a 10.5 here. That's going to clip the right.
all right, so I see this and well, let's see.
Yeah, he did exactly what he's supposed to. Let this. Oh, no, it's a little short.
All right, so he's got a pup, and he's got a meaty one.
Only 133 on that shot meter. They need to be a lot harder.
All right, so Luna. Oof, okay, that was.
Got away with one
Well,
there.
yeah, he did, but that's going to be fine.
And this putt looks like 150 feet right now to keep himself in the match.
Get the trackball worked out.
Oh, low.
So he gets it down to 1 with the ace and now back up to 2. And that is a critical. It was the tee shot, right? That's
Yeah,
what you're going
that's
to
where it
position it
started.
on.
That's where it started at.
That's what put him in the putt situation there. And Hall's not even going to mess around, just hit it right out. Yep. You're shaking your head still.
That was an unforced error. Hitting it in the rough right there was not necessary.
You could hear it in the room, too. Everybody kind of knew exactly what you were talking about,
Yeah.
that the next 2 shots probably got a lot harder. But look at him.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, this is a shot that if you're Luna, you say, hey, I can turn 2 into 3 here pretty fast.
And just by the hole.
Yeah. We are running out of holes, we think. So we've got,
Paul Luna, 4 holes away from a Golden Tee World Championship.
they're still talking and laughing, which is cool to see in a stakes, to match these kind of stakes. Paul just going to park it out there right in the middle. All right, so now, if you're Lance, you've got 17, you've got 18. This is a decent look to take a run at it, I guess. It's not like you have to be overly aggressive here.
No, he could
the
play
shot.
short of the hole and let the roll do the work. Wind's at his back. Now this was a little off.
Oh, that really came back, actually. That was a good line. Paul here can just kind of put this within 10 feet. And
Yeah, just play his normal safe shot. A little bit of release there, so this could be really good.
more than 10 feet. Shotties.
And that proves how comfortable he is right now.
Yeah.
That shot right there.
You're right. Just enough aggression on the end of that. 3 holes, 2 shots. Not a bad look.
No, not at all. And sends it out. This could be pretty.
Oh
my goodness.
Did you see that dueling? Oh my goodnesses. Not planned by us. Thought you might go down there again.
Oh, Lord.
Sorry, guys.
That could have ended that match right now.
Wow, that was pretty. All right, so Lance is going to have to, you would think, get one back on this hole, correct?
Absolutely.
So if you're down 3, 2, I mean, really, I guess 2 going into 18. No, he's still within striking distance there. But yeah, you'd love to get one here as well.
Not a hard shot for him.
No,
Just playing it
very
safe.
nice, very smart.
Bite, let the green do the work. Staring 1 hole away from a Golden Tee World Championship.
It's been a long road for Paul Luna. Even this, nothing has been easy. Taking to the brink here in the finals. Dropped his first match to Lance.
Go a long way if you can get a hole in one, but this is getting dangerous, and
Oh,
this
boy.
could end the
Oh,
World
boy.
Championship. Oh,
Oh boy, gotta have this.
3 strokes, going to 18.
Mr. Longino.
This has got to be the most comfortable feeling in the world. 13 years in the making.
That is a big miss. 2 shot, the deficit here. What do you think of this look? What Paul thinks, he's just stepping up there and hitting it. And there it is. You hear the applause. You hear the applause.
Well deserved.
And you see the emotion on him in the back.
He knows it's about to happen.
As long as he didn't get wet.
Houston, you've waited long enough. Here it comes.
Wow.
Your 2022 Golden Tee World Champion.
To seal the deal,
Paul Luna.
Paul Luna
He's done it.
has done it. The hug, the embrace,
H-Town.
the confetti.
As the confetti comes,
Yes.
Paul Luna wins the Golden Tee World Championship.
Look at this. He's taking selfies. What a moment for Paul.
Been a long time coming. Had the best 2021 of any player on tour. Brings it to Vegas to win the Golden Tee World Championship. What a great day for him.
Paul Luna now going to get a hug from Mark Stenmark. And this, if you follow Golden Tee, is a really cool moment. As those two are embracing. And that's a moment.
Very much
Mark
a moment.
Stenmark has been there. Mark Stenmark really brought him into this community, taught him what he knew. Paul then took it and ran with it and ran with it. We were kind of saying, when's it going to be? And, man, he drops the first match. Is that going to be it? It's a little dicey at there at times, but he hangs tough.
I mean,
and
if you want to call it dicey, I like that. I'd love to look at his scores. I don't know if he dropped a shot today. Everything has been consistent. Everything has been clean for him today and was able to get the job done. Onse was a good round for him. And our seventh Golden Tee World Champion.
let's talk for a minute about Lance.
Yeah.
That's his second place finish of the weekend. Golden T-Mobile, now the arcade side. What a monster. What a monster, man. I mean, that is unbelievable. Top two finishes in a matter of days.
Golden T-Mobile may have been expected just a little bit for
Yeah,
him.
true.
I mean, he was looking to be one of the favorites. He'd been one of the best playing. This wasn't expected for him. I think you could ask this. He knows he can do it. He knows he can play with the best in the world. But it may sting a little bit right now.
Yeah.
But he'll think about this here in a week or two and say, I probably had the best weekend I could have.
A lot of people made money on this. 6-1, the favorite. So a day that started with upsets, one after the next. Our seeds dropping like flies. Evan Gossett, Andy Haas, Joe Massara. Pretty
Upsets.
shocking start to the tournament. We talked about it, the theme. My God, it's going to get wild. Where we end up is the number one favorite in terms of odds takes this thing.
Best player in the world today, and he proved it today.
Best player in the world today. I would say that would be an argument coming into this that people would have. Right now, that's not one you're going to make. You're pretty comfortable saying that?
I don't think it was an argument we would have made before the tournament. Now it's an argument that's in cement. You can't argue against. Paul Luna is the best player in the world today, no doubt.
I got to say here is the emotions start to kick in behind us. The beers are flowing. There'll probably be shots in all of our future.
Of course.
Not golf shots. Well, there'll be some of those too. What a weekend.
Incredible.
What a weekend.
A banner year for our world championship.
What a weekend. All right, so a couple of thanks first and foremost before we sign off. Thank you first and foremost.
This has been
You're fantastic.
Honestly,
Fantastic.
before we get off here, everybody that's texted me and everybody that's messaged me and just enjoyed the podcast, Gino's Golden Tee podcast. We have so much to unpack with this world championship.
Plug.
A lot going on. Everybody that's messaged me and everybody that's been wonderful to me. This has been nothing but a labor of love, and I've enjoyed nothing. I hope to get to do this with you again, sir.
Of course, we are going to do it. I want to thank you. I want to thank Chad Schrump. I want to thank Kevin Lindsay. Everybody that's shuffled through. This is hard work. You make it look easy, but it's hard to do this. I want to thank everybody behind the camera working their tails off this week. Everybody at the Westgate kicking butt. All the players, wives, girlfriends, friends. You waited a long time for this. It means a great deal to us that we can bring it to you. So we're going to go celebrate. I got to pee. Most importantly, we thank you from Golden Tee, signing off for the Golden Tee World Championship. Cheers, everybody.